man, this crackling sound in these headsets now. Ow. Okay.
If you're listening, you're a member of the Road Gang because this is Road Gang Radio.
Saddle up. We're wasting sun.
It's Jimmy Mack. It's Lindsay Lawler. It's New Orleans. It's Nashville. A show about making a living. A show about making a life. It's the biggest...
Is that a fat joke?
And the best collection of voices in trucking, transportation, and travel. Not only in this world, but beyond.
We're looking at you, Zebulon 5.
Let's turn this sucker over.
Madison with a T, show 'em what you got.
I'll show them what I got. Good morning, beautiful people. We are live from the Passport Studios in the city of New Orleans. I'm here with your host, Mr. Jimmy Mack.
Hey, by the way, I don't think our friends out there in Truckland have ever heard themselves called beautiful people so much as they have by you and Phone Master Dre. It's a great thing, isn't it? Because you are beautiful people. Our friend Four Arts out there this morning, he hasn't been on lately. He's on a quest to finish the KJV 3 times cover to cover this year. Along with his other books, he's currently up to 629 on Audible. Our good friend Ten Ring is lurking around, the citizen driver himself. And Joe J just said morning road gang had to fire up the old bunk heater this morning in northern Illinois. Hey man, fall isn't here, but it is above us. And by the way, it will arrive later on also in the form of Joanne Ritchie and Jim Park as Canada comes a-calling on this Road Gang Radio. That's right, folks. You can leave your heart at iHeart. You can have the audacity to listen on Odyssey. You can yak it up on YouTube, as our friends are already starting to do. You can make some FaceTime on the Book of Face. You can live the life at Live 365. You can be a free-floating radical at RadioNemo.com. Or maybe, you're listening to this in replay, which means you're pondering the possibilities of all of it afterwards on your favorite podcast platform, because this is Road Gang Radio. Forget the lies of Zebulon 5 with their bumbling bozo ruler, Dr. Philostratus, the proctologist of space trucking. It's the kind of thing that only sickos really enjoy, because this, what you're listening to, as Lindsay has said in the past, is the greatest live transpo show in the known universe. And all of it, by the way, is broadcast at the Passport Studio at the historic Edgar Degas House. That means, of course, Passport. Passport is solving America's toughest recruiting and workforce challenges through research, technology, and, of course, people. From registered apprenticeships to veteran readiness, learn more at Fastport.com or nationalapprenticeship.org. In other words, we think the folks at Fastport are really kind of fantastic, and we can't thank them enough. We can't thank them enough for being part of the conversation and making all of this happen. By the way, let's kind of shift here and get a little conversation going, because this celebration of National Days is brought to you by Truck Down, because the quickest way to the party is truckdown.com. They've been doing it since '97. Truckers with maintenance issues have found service providers through Truck Down, and these days they're serving 50 states and 8 provinces. Looking at you and Jim and Joanne. Go to truckdown.com, and then you can join the celebration of Eat an Extra Dessert Day. That's right, it is Eat an Extra Dessert Day.
Don't mind if I do.
Don't mind if you do. You probably already do, though. The dictionary definition of the word dessert might mean a sweet food eaten at the end of a meal. But on Eat an Extra Dessert Day, celebrated, of course, on September 4th, in this year of our Lord 2025, the description doesn't apply. So don't hold back. You can indulge in dessert anytime during the day, even sneak to the refrigerator after bedtime to have that last slice of cake. Although, I have to be honest with you, this is one of those things that probably was better celebrated in the 50s and 60s when people were actually still in shape. And just to let people know, we shouldn't celebrate it in America. After all, don't we already have an extra dessert? Most of us call it breakfast.
Yeah, America has a very sweet breakfast compared to other places.
Yeah, America's breakfast is garbola, said the man who walked over this morning to the donut shop and got him some donuts. I got them. They're lurking around. There's someplace out there. I get the chocolate-covered sprinkles. Get them once a week.
Delicioso.
Do the once-a-week thing. I got one for Madison later on, but I'm keeping it away from her grasp. She's going to have to ask me for it, not because I am cruel, but because I don't want to give her the temptation. If she wants one, it's going to be an active eat. By the way, that's a big deal, by the way. That's a mindful way of enjoying sweets. You got to make it an active eat. Don't walk into the TA Petro
Well, it's a holiday today, so we must indulge.
Yeah, but you got to still make it active.
Got it.
You can't just walk into a TA Petro and grab Twinkies. You have to actually think about what you got to focus on what it is you want. You got to be mindful about it. You got to say, I am going to have this extra dessert. For some people, having one dessert is the extra dessert. Some people who are in shape, on top of their stuff, lay off the carbohydrates, eat lean, mean, and looking to get clean. They don't have a dessert. This is actually your day. If you're the kind of person that really doesn't indulge, but you have a little sweet tooth, I'm actually encouraging. The rest of you, look busy. Road Gang Radio is coming. Let's make a living, and let's use that living to get a life here, guys. You can call us at 615-292-6366. We've only got about 4 or 5 minutes here because the moment we go to the pledge and the national anthem and the galvanizing word from Pastor John, we're actually going to be talking to our first guest of the morning, Kathy Fulton of Allen. The American Logistics Aid Network is going to be joining us to continue the conversation about delivering information, resources, and equipment in support of disaster relief services. Immediately after that, we're going to have a little shortened version. A little disappointed, can't get him on longer, but a shortened version of that guy today is Dean Croak, the chief analyst of DAT, does his thing with the rates and the freight, all that you need to know to keep the wheels earning. After that, it's going to be Canada coming to calling with JR and JP, Joanne Ritchie and Jim Park of OBAC.ca, giving you the trucking news from the Great White North. And then we will end the, making a living section of Road Gang Radio by talking to Colin Long, the Director of Government Affairs over at OOIDA. We're getting the skinny on the fat cats by wading into the swamp with our hip boots. Colin's going to be talking about the push to stop governors in certain states from issuing non-domicile CDLs. By the way, one of them could be Greg Abbott in Texas. No joke, no lie. And he's going to give us an outline of truckers' needs, of what they need to have, what you need to have in that upcoming highway bill. That's kind of it. We're going to take a quick break here, take it early so we can bring our friend Kathy Fulton in on the conversation sooner rather than later. We'll take a deep breath, Madison. It has been one hell of a morning. And break us away.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets rattling, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Let's get a cup of Java with Pastor John, brought to you by the Bennett family of companies.
It's Thursday. Hey, good morning. I got something I want to share with you. It's Thursday. It's the day before Friday. Hey, I want to share something with you real quick. It's found in Psalm 62, verse 8. I want you to think about this as you're traveling today. Psalm 62, verse 8. It says that, watch this, trust in the Lord at all times. O people, pour out your heart before him. God is a refuge for us. Now watch what the songwriter just said. The songwriter just told us, he said we got to trust in the Lord. See, the problem is when we're having challenges in life, when life has hit us in the gut and beating us up pretty good, we tend to forget about we got somebody that's with us at all times. We tend to forget about the fact that God has the final say so. We tend to forget about the fact that none of this is catching God by surprise. So what I want to share with you today, brothers and sisters, is you got to trust him even during the times that look like you're by yourself. Trust God. I promise you, if you trust him, according to the song, he says, trust in him at all times. He says, in the good times, in the bad times, and in the times you ain't got a dime to your name, you still need to trust God. God bless you, brothers and sisters. Be safe in your journey.
Java with Pastor John is brought to you by the Bennett family of companies. Build a relationship with a carrier for the long haul. Visit drive4bme.com.
Well, Jimmy, it looks like I'm just going to have to trust in God and eat that donut later, I guess.
Eat that donut later on this Eat an Extra Dessert Day, by the way. You might want to get those desserts in early if you live on the Gulf Coast because, it's hurricane season and you need to be stocked up on good things to eat. You need to make sure you have that water. You need to make sure you have the non-perishables. A lot of stuff you're going to need. Make sure you got that generator in place. And make sure that you're listening if you're out on the road and if you actually own your own company, if you got a lot of trucks rolling out there, if you're the kind of person who's made an investment in areas where natural disasters strike. You really want to hear from Kathy Fulton, the executive director of the American Logistics Aid Network. Of course, that is Alan. You can go to AlanAid, ALANAID.org. You can find them on the Book of Face at AlanAid. You can also find them on LinkedIn at American Logistics Aid Network, and of course on the gram of Insta at AlanAid. And we are thrilled to welcome you back. How you been, Kathy? What's going on?
Hey, good morning. It's good to be with you all. What a day, right?
It has been one heck of a morning over here, and I always say that we run this show, and it often seems like that too, one step ahead of the sheriff. And there are too many people, by the way, whether they're in business or whether they're in government or whether they're on a personal level, who kind of, when it comes to natural disasters, when it comes to any sort of issues out there, really run it by the seat of their pants and one step ahead of the sheriff. You don't do that.
Yeah.
You are not guilty of that, are you?
No, I was getting ready to come on the show this morning. I'm looking at all my favorite weather sites, looking at, what's happening 10, 12 days from now, because that's how, we plan for months, but we've got to think about it in 2-week increments this time of year. What's coming next week or week after.
Yeah, and it's always, it's a matter of what's that thing where a good New Orleanian doesn't know just what's in the Gulf. They know what dust storm has actually come off the coast of Africa and it's making its way across. Right. Just like a Californian knows which direction the Santa Ana winds are blowing in. I mean, all of that stuff is something that you have to kind of pay attention to. And really quickly, before we dig into the stuff that you want to talk about, I want to remind our friends the time to have your meeting with your family and your employees and your employers about what you're going to do when things go down in the wrong direction is right now, isn't it?
Yeah, that's true. I love that you talk about family and your business, right? Businesses do not survive if their employees are not taken care of, and employees don't come to work if their families aren't taken care of. So, as a business owner, you have to be thinking not just about your own family and about your own business, but about the people who are showing up for you every day, the people who are doing the work, putting in the hours, making sure that they have a plan and that their families have a plan. That's such a good point, Jimmy.
Yeah, and I want to really thank you because I got a chance to look over the stuff that you sent us and, of course, really kind of get into this. We alluded to it the last time we spoke, but, of course, it seemed like, speaking of force majeure and acts of God, we had a few issues going. We are free and clear of those issues today. I know that my friends are telling me over here at the headquarters that the signal is going out nice, clear, and clean. Yeah, talk to me a bit about the Signal and Shield Camp initiative, because it really is a great example of partnerships. It's a great example of early planning. It's a great example of doing right by people.
Yeah, thanks so much for asking about that. We had this horrific flooding in Texas just not too long ago, right? And we've all heard and seen how many people lost their lives. Some of those people lost their lives because they didn't get alerts on their phone. They're out camping, they're out in the middle of the woods, they don't have great cell phone signal. Well, the thing that does provide a good signal is a weather radio. And so in partnership with the American Camp Association and the Private Sector Emergency Management Association, and the Private Sector Emergency Management Association, PACEMA, is our lead partner on this. We're trying to put weather radios in every camp in the nation, 12,000 camps out there. And so we're going to be looking for people who can help with the distribution of those, people who can help with the funding of those, people who can just help with, the sweat equity of that. We don't want any other person to ever lose their life just because they could not get an alert about whether that was coming. I personally have a weather radio. I spent 31 years of my life in Florida dealing with hurricanes. I test my weather radio. After the Texas thing, I pulled it out and I thought, man, if only those kids had this.
Yeah, I keep thinking about that. And, we talked about this yesterday. We were doing some training exercises here, and we were also talking to the drivers about this yesterday. The way to kind of conceive of a natural disaster, whether it's a flood or a hurricane or a tornado or anything like that, is it's a trip. It is a journey. Yeah. I mean, it really puts you through a journey, and any journey that doesn't have a pre-trip before it is basically hurtling into disaster. These radios are so important, and I want to kind of, if you feel like you can, kind of put in perspective what the simple thing of having that radio provides people, and what it could have done to actually the smallest of gestures, simply having those radios, what it could have done, not to mitigate the flood. The flood is going to happen. The hurricane is going to happen. But what it could have done to save more lives had this been in place.
Yeah, I mean, what a great analogy with the pre-trip. When you think about the modern technology we have with cell phones and, satellite radio, which is a great blessing to us all. But sometimes you need to have even just the simplest of technology, a battery-powered device, radio that operates on airwaves rather than worrying about, a satellite signal or worrying about, somebody pushing a button to send an alert. And that's what these weather radios are. They will, you just set it and forget it is one of those things. Just make sure it's got the batteries are charged, make sure that it's tuned to the right station, which is a really simple process. And it's going to go off without you even having to do anything. I'll give you an example. I was sitting, at my house not too long ago, not long after these floods, and my weather radio went off. And I thought, man, I'd forgotten that we set it up when we moved into the new house. It was because there was some severe weather in the area. I was able to check it out, make sure that, I was ready to go. We had water, we had everything charged up and ready. In the case of the camps in Texas, if they had those radios, it would have alerted them as soon as the National Weather Service issued the alert, without having to wait on, someone else to intervene. And they could have, looked for higher ground. I can't say it any more plain than that.
No, I mean, and that's kind of, I always think about that wonderful, sad joke about the man who says, he hears the storm is coming on his radio and he says, I'm not worried, I have God, he'll protect me. And then the rain begins to fall and the truck comes by and he says, get in. He says, no, I have God, he'll protect me. Then he has to climb up on his roof and the guy comes by in the boat and he says, get in. He goes, no, God will protect me. And eventually the water rises and he drowns and he gets to heaven and he's angry at God and he said, I prayed to you and you didn't help me. And God goes, I sent you a radio report, a truck and a boat. What more do you want from me, man? And in this way, what you guys are doing here is you are giving people the radio. It's the first part of the step. And that's such an important part of this step. And I want you to talk about your partners. You mentioned, you mentioned PSEMA, but I want to talk about the American Camp Association a little bit too, and kind of give people an understanding about why they're such a necessary partner in this.
Yeah, so the American Camp Association is the group that helps provide training and leadership for all of the various camps across the United States. Now, not every camp belongs to the American Camp Association, but a good chunk of them do. And, when they're out there providing that training, this is just another way for them to train on the safety of protecting kids who are at camp. I'm a mom. I sent my daughter to sleepaway camp when she was younger. I I never thought about it, right? I knew that I trusted the people that I was sending her to camp with, but I never thought, what if there's a weather situation? This is just another way for that camp association, American Camp Association, to help all of those individual camps take care of kids better.
Yeah, and this is really an important thing for a lot of people to remember is that, as you said, look, there's a lot of great, first of all, when you send your kids to these camps, a lot of the people that perished in those camps perished saving children, giving themselves up to make sure the children made it to higher ground. So we're not talking about the character of those people. What we're talking about is those people understanding that weather is become more extreme. Whether, there is no predicting it. A flash floods, they call it a flash flood for a reason. It's there in a flash. Much like a tornado, it just kind of comes up and that you have very little warning. What they're doing, from what I understand and from what you've been saying, but also from some of the reading I've done, is they're making sure that the next time something like this happens, that everybody in those camps understands what the smartest routes, the smartest way, and the smartest kind of, ways to begin. Having radios helps. I mean, those people having radios helps as well, too, because it gives them the upper hand to begin to move people before it looks bad. And that's a big thing, too. I mean, the idea is you're constantly, in case stuff happens, you want to be kind of like, you know what, let's go find the higher ground now. But it's just raining a little bit. Yeah, but I heard the radio report. Let's begin to make that move, right?
Well, I mean, back to your analogy of the pre-trip, every act of preparedness and every planning and every, testing and exercise that you can do ahead of something bad happening, it's a little bit like insurance, right? You hope you never need it, but my goodness, aren't you glad that you had it when you did need it? And that's what we're trying to do. We're just trying to give these camps some, the radio and some training and some information. We hope that they never need it, right? We don't want bad stuff happening, but we know that that's inevitable. With 12,000 camps across the country, we know that at least one of them is going to have some weather event that they're going to have to deal with. If we can get them just, 10% more prepared, that's going to save lives. That's going to help those kids feel better about being there. It's certainly going to help parents feel better about sending their kids away. I can only imagine, just people thinking about that every time they send their kid away now. What is this camp going to do to protect me? This is just one way that parents can have that assurance that, these people are trained, they have the equipment that they need, and they're going to do everything in their power. We're not talking about the character of these people who give up their summers to go and help these kids, right? No, this is all about just giving them one more tool in their toolbox, one more item on their checklist to make sure that they're doing everything possible to protect these campers.
My dad once said about teachers and camp counselors, he said, they don't just care for your kids, they care for you. Because let's face it, there's a lot of parents in the middle of the summer who desperately need a break. Let's be really honest, who just need to get a couple. But think about what teachers and camp counselors do. They're not just caring for the well-being of those children. They literally are, training themselves to a place where people can drop those children off and they can look them in the eye and say, I got it. I got you, kid.
That's right.
I'm going to take care of, which means you get to have a little R&R and not be like, I wonder if the kids are actually jumping off the bunk beds now at camp. I wonder if people are missing ropes that they're supposed to hang on to. I wonder how the watermelon contest is going. All that kind of stuff needs to be kind of, fondly thinking of them and not worried about what happens. Once again, this whole situation has been forged by a bunch of partnerships. We've talked about Midland Radio, but like I said, this is a lot of moving pieces. So kind of working Midland into all this, talk about how you coordinate the separate groups to kind of move in the same direction to kind of accomplish this goal.
Yeah, and we're incredibly proud of the work that Midland Radio has done for a very long time. I think they were like the first radio, weather radio company in the nation. We've worked with them a few times. They are incredibly generous partners to be able to, share these radios at a deep discount so that we can get more of them into people's hands. I will say just personally, we worked with Midland Radio through a couple other partners after the Hawaii fires. and helped to get some radios over to Hawaii, because similar type event where had that warning gone out sooner, people's lives would have been saved, right? So Midland is providing the technology. PACEMA is providing all of the training and expertise. The Camp Association is, helping to coordinate where the radios and the training and expertise need to get to. And Alan and the logistics industry are going to make sure that those radios get there, right? That's the great thing about truckers and the logistics community. We want to help. We all want to be helpful. We all want to be useful. I don't have the expertise to go talk to campers, camp counselors about how to prepare. That's what our friends at PACEMA do. I don't have the expertise to build a radio. No way, right? But I do know people who have trucks and warehouses who can help get that stuff there. That's why it's such an effective partnership, is we're all doing the things that we're best at. So it's just, it feels good to be part of something like that. But at the same time, that it's beyond just the feeling good. It's knowing that this is going to save lives. And that's the really cool thing about it.
By the way, if you guys are just joining us, and we'll have this interview posted later on today, Kathy Fulton is the Executive Director for American Logistics Aid Network, Alan, of course. And as you probably have guessed, Kathy, because you've kind of gone along for the ride, what we've been really doing here is kind of using this specific program, this noble program, as a way of kind of explaining what it is Alan does, because you're the only nonprofit dedicated to coordinating disaster logistics between the private sector and relief organizations. I don't know if anybody's noticed, we have actually used a very specific example of that to kind of explain you guys' role in filling the gap. You act as the conduit. You're the one that brings these people together, correct?
You got it, Jimmy. I mean, the industry after Hurricane Katrina 20 years ago, just last month, said, you know what? We are the experts. We're the ones who are out there moving the stuff that people are selling. Why aren't we the same ones who use that same expertise to move stuff to help people on their worst day? And it's ever since, every disaster that happens, we're out there helping to bring people together, people who are good-hearted and generous and want to do good. We're helping connect them to the people who are making it happen on the ground. I always say, I'm not going to be the person in the shelter handing out the hot meal and the bottle of water. I'm darn sure going to be the person who makes sure it gets there, right? That's the role that our industry can play.
We're out of time, but by the way, like I said, I hope you, here's the great news though. That's, I said, we focused on that because it covers so many things that you guys do. Mm-hmm. They can actually help you audit disaster preparedness plans. They can help you strengthen your relationship with those relief organizations. They can actually help you identify and use those resources that you have to actually save the day faster. And they are actually making adjustments these days, helping people understand what reduced federal support looks like, and maybe some of that burden being assumed by the states and working with partners there as well, too. Anything else before we get out of here, Kathy? I'll give you the final word.
You know what? Just a thank you to all of your listeners, because we know that without you, there would be no support for disaster survivors. So check us out. Let us know how we can partner with all of you. So that's it. Thanks.
Thank you, Kathy Fulton. By the way, AlanAid.org, and you can find them on the Book of Face, the LinkedIn, the Gram of Insta, and all places where you get your information. Alan Aid, American Logistics Aid Network. Thank you, Kathy. We'll talk to you soon, hopefully under good conditions again.
All right. Thanks, sir.
All right. Madison, hit that music, because Dean Croak is coming. Look busy. Talking about the freight and the rates. And in talking about that, help you get those wheels not just turning, but earning. Dean Croak, that guy is on his way. We'll be right back with more Road Gang Radio. Go to truckdown.com. 50 states, 8 provinces. Been doing it since 1997. I'm telling you, man, this is the greatest show in the known universe.
exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
The Joshua Chamberlain Society is unlike any other veterans organization. It's truly a family, and I know that firsthand from working with them myself. Their mission is to make wounded veterans and families of deceased veterans feel the support and appreciation of their community for life. Our veterans' injuries are permanent, and so is the JCS support. From monetary assistance like paying utility bills or college funds to helping our heroes find purpose, JCS is a family that surrounds and supports the heroes who have sacrificed so much. Learn more and make your donation at chamberlainsociety.org. That's chamberlainsociety.org.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jazrawi.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
Welcome back to Road Gang Radio. Join Jimmy Mack and Lindsay Lawler's Gang of the Airwaves by subscribing to RadioNemo on YouTube.
We celebrate all kinds.
Make it official. After all, if you're listening, you're already in the gang. The Road Gang.
Hey, you want to know who's actually been in the gang? One of the founding members of the reconstituted Road Gang? Of course, it is DAT, that guy, owner of the Grumpy Pete Peterbilt. He's got 2.5 million miles and growing. Actually, much more than that now, I'm guessing, and growing. Some of it he has actually gained in that Grumpy Pete Peterbilt. It is our friend, chief analyst for DAT. Dean Croak is alive and well and on the scene. Hey, man, good morning.
Good morning. Yes, I put a few more miles on the truck up to Quebec and back over the weekend to the truck races. Still recovering. Still got a hoarse voice and a little bit of pollution in my eyes from all the races, but survived nonetheless.
I wanted to tell you really quickly. We just did the anniversary of Katrina, and I posted a little bit about this. There is a remarkable story I've been dying to share with you, and then we'll kind of dig into cardboard. By the way, this is the most fascinating conversation you will ever hear about cardboard, guys. I'm not kidding. It will change your life and how you look at the economy. There was a woman named Linda, formerly Linda Morrison. She was married to a man named Tony Morrison, who he finished third in the mayor's race. Dean, if he had gotten 1,000 more votes, he would have made the runoff and he would have become mayor of New Orleans. That's how close he came. And the second part of his life was kind of tragic. He had a drinking problem and he smoked too much and his life kind of unraveled. Linda left him. She loved him, but she left him. And his friends began to fall away. He was never a mean drunk, just kind of a gentle soul, but he couldn't handle his liquor. And worse than that, he was smoking 2.5 packs of cigarettes a day. A handsome, erudite man with a booming voice, and he could captivate an audience, but he had deteriorated. So Linda and her new husband, Gene, went to go visit him in the hospital, and he was all by himself, and he was dying there, and his kids wouldn't come see him, and his other wife had pretty much left him, served him with divorce papers, and he was dying there. And Linda and her new husband, Gene, actually made the decision to bring him back to their house in, the Lakeview neighborhood in New Orleans. They put him up there. And because of that, all of his friends got to come and visit. It wasn't sad. They kept him happy. He was able to give his daughter away at her wedding, which they had at the house. All kinds of great stuff. And he passed at the house. At his ex-wife and her new husband's home, he passed away. Katrina happens, and they are completely caught off guard. And their house floods in the same way my parents' house floods, the same neighborhood. They get 13 feet of water in 30 minutes. And they had stayed, and the water rose like crazy, and they would have drowned in the house The punchline is unbelievable. Do you know what saved them, Madison? The bed. They had a hospital bed in there, so the mattress was one of those hospital mattresses. They kept the bed there, and they floated to safety on his bed.
Oh, goodness me.
And what she said was, she said, I can't believe that Gene's act, because it was Gene that did it, because, the other thing is the fact that, Gene did that, because he's the one that had to tell Linda it was okay that this man, her ex-husband, could die with dignity in their house. And he said, Tony saved their lives. Tony saved their lives. Really quickly, because I got a whole half hour, so I got to cram in.
I've just been watching the new documentary, the National Geographic Katrina documentary, and man, it's hard to watch. I was too little to really understand what was happening. My family evacuated, but I'll never forget coming home after the hurricane was said and done. And my stepdad, who used to come to New Orleans every weekend, stopped coming because he's the city has never been the same since.
Yeah.
So.
I'll tell you what, and this is one I didn't tell on social media, Dean. My cousin, Sean, is an EMT, and we got a chance. We were in the city 3 days later, and we were in boats with the Cajun Navy. Sean got to the top of the roof, and a woman had tried to get through a roof, had cut her way through the roof, and she punctured her lung, and she was bleeding out.
Oh.
And he got up on the roof, and he held her hand, and they realized they couldn't do anything for her. She was going to die out. And her daughter was saying, I'm so sorry. And Sean, who was holding back tears, said, I'm so sorry. And what she told him before she died, she said, it is okay, baby. She said, it is so good to know that I am leaving this world in the hands of a man who is doing the work of the Lord. And it was rough.
That's amazing.
It was rough times. And, as I said, though, on the post I made on Friday, on the 29th, guess what was still here? And you've been here, the city of New Orleans. Somehow we get through and somehow we survive. And I kept thinking about all of that, too, in regards to there's a lot of uncertainties in the market right now. There's a lot of people are getting hit by some really hard times out there in the trucking industry. Some people, as you pointed out, too, there are people who are doing well. But there are people getting hit. But you know what? You've always said it. The American economy and the American consumer, there are a bunch of resilient SOBs, aren't they?
Yeah, and it's I'm out here in the Midwest. I'm heading to the Big Iron Classic in Casson, Minnesota. But driving from Chicago to Minneapolis yesterday, it's harvest season. So, there's nothing but corn all the way. So, it hasn't been harvested yet. But what struck me as I was driving, and this gets back to the axis of upheaval meeting in China this week with China, India, Russia, and all of the other countries. China hasn't purchased any soybeans this year. This is a really big deal. And that spells disaster for a lot of Midwest farmers. And so, there's so much upheaval going on around the world. There's so much uncertainty going on. These are really perilous times that we're in. There's so much going on, but against that, we've faced these times before. Somehow we find a way to get through it. And I'm always struck by, I've only been here in this country 25 years. I'm always reminded by how resilient the U.S. economy is and how resilient the U.S. consumer is. So I never count them out. We always find a way to get through it, but there's a lot of ups and downs. But I'm not sure we've faced an uncertain time like we're facing right now. We're literally in uncharted territory right now. We've never seen anything quite like this before. Normally, we've had some precedent to draw from in past upheavals with, geopolitical risk. We're seeing unprecedented levels of tariffs, geopolitical risk, change in the world order, potential impact on global currencies that we haven't seen before. There's some things going on that could really change things. And it just, for truckers out there, it just means a lot of uncertainty. G-Mac, we don't, I spoke at a group of 600 truckers yesterday at the Cotting and Butler conference in Chicago. And I was really honest with them. I said, we don't know where this market's going. Anybody that tells you they know where the freight market's going is not being honest with you, because we don't know. Your shippers that pay you freight and give you loads, they don't know. Just look at the jobs numbers. Hiring numbers are decreasing. They're not hiring people. It's taking people that are looking for jobs longer to find jobs. Because companies are doing exactly what you and I talked about 4 months ago. They're using their worst case scenario because they don't know how bad things could get. I mean, they hope things will get better, but when you run a business where there's uncertainty, you've got to plan for the worst case scenario, and that's how it's playing out right now. So whilst we expect the best, a lot of companies are planning for the worst, and if you look at the freight market, it's stuck. We're stuck in this place right now where it's not going anywhere. It's not going up and it's not going down, and we're kind of just grinding it out and surviving the best we can. And that's what we're really good at. You know, we are good at surviving. And I guess that's where we sort of started this segment is, you know, we're particularly good at grinding it out, but it wears you down after a while. And that's kind of where you get to go to truck shows this weekend and people get together and commiserate, but they also get to celebrate the fact that they've been able to survive for so long and get through all of these hard times.
I'll tell you this too, and as if to make matters worse, because we're at the point now where the uncertainty has become the norm and not the exception. What is interesting is everything that we have kind of braced for, thought was coming, know is coming, is in place right now. All of it could evaporate in the blink of the eye if the Roberts Court says, you know what, we agree with the lower court. Because we have a situation where the lower court of appeals, the federal court of appeals, in a 7-4 ruling, ruled that most of what Trump has imposed, President Trump has imposed tariff-wise, is beyond the scope of his powers. They're saying that he can't cite wartime powers, emergency powers on tariffs, that he has to get approval from Congress. He may get it, by the way. They may be locked and loaded and ready to roll on that. But if they toss it, that's the ball game, and we're back to where we were. That may see some loosening up, but that means he's going to come back and try to figure out some other way to do it within the, he'll have some lawyers. He'll sit down and say, okay, here's how we can make this work. I mean, so the uncertainty may amp up in a couple of weeks.
Which continues. It just makes more uncertainty last longer, which extends the freight recovery longer. You know, we're talking about a freight recovery well into 2026. And we saw some data points that came out in August that suggest there's a negative freight inversion that happened in 2019, that happened in 2024, that happened in 2016. So when we looked at the last 4 freight recessions, there's what we call a negative freight inversion in a data point that comes from the Logistics Managers Index. We just saw the 2 data points cross over. It's where capacity increases and prices drop. We just saw that happen for the first time in a year last month. Now, it's only 1 data point for 1 month, but if it happens next month and the month after, that's a sure sign that we're headed back into another deep freight recession. So I'm not ringing the alarm bells, but the warning signs are flashing. And we need some certainty. You know, we need a lot of things to happen. We need certainty in trade policy, and we need things like the Fed to drop interest rates a little bit to give us a little bit of breathing space. But I think overall we need demand to solidify, and to do that we need certainty in the trade policy, because that's what gives our shippers that make freight that goes on the back of our trucks the confidence to build and invest and hire and put another production line on and generate more activity for us. That's what really drives us. Capacity leaving the industry is not going to move the needle. Focusing on, marginal things like drivers that can't speak English, that's not going to move the needle. We're focusing on the wrong things. The only way this market will change is through demand. That's what drives this market. It's never changed through a change in supply. It'll change through demand. And that's what we're lacking right now. And that's why it's going sideways and it's stuck, because the people that drive the demand for our services, they're stuck. They don't know what to do right now. And we've not seen this. We've been stuck in this position, I'm going to say, for probably 6 or 7 months now. And it's kind of getting deeper and deeper. And the more you get into this malaise that we're in, the longer it's going to take for people to come out of it, because they're really, really uncertain about where things are going to go. They kind of lost trust in the process Because what you lose sight of with all of the news and the buzz is we've got a tightly integrated global supply chain, and you can't break that overnight and just suddenly change things and expect it to all work seamlessly. It just doesn't work like that.
Yeah, and it is. I'll tell you. Here's the nightmare scenario. Okay, I'm giving people the nightmare scenario because there are a couple of stabilizing scenarios as well too. The first one is that the Supreme Court kicks the can, and what I mean by that is that the ruling is a 5-4 milquetoast ruling where there is room to maneuver, where they say take another run at it, see if you can work this out, or they kick it back down to the court. If the court comes out and says they're illegal, any form of them is illegal, we're done here, that actually has certainty to it. If the court comes out and says they're fine, the president is well within the scope of his powers to do such a thing, you may not agree with either one of those places, but that's certainty. It's like, okay, the issue is resolved, let's move forward now. The next part of the nightmare scenario, and I'd love to get your take. There's a number of the people who actually listen to this show, some of whom are friends of mine, one of whom is a cigar smoker. They actually have what I call consistent routes. We talk about the idea all the time. You've brought this up. Not the people who are constantly chasing freight, but the people who have really secure routes. I'm talking about the people who actually, grind it out, make their living, have a steady sense of every day of a variation of the same thing. When those jobs start disappearing, those pockets you talk about where people are doing well, if those start disappearing, if those start scaling back, if the perimeters and the guardrails of those begin to shrink, that's the canary in the coal mine. Continued uncertainty followed by, what's the phrase, recession proof. There are certain gigs that are recession proof. And when recession-proof jobs begin to cut back, that's what people have to look for. That's when the trouble really starts. So we'll keep our fingers crossed that is not the outcome. That court ruling is going to play a lot of it. All right. By the way, this is not the prophet Jeremiah or the prophet Ezekiel talking to you. We are not the gloom and doom kids. Dean Croak joins us. We are going to talk a little bit about corrugated cardboard here because it's really fascinating. Can you kind of unpack that for our listeners?
Yeah, it's a great story. We talk about jigsaw puzzles a lot and the pieces. One of the pieces of the freight market jigsaw puzzle is cardboard. It's a data point that tells you about what's happening in freight because cardboard's used for packaging things that we put in the back of our trailers, everything from donuts to dishwashers. And nearly half of surveyed box producers report worsening demand for the 3 months at the start of the year compared to the last 3 months. So it's a potential warning sign for retail demand and potentially a broadening economic slowdown. So there's been a continued decline in corrugated cardboard sales used for shipping consumer goods. And nearly half of the box producers say there's worsening demand. There's cost pressures. Container box prices have risen by about $70 per tonne in early 2025 due to tariffs. Look at some of the volume numbers. In the first quarter of this year, there was about a 2.1% year-over-year decline in corrugated cardboard containerboard shipments. And through Q2, there was some recovery. International Paper, the really big company, reported a 5% drop in US box shipments. Westrock, 4.5% slide. So when you look at data points like this, market analysts look at things like cardboard and use it as a bellwether for the economy. And it turns out it's a really telling economic indicator, and persistent softness in sectors like this foretell a broader economic slowdown. But again, one data point on its own isn't the be all and end all. But again, it's just another data point that tells us that things aren't going the way that we would expect them to. And whether you look at farm machinery sales, we touched on soybean sales. If you think about if China doesn't order soybeans, we don't get commodity prices up. Farmers don't buy farm machinery. Don't put orders in for new equipment. RGN, over-dimensional haulers, won't be hauling as many broadacre farm tractors this year out of Baltimore. So there's a ripple effect through the entire economy from some of these data points. If we don't get a drop in interest rates, builders won't build as many single-family homes. Flatbedders won't be moving as much, roofing shingles, and dry vans won't be hauling as much drywall or carpet or light fittings, things like that. So all of these data points fit together, but when you look at them in the broader context, none of them are moving in a positive direction. They're all flat to sideways and maybe down. And that just, when you put all these data points together, Jimmy Mac, they just tell us that the market is flat, it's stuck, it's moving sideways, and there's just not a lot of good news. Now, I will say there was one data point that came out this week, and it's the Institute of Supply Management Purchasing Managers Index, the ISM PMI. It came out. Now, the headline number was up about 1%, which is great news, but the headline number kind of hides the other data points that are more instructive. The sub-index of the manufacturing PMI, now remember, for those listening, the ISM PMI correlates really tightly to truckload rates. Now, the sub-indice, the new orders index, which are new orders for future freight, broadly speaking, it grew by about 4.3 percentage points, but it grew for the first time after dropping for 6 months. So that's really good news. That tells us that there is some hope that maybe manufacturers are seeing some, positivity down the road. So again, there's a lot of mixed signals in the economy right now. So that's why I'm not writing off the US economy right now, but there's a lot of mixed signals out there, and we've got to be very careful with how we see things. And it just reinforces, if you're listening to any of us or other people out there talking about the economy, always weigh it on your own scales, put it in the context of your own business. But remember, one data point doesn't make a market direction, but over time we start to build a picture. And right now, I think the best thing that we can say is that it's still moving sideways, but it really is stuck. I think we'll know. Jimmy Mack, you made a great point about the federal, the Supreme Court ruling. I think that'll be a really pivotal moment. We've got to see how this trade policy plays out. Once we know what the Fed interest rate change position looks like with the next meeting, I think we'll have a better indication. But I think we won't see much change in freight rates this side of the second quarter of next year, the way things are panning out.
The other thing is the fact that, we talk about the idea of things being flat. Along with cardboard, I would love if you could tell people some other indicators like that. I think about wooden flats as well. The amount of orders for flats always is kind of a little bellwether of what's going on in the economy. I've always said on a real micro level, you can always look at how the food trucks outside of economic hubs are doing. The food trucks you see in front of like businesses and loading docks and all that. How well are they performing? There are these little tiny things in the economy that if you just pay attention, you can get a real sense. I don't know if you know this, but Joe Kennedy, the actual father of the Klan, John F. Kennedy's father, the reason he got out of the stock market in 1929 was that the guy who shined his shoes asked him for a stock tip. And he said there are too many people in the market. He literally told people that. He gave him a good tip. He said, you need to go invest in this right now, cash out immediately. And he said, well, when should I cash out? What does that mean? He goes, you'll see me on the floor. When you see me on the floor, cash out and don't invest it in again. It's done. And they're just little things. And he said when he realized that a shoe shine guy was actually in the market, he said guys like that shouldn't be in the market. That's not what the market's for. Yeah. And it's looking for little tiny blips of things out there that kind of give you an indication of where things are headed. Okay, by the way, thank you so much. Normally Dean joins us for the first full hour. We had to bring the folks from Allen along to talk about hurricane preparedness and flash flood preparedness and this great program they have. Great program where they are actually giving people weather radios. They are issuing weather radios, and they're training camp counselors and people who run camps all over America how to use them effectively and bringing them to rural areas. The hurricane season, the natural disaster season in the Gulf South could have a very, I hate to say it, positive impact on both the macro and micro level, but it only happens if you're prepared. This is one of those places where you have to kind of double down on your pre-trip, not just make sure that you're crossing your T's and dotting your I's, but making sure that you have all the necessary things so when the call goes out to help areas in distress, you are ready to roll either with your small fleet or in your individual truck, right?
Absolutely. Yeah. I hear a lot of people talking about pre-tripping. I don't know. I'm always doing it. I'm kind of one of those guys that's always prepared. I don't know. It must be my father has kind of drilled it into me. I'm always looking. I say to people, I kind of never do a pre and post trip check because I'm always doing it. It's like a survival instinct. I don't know how to explain it any other way.
No,
I'm always doing it.
Dean, I get it, because last night, and Madison looked at me when we said pre-trip. She's like, "Are we talking about this again?" I kid you not. Last night, my mom, I'm taking care of them. You've gotten a chance to meet them. They're both very vibrant. But my mom looked at me and she's like, "You're already packing for tomorrow, aren't you?" I'm like, here's the thing, Dean. I didn't realize I was doing it. I mean, I was just getting everything ready for the show tomorrow, I did all the notes, I put all this together, I went through your notes, all that stuff, and I was just putting everything back in my bag and just putting it by the door. Didn't even think about it. I mean, all this stuff has to be reflexive. Okay, we have enough time, and Madison, I'm going to ask for a little boon here. I'm going to go a little bit long, but we have enough time. Speaking about reflexive, the generosity of truckers, even through this economic crunch we're talking about, you've gotten a chance to see them give back. It's extraordinary what our friends out there are doing, isn't it?
Yeah, it's the season, truck show season's sort of winding up because we get into the colder months. But certainly here in the northeast or the northern tier of the country, I'm out here in Casson to the Big Iron Classic. I was last year in 2007. It's a great show that Jim and Brenda Finn started way back in 2000. So this is, we're talking about 25 years, I guess, that it started out with. They sent out an invitation like 30 or 40 people, 100 trucks turned up, and really it was just about giving back and supporting Toys for Tots, which of course has become a really big thing. I think Toys for Tots has, since it started back in 1947, has given out something like 708 million toys to 314 million children. But one of the big things that happens throughout, from now until Christmas is events that are held, and nearly every truck show that I go to is raising funds, money, whether it's the Big Apple event that's raising money for a young guy called Cam who's got brain cancer, or just collecting funds or donating toys for children at Christmas. The truckers' generosity is overwhelming, but what most people don't see, Jimmy Mack, is the time it takes to A, go to the show, but B, prepare your truck to put it in the condition to take it to the show. And on top of that, work a 60, 70-hour week. If you haven't done that, it's hard to describe how hard that is to do. The skinned knuckles, all the cursing that goes on, the late nights, the sleep deprivation, the frustration. It's not easy to turn up to a truck show with a pristine vehicle and put on a smile. It takes a lot of work to do that after a really busy week. And some of those weeks are really frustrating and tiring. So I'm just full of admiration for truckers that do this week in, week out. And this is the time that they really show their best stuff. And they, with Special Olympics, there's Wishes on Wheels, there's Touch a Truck events, there's Make-A-Wish events, all sorts of great things happening between now and the end of the year.
By the way, a quick reminder, our friends who actually have a show after us today, Trucking with OIDA, actually got a chance to talk to the Chrome Shop Mafia and talk about the Guilt by Association truck show. There is a lengthy discussion of that in Trucking with OIDA, which is available everywhere you get your podcast now. So that episode is out. Talk to those folks and really dug deep into, what that money goes to, how it helps out, and all that stuff. And by the way, Dean, always keep me in the loop. As you know, having met my maniac brother, my youngest brother, he's got a special place in his heart for anything that involves raising money for autism awareness. So if you find out anything about that, please point it our way. We will be there to help, as we always try to do.
Yeah, we'll do. Great. I'll actually do that. There's a couple of shows coming up there. We've got some autism awareness focus. I'll do that for sure.
I'm going to see if we can actually drop you in on something else later on in the week or get you here sooner rather than later. Like I said, I really appreciate that. Kathy Fulton asked for a special dispensation to come in and talk about that program, hopefully to prevent anything that happened in the Texas region from ever happening again by getting people those weather radios. It makes such a big difference. And Dean, we always appreciate you. A founding member. By the way, the table is finished in the back. The studio is almost done. We only have to hang
Wonderful.
pictures. I will send you the picture picture of that. This is the coolest thing, Dean. You'll love this. We got 12 floating shelves, and we put records in each one of them. If you check out my video that is on RadioNemo on Facebook, you will see me actually take it through. And Dre has actually got the Christmas albums already when the season rolls around to replace those floating shelf albums with Christmas trucking albums. Thank you, Dean. Really appreciate it, man.
Thank you.
All right. Oh, by the way, stick around. Hear this new music we got, by the way. Madison, hit that music for Dean so we can hear this groovy music Claire has come up with. It's really kind of fantastic stuff. We're really thrilled to have it. Yeah. Dean Croak, by the way, he is the chief analyst over at DAT. He's that guy. And, man, if you got the rates and the freight, you can get those wheels turning and start earning. Big thanks to Dean. We'll be right back with Canada Calling.
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASC certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
Pro drivers, say hello to your perfect fuel stop. Racetrack. Perfect as in hello, everything you need on the go. Oh, hi there, dedicated truck lanes. What's up, hot and delicious grab-and-go food? And hello, cat scales, clean restrooms, and large, easy-to-maneuver lots. Racetrack has what you want so you can get in, get out, and get back on the road, turning miles into money. Next time you need to stop, say hello to the fuel stop built for pro drivers. Racetrack, whatever gets you going.
You know Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires, so hold on to that fifth wheel, because when you buy 4 Salem S624 EFTs, the perfect line haul trailer tire, mounted at Sapp Brothers, your price is an amazing $199.99, originally priced at $299.99, and prices are good through June 30, 2025 while supplies last. Save on 4 or more at Sapp Brothers, and nobody's going to beat that price. Salem Tires, advanced compound technology for maximum mileage and rolling resistance without compromise. When you think tires, think Sapp Brothers.
Just one more hour until reinforcements, aka me, arrive to save the day. But until then, keep your eyes on the highway and keep on trucking with Jimmy Mack on Road Gang Radio, y'all.
Aren't we so excited for Miss Lindsay?
I got to tell you, roll out the red carpet. Lawler's coming. This is the one show every 2 weeks. Every 2 weeks, this show actually, it's unbearable not having Lindsay here, but this is the one show where I somehow managed to get through it. I get that guy. I get Washington Trucking Week with regular recurring guest star Colin Long, and I get our two friends from OBAC right now, Joanne Ritchie and Jim Park. JR and JP are lean and mean, and they're on the scene just like Dean with another edition of the second longest running segment in RadioNemo.com's history, Canada Calling, right into the arms of America, the best neighbor any country in the world has. I got to tell you, ask South Korea if they'd like to have Canada for a neighbor. Go on, ask them. I got to tell you, ask Taiwan if they'd like to have Canada for a neighbor. They'd love it. Ask Ukraine if it'd like to have Canada right now as a big land mass right next to them. They would say yes. The best neighbors in the world are here. Jim and Joanne, good morning to you both.
Hey, good morning, y'all.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning to you. Park's got the little American y'all in there.
I really
sure.
I really appreciate that, too, especially down here in the South at the Degas House.
Oh,
hey,
yeah.
Hey, Joanne, I got one for you. Not a joke, but I got a day for you. Today is Eat an Extra Dessert Day. It's Eat an Extra Dessert Day, which Americans call breakfast. I just want to kind of point that out. Just point that out really quickly. Because, what is it? Americans begin the morning with a big piece of sweet, and they end the evening with a big piece of sweet. And in between, they cram a lot of other sweets in there in regards to their coffee. We got lots to talk about this morning, so we will launch with Jimbo. He's got a story, interesting editorial on traffic congestion in Toronto. Do you not, Jim?
Yeah, I do. This one, this is kind of amusing, and it just sort of gives you some insight into, how the politics of congestion play out in what matters to what different groups of the equation. Everybody's, of course, suffering with congestion. You can't move anywhere in this southern Ontario anymore, it seems. Even small towns like mine, St. Catharines, are jammed. It's just too many cars, not enough roads. How are we going to fix this? Everybody's moaning and groaning about it. So we look to our politicians and our municipal and provincial leadership to solve this problem for us. We're not getting very good answers, which is disturbing.
Shocked.
Shocking. Yeah. The best our Premier, Doug Ford, seems to be able to manage, and this is all from a column, by the way, on National Post. They have a driving section. These notes were all written out by a woman named Lorraine Summerfield. She's a contributor to this column and has done for years. Pretty insightful. She points to Doug Ford, our Premier, who wants to simultaneously build a tunnel under Highway 401. We've joked about that here on the program before. That's a $19 billion project. They've got some estimates on the table, so somebody's actually working on this. Whether it ever comes to pass or not remains to be seen, but that doesn't seem like a very likely option. He wants to tear up all the bike lanes around the city in order to free up more, lane real estate for cars and trucks, which has got the cyclists and the pedestrians and the green folk pretty wound up. So that's probably not going to go anywhere. Probably won't have that much of an impact at the end of the day anyway. There's no talk, interestingly, about removing car parking from major arteries, which is a significant barrier to traffic. So you got to wonder the thinking there. Take the bike lanes away, but leave the car parking on the major streets. The other one that is interesting is the battle over the toll roads. We have a toll road here. It runs north of the city. We call it the 407 ETR. It's basically a ghost land. You can swing a cat in the middle of that highway. And meanwhile, 20 or so kilometers south of that, where the 401, Highway 401, is gridlocked, is bumper to bumper, all the way across the city almost all day long. And that's how resistant people are to paying the toll. So they'll sit in traffic for hours rather than pay the $30 or $40 it is to cross the toll road across the top of the city. Now, it's crazy expensive, but last summer, or earlier this summer, I should say, the Premier decided to remove the tolls on one section of that highway, proving the point within about, I think it said 10 weeks, that section of the highway, now free of tolls, was no longer free of cars. And it too was gridlocked, just like the 401. So if you open up a road and don't charge people to drive on it, guess what happens? Everybody and their brother drives on it. So Premier Ford's solution to that is to build more lanes. So there's more, road real estate for cars to use, which is silly. And this new highway he's proposing above the city, even north of the 407, has folks pretty wound up for a lot of good reasons, I think. But what's going to happen there, according to Summerfield, is people will drive on that highway, and it too will become gridlocked in a matter of time. So the solution is not necessarily building more roads, because if you build more roads, more people will drive on them. It's coming up with more creative ways of moving people around and reducing the amount of traffic that's on the road. And Ford has one more brilliant idea that's bound to go over well with everybody. And he's basically demanding that all the provincial government workers, all the provincial civil service, I think it's the end of this year, has to report back for, work in the office. Ever since the pandemic, most of them have been working from home. So now we're going to have that congestion to contend with when all the provincial employees suddenly now have to start commuting back and forth to work. So No solutions here, just some wry observations. But it looks like we're not going to get the answers we're hoping for from our leaders, unfortunately.
Yeah, and
By the
way, Jim, I want to point out to people that you just made a really good insight is the fact that adding lanes does never solves the problems. It can sometimes look, if you have construction and that's slowing down traffic, when the lanes are restored or repaired, that can often free stuff up. But adding lanes just puts more cars out there. It was Robert Moses in New York who knew exactly what he was doing. He wanted in one of the, and still one of the most controversial things of all time, he basically wanted to kind of drain Brooklyn and the Bronx and fill up Queens. And so, he built those highways out there and just simply said, just add lanes. And rather than actually cutting down on congestion, it created more congestion because it created the illusion it would be faster to get out there. At the end of the day, you hit the nail on the head. It's about figuring out ways to discourage people from driving. And there's a lot of people who talk about my freedom, whether it's in Canada or Mexico or the United States. But, I know a lot of truckers who believe in freedom who would like a whole lot less commuters on the road, figuring out some way to kind of get there. And that's why people get so angry when you have these projects where they're building like a park walk. You're like, I don't mind if you build like light rail. That gets people off my road. But money should go there. The programs really. And from what this editorial kind of alludes to is that the money should be really spent on discouraging people from driving. I know that sounds crazy and counterproductive. I don't mean like being punitive, but giving them alternatives to get to work and to get where they have to go and not putting people back to work when they can work from home just as easily, right?
Well, that's the key, is giving them the alternative way of moving around. And the public transit in Ontario is not good. Generally, and around the Toronto area, particularly, it's ground surface transport. It's buses for the most part. There are subways and what have you, but limited routes and limited places you can go on the subways. So it's not a good alternative for most people. Folks who live outside of the downtown core still have to take some form of transit to get to downtown. And the GO trains, as we call them, the commuter trains are packed. They're running at capacity, and nobody's got any money to put more trains out or build, more lines because we've got basically no real estate to put the additional tracks on. So it's a puzzlement, as they say.
A puzzlement.
I'm not even sure if it's a puzzlement, Jim. I just think it's a matter of what can we do to actually not have to spend money or to spend money in ways that are going to make selfish people feel really happy about the choices they make. And I hate to put it that way, but that's just kind of the reality of it is the fact that, there's a wonderful book I read many years ago called Who Will Tell the People that was just kind of a giant outcry for like honesty about, Mike Bloomberg's tremendous speech after that hurricane hit New York many years ago where he said, this is what you pay public services for, and this is why you're not drowning right now. And to kind of explain that to people, you are, if you don't pay for it one way, you pay for it another. And that's where it kind of feels like that nobody wants to say the real thing is, which is a bond issue or a sales tax issue or some sort of issue where it's like you're going to have to pay to make the corrections here. And nobody wants to say that. And that's just kind of the reality of it. Bruce Almighty says, good morning to you guys. He says the week has started. He's going to Albuquerque, New Mexico. Our good friend Trucker Boaston says, anything for autism, I'm in. Both of my daughter's kids are autistic, and he would support any fundraising effort for that. Jody Vale tells you guys good morning from Pensacola, Florida. And Forot, who, by the way, is well over 650 audio books already listened to, says good morning as well. I'm talking with Joanne Ritchie and Jim Park. We pivot now to Joanne with the passing of a genuine bona fide legend. Joanne, what's the news?
Yeah, Canada has lost one of its sports icons since we last spoke. It's someone who many Americans will know as well, though, especially if they're horse racing fans. The legendary New Brunswick jockey Ron Turcotte has died at his home near Grand Falls, New Brunswick. He was 84 years old. Turcotte won over 3,000 races before his brilliant career was cut short in 1978 by a riding accident. at Belmont Park that left him paraplegic. But it was his time with the celebrated racehorse Secretariat that made Turcotte a household name. Back in 1973 was that glory year. Secretariat was a coppery 3-year-old colt nicknamed Big Red. And in the Kentucky Derby that year, he became the first horse to break the 2-minute barrier. And by the way, no horse has ever done that since. And that's since the Kentucky Derby was inaugurated in, I think it was 1875. Anyway, Secretariat went on to win the Preakness, set another record. And then they topped that all off at the Belmont Stakes, where he set a world record that blew away the competition when he won by an amazing 31 lengths. It was a margin so large that all the other horses can barely be seen if you see TV footage.
He looks
from
back.
that time.
He looks back. He I don't know if you know this. He looks back because, and I don't know if Madison knows the story about the Triple Crown with Secretariat. They did the autopsy when Secretariat passed at well over 25 years of age. They did the autopsy and found out that Secretariat's heart was 2.5 times the size of a normal horse's.
That's right.
It just moves you.
A normal,
yeah.
sort of an average thoroughbred's heart weighs 8.5 pounds, but the Secretariat's heart was estimated to weigh about 22 pounds. And it's this extraordinary size that's believed to have contributed to his remarkable stamina and his performance on the racetrack. But 52 years later, Secretariat still holds records in all 3 legs of the Triple Crown. And that's pretty amazing. And the Triple Crown's only been won, by the way, 3 times since in over 100 years, since 1919. So Secretariat's that brilliant 31 length win at Belmont Stakes is often regarded as the greatest race ever run by a thoroughbred. And of course, it was Ron Turcotte, the remarkable jockey who rode Secretariat into the history books, and it made him. What made him stand out as a jockey was his incredible connection with his horses. He was very intuitive to what a horse wanted, and he let the horse run the race. He didn't interfere. He's got many accolades as a jockey, including this beautiful bronze statue in Grand Falls, New Brunswick. If you ever get down that way, it captures that moment when he and Secretariat crossed the finish line at Belmont Stakes, and it's in the middle of the street, actually. So it looks like the cars are racing by it. It's kind of pretty neat.
Yeah.
So Turcotte won all kinds of riding titles in both Canada and the U.S. He was inducted into 6 different halls of fame, and he also received the Order of Canada. That's one of our country's highest orders. And the horses he rode amassed earnings of more than $28 million, and that was in the 1970s. So that's pretty amazing too. And although he was proud of all those Hall of Fame rings, he's remembered by his family and friends as a very kind and humble person. Also very courageous and resilient, with that career cut short. And he was a strong advocate for the disabled. And until very recently, he traveled tracks across North America raising funds and awareness on behalf of an organization called the Permanently Disabled Jockeys Fund. So again, and that's one of those great Canadian stories with a very strong American connection.
Yeah, I mean, what is it? The boy from Canada on a horse from Kentucky, and a legend is made. It's such a cool thing. I'm telling this to Madison. He looks back, Madison. It's a famous picture. He looks back, and you can barely see the other horses making the turn. And he looked back. He was convinced.
He apparently is looking at the clock. That's what he said, not at the other horses. He didn't. When he was on the racetrack, he said he was racing against the clock. He wasn't racing against the other horses. But it's a very iconic moment. And actually, some jockeys now look back just as a sort of a thing, it's a thing, but it was pretty amazing. So
Yeah, it's a crazy sequence that gets him there too, because he talks about it and he said things got really quiet, and for one moment he actually got frightened that something terrible had happened behind him, that he thought there'd been a spill up. And then he realizes, oh no, something has happened, and it's Secretariat and me. That's what's happening. And then you're right. He looks back to check the clock, because at that point he's like, what is my time? And people forget the horse that finished second, which many people don't know its name except because of the movie, was one of the greatest horses of all time that just happened to run into Secretariat. I mean, it's crazy.
Yeah, it was pretty cool that he, the way he approached the whole business of riding the horse.
He loved
him.
So, he loved him.
Anyway, pretty cool guy, but very, very humble and very committed to the work he did with his disabled community after as a very young man, his career was ended.
It's also proof, too, by the way, his life is proof that being paraplegic, being in the chair, if in fact there are people that love you and if you're taken care of, you can live a very long life, that it is not a condemnation of an early death, if in fact, and that's one of the things that he really spoke for, to make sure that the people who were confined to those chairs had rich, vibrant outdoor lives, and the ability to actually go places, the going and the doing. He was a real big believer, kept him alive for so long. He should never have lived that long, except a lot of people loved him, and it's a great reminder. Sorry, I love that story. We got to get over to Jim now, because he's got an explainer on jackknife crashes. We go from the sublime to the concerning. Jim, take us through a little bit of this.
This story was something I did for Truck News a couple of weeks ago. They've got a couple of stories now on a sort of a safety-related theme. Talked about rollovers, how to avoid rollovers last time we were together here on Canada Calling. So this time it's jackknifing, and you still see a lot of jackknife crashes on the highways everywhere you go. And I've had people tell me, well, how can a truck jackknife when you get all these anti-lock brakes and all these stability controls and collision mitigation systems on them? Like, how is this even possible anymore? So I dug back into my bag of tricks here and did a bunch of research on how jackknifes happen. And the clue to why a jackknife happens, of course, is somebody has to hit the brakes hard, doesn't leave themselves enough room or whatever the situation is, but a hard braking event occurs, and the driver keeps his foot on the brake, of course, and the wheels lock up, which, contrary to what most people would think with all the new electronic controls, that shouldn't happen, but guess what? It does. There's lots of reasons for it. But the dynamics of a jackknife basically is a locked wheel, a skidding wheel, will lead the way in a crash. So if your drive axles lock up, if you lock up the drive axles on the tractor, they will just become like skates, roller skates, that is. And the trailer literally will push the tractor out of the way. And because the drive wheels are skidding, they have no traction. The trailer just keeps moving forward, and that's why you see the tractor spun around sideways and mashed up against the side of the trailer. It's because the drive wheels are locked up and are going to go straight until something else gets in the way and prevents that. The other type of jackknife crash that we see a lot of on the highway are a trailer swing, they call it, where the trailer wheels lock up and guess what? Skid. And then those wheels effectively lead the way through the crash. So often on a roadway that's got a berm to it, a crown, the trailer will literally slide down the crown in the road in whatever direction, lower to the left or the right. And we'll continue doing that, and we'll actually try to pass the tractor. You've seen these trailers before. They come down the road sideways. And again, you think, well, how's that possible? How can these wheels be sliding sideways down the highway? And it's because they have no traction. They're just literally skating right across the top of the pavement. So The key, of course, is to not get into a situation where you have to hit the brakes that hard, but that's often unavoidable. The other thing drivers should be aware of is try to avoid locking up the wheels. In other words, even if you've got ABS, and even if you've got all the electronic stuff on the trailer and tractor to prevent this, if it's still happening, it's probably a brake maintenance issue. Your brake systems aren't responding the way they're designed to. So you have to revert back to good old-fashioned, as they used to call it in driving school, pumping the brakes. You have to release the brakes in order to let the wheels begin to free roll again, which will, get your directional control back. You can't just keep your foot on the brake, like hammer it down and hold it there. Of course, a lot of drivers aren't trained on how to do that anymore because, hey, we didn't have to do that for the last 25 years thanks to ABS. So we've lost a whole skill set. And I think, newer drivers, younger drivers, folks who haven't had experience of driving without ABS probably don't know even how to do that.
Jim, I have to tell you, on just a personal note, as a person who actually drove a stick, without ABS systems, the first time an ABS system kicked in on me, it scared the living hell out of me. I mean, I thought something had gone terribly wrong when the thump, 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 thump. I was like, oh my God. But you're right though. We have a whole generation of people who don't know anything different, do they? And it's funny because if you drive with Claire, with my wife, or with Dave Nemo, even when they have ABS systems, they both, they're both stick shift drivers. They both pump the brakes. They just do it instinctively, and it's really interesting. Yeah. Even when they're in automatics, they pump the brakes. With ABS, they just do it, and it's not a bad habit to get into. You shouldn't, when you have ABS, you should do what you got to do with it, but it's not a bad thing to, they should have just a whole trucking course called In Case, shouldn't they? I mean,
I'm ready to write that one.
I mean, I think it would be great. I mean, I think you could take these articles that you've created, Jim, and actually write an entire course and do an entire webinar called In Case. These are things that will probably never happen, but if they do, here's what you should do. You should do it.
That's a good idea.
So,
I'm on it.
You can roll with that. We got about a minute or two left here. I do want Joanne to talk about the best fleets to drive for. We like these people, by the way. We like our friends at Best Fleets to Drive For. But go on.
Yeah, this is the 2026 Best Fleets to Drive For program is now accepting nominations. This is an annual survey and contest that identifies the for hire carriers that provide the best workplace experience for drivers. It's a bit different in that the fleets have to be nominated by a company driver or an owner-operator working for them. So this is coming from the drivers themselves, and the fleets are evaluated on a broad range of areas, things like driver compensation and benefits and professional development and driver community support, that kind of thing. So the contest is open to all for hire fleets with 10 or more tractor trailers operating in both Canada and the U.S. And we have many Canadian fleets on those lists as well. So nominations are accepted until the 31st of October. So if you think your fleet has what it takes, why not give it a shot? You can go to the Best Fleets to Drive For website to get all the information you need to nominate your carrier.
Full disclosure, we love those folks. Those folks are the best. And by the way, you may every once in a while hear a commercial as that campaign begins to ramp up. I can't believe it, guys. That was fast. Joanne, thank you so much for that wonderful tribute to Scott. He was a remarkable human being, and people forget, man, he never gave up, and he lived a long life as an example of courage and what it means to be a great Canadian riding a great American horse. Once again, a great partnership forged in courage. Thank you both so much. It's great to have you back, and we'll talk with you about 2 weeks from now, okay?
Okay, talk to you then. Bye now.
Of course, you guys can go to obac.ca. I love this, by the way we set this up every other week, Madison. We go from the owner-operators of Canada to OOIDA, regular recurring guest star and founding member of the reconstituted road gang. Our good friend Colin Long is coming up after these messages. Hit that music, please. Yeah. We're in the city of New Orleans. So Claire's put together a little something for you guys. Hope you guys are enjoying the new sound design. I think it's groovy. Go to truckdown.com. Get out of that ditch. Back on the road. Truckdown.com.
You know Sap Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires, so hold on to that fifth wheel, because when you buy 4 Salem S624 EFTs, the perfect line haul trailer tire, mounted at Sap Brothers, your price is an amazing $199.99, originally priced at $299.99, and prices are good through June 30, 2025, while supplies last. Save on 4 or more at Sap Brothers, and nobody's going to beat that price. Salem Tires, advanced compound technology for maximum mileage and rolling resistance without compromise. When you think tires, think Sap Brothers.
There are precious few nonprofits in the trucking industry, and even fewer that make a tangible difference in the lives of professional drivers. So thank goodness for the St. Christopher Fund. Since 2008, over 4,000 over-the-road semi-truck drivers have turned to the St. Christopher Truckers Fund when a medical issue took them out of work. The SCF steps in and pays necessary household expenses such as mortgage, rent, utilities, insurance, and vehicle payments. The SCF also provides free health and wellness programs for drivers. So find out how the SCF can help you, or help the SCF yourself. They'll turn your dollars and cents into that tangible difference for the professional drivers who need it most. Support our highway heroes with a donation at truckersfund.org.
St. Christopher Truckers Fund provides free health and wellness programs for drivers to help prevent some common medical conditions seen in the industry. These programs include diabetes prevention, Rigs Without Cigs, a tobacco and nicotine cessation program, Healthy Habits for the Long Haul, a 12-week total body wellness program, a vaccine voucher program that includes free flu, shingles, COVID, and pneumonia vaccines, and GPS, Get Preventative Screenings. That includes free at-home cancer screening tests. These programs are available to Class A over-the-road semi-truck drivers. For more information or to register for a program, visit the St. Christopher Fund website at truckersfund.org.
Back to Road Gang Radio with Jimmy Mack, Lindsay Lawler.
Give me a minute, y'all. I'm coming.
And you. Because if you're listening, you're in the gang. Go for it, Madison with a T.
It's me, Madison with a T, and you're listening to Road Gang Radio. I'm here with your host, Mr. Jimmy Mack.
Hey, Road Gang Radio is alive and well and living in the city of New Orleans at the Edgar Degas House, right in between the French Quarter and City Park, and just a hop, skip, and a jump from the New Orleans Fairgrounds. I got a chance the other day to take a friend over to the fairgrounds to go have breakfast. If you guys ever come down here, there are a lot of trucks parked there in the wee small hours of the morning because the fairgrounds needs to have a lot of trucks, some of them agriculture, some of them dropping off all the stuff that the fairgrounds needs to work. There's a great place for breakfast. I'm recommending it to you. It's on Gentilly. It is called Toast, and believe me, the toast is fantastic. They make the bread in-house. Of course they do. We are always thrilled, by the way, to have any... by the way, this morning has been nothing but members of the reconstituted Road Gang, from Dean Croak to our good friends Jim and Joanne, and of course, regular recurring guest star on Washington Trucking Week, the guy who helps us wade through the swamp and figure out what's going on with the fat cats. Colin Long joins us, as he is wont to do. Sometimes, I'm sure sometimes he's like, oh God, why am I doing this again with this human being? But here he is. Colin Long, the Director of Government Affairs, has arrived on the scene. Good morning to you, my friend. How you doing?
I'm doing pretty well. You got me thinking about New Orleans food and some of my favorite things to eat when I'm down there. So for that, I'll be hungry all morning.
Let me tell you, when you and Pew and the Rod come on down here, or just you, as a matter of fact, with the wife, we are so we are so close to Parkway Tavern. We are so close. To Mandina's. We are like within a hop, skip, and a jump of some of the best restaurants in the city of New Orleans. I don't think Madison took the job because she liked us. I think she looked around the block and went, wait a minute, Cafe Degas and Lola's are right down the block. I'm coming here. 5 coffee shops, by the way, all of them owned by private individuals, not like chains, surround this neighborhood too. So all kind with pastries, and a donut shop across the street. Come on down, Colin. We need you.
The last time I was in New Orleans, I had the best sandwich of my life, and it wasn't one of your traditional ones. It was over at turkey and wolf. Their collard green melt was just fantastic.
I've had it. I've
Add
had
it
it.
to the list. I'll visit there when I'm back.
The burger there is pretty amazing too. By the way, that's a great burger.
What a cool spot.
When I take you to Mandina's, I took Tom Bray to Mandina's, and he said, "Oh my God," he said, "the plate is fried." I'm like, "You bet your ass it is, pal. You bet your ass it is." Of course, ooida.com. You can also go fight for truckers, fighting for truckers, all that groovy stuff. Good morning to you, man. A lot of stuff going on here, and people trying to convince. By the way, not just Democratic governors, but it turns out that Greg Abbott's got a little bit of trouble down in the Lone Star State. I was stunned by that. There are more undomiciled CDL holders in Texas than any place else in the country. I was stunned. I was genuinely stunned. But go on, talk about this a little bit. The whole thing, the whole package.
I think some truckers and some of our members are a bit stunned by what they're finding out as well. And we've been pushing for further oversight and maybe some reining in of the non-domiciled CDL program across the country. We've even questioned whether it's necessary. Is this even necessary? There's no driver shortage, so why are we facilitating the onboarding of non-domiciled drivers? We've leaned on the Trump administration to work with states to suspend the issuing of non-domicile until we figure out, or until we gain a little bit more clarity about the program, what type of impact it's having, where these folks are being trained, what their safety outcomes are. And then we took the step more recently to send letters to 43 governors across the country asking them to suspend their state's issuing of non-domiciled CDLs. And I think you're onto something. If we're sending it to 43 states across the country, there's not 43 blue states across the country. There's 43 red and blue states across the country. So this isn't simply something that's being done in the Northeast or in Illinois or on the West Coast. I mean, there are some big offenders, and a lot of them are ruby red states. And I think once people appreciate the fact that this has been going on across the country and is starting to have real safety ramifications, I think we can start reining in these programs in states, and hopefully we have a good partner in the federal government to do so, which I frankly anticipate we will.
Yeah, and by the way, and we're saying this not to say gotcha to red states or to say, oh, look at the blue states, not as bad as we thought. Not at all, because you can also make an argument that part of the reason why we don't have as many undomiciled drivers in California is because there is a case to be made that there's lax enforcement over there. What's happening in Texas on the opposite side, it's not that there is over-enforcement, is that, as John Esparza pointed out, he said, there's not much the federal government can do when it's in-state, because Texas is a big place. Yeah. It's actually about 3 states. And the big problem what they have is a lot of those guys who are undomiciled aren't crossing state lines. And so Texas has got to clean that up as well, too. It's a real interesting problem. It's kind of fascinating what's been discovered here. As opposed to being a gotcha problem, it's a safety issue. At the end of the day, it really is a 100%. Safety issue, isn't it?
It totally is. And I think the fact that the U.S. Department of Transportation is doing research into this, I think will shed even more light onto what's going on in states. We're slowly starting to figure it out. We're slowly starting to see numbers come in over the explosion of non-domiciled CDLs being issued in states. And I think we'll hopefully get a more clear idea of what's going on and how we can address it, because you're right, it's a safety concern. And if it's a safety concern, it should be a priority for oversight. And that's what we're trying to convince not only the federal government, who frankly is there, but a lot of these states that, hey, you've got a real problem of your own making. And in fairness, we don't even know necessarily who in these states are trying to acquire these drivers to work for them. And I think that would provide a lot of clarity as well, because, big carriers, truthfully, probably aren't the ones employing these guys. Our members haven't indicated they are, but based on the feedback we've received. So who is it, and what portions of the industry is it, and why do they feel like they need to reach out and bring on these non-domiciled CDL workers when there's plenty of Americans with CDLs who have to go through much more rigorous screening and vetting to get those jobs? So Yeah, I think we'll learn more, and hopefully we'll have a better sense of how we can address the issue. But White has always said that we question: is the program even necessary? There's not a shortage of drivers, so if we're building these programs on that myth, then maybe we shouldn't even be having these programs in the first place.
Well, yeah, and it's really interesting too because the economic case of it, which by the way, I will not make the economic case in the traditional way. I don't, like I said, this isn't a matter of if we got rid of all non-domiciled drivers tomorrow, it would not improve the rates. Here's where it does make a difference, though. When you have these guys, and by the way, we have a good regular caller on the show named Showtime, who is one of the quickest, and I agree with him to point out that one of the problems that is happening with non-domiciled drivers is that they are being hired by companies that evaporate in the blink of an eye. Here today, strip mall tomorrow. You know what I'm saying? You know exactly what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Some really bad actors around there. What they do, though, is that their lack of concern for safety, many of them are what I call, they drive and then they evaporate across whatever border they've come from, or they evaporate into communities. They cause accidents. Their inability to speak English creates a safety hazard on the road. Those accidents, in fact, become a black eye for the industry, and those accidents also raise insurance rates. And while it might not affect rates at the level people think it does affect insurance rates, which affects the bottom line. I think it's the best economic case that safety in regards to, and the other thing is, too, when you're competing against people who aren't playing by the rules, you have a terrible choice to make sometimes. Do I play by the rules? Now, your members and most of our listeners do exactly that. They continue to kind of fight the good fight. But it does create people having to make really tough choices that they shouldn't have to make. I'm sorry. Like I said, this is a much more complex issue than just go get them foreigners. And nobody's saying that, by the way. That's not what's happening here. And just want people to know that people outside of the industry, we don't want them thinking for a minute it's about getting people who look different or talk funny. Right? I mean, that's not what's happening here.
Absolutely.
Right.
Absolutely. I mean, there are drivers who were probably born abroad who are safer than drivers who learned in a state in the U.S. I mean, that should probably go without saying. But when you start to identify problems, safety problems, and trace the roots back, and you come to this program, and you realize, I mean, like I said, a lot of domestic drivers go through greater vetting from motor carriers and frankly, the issuers of the licenses than a lot of these non-domiciled CDL holders. That I think should alarm many Americans, especially folks within our industry who are trying to improve safety like OOIDA. So I think as awareness grows, people will start to take steps to remedy the problem, and we're trying to encourage them to do so. I mean, like I said, we sent letters to 43 governors and said, maybe you should suspend your programs until we get a better grasp on what's going on and how we can address the safety problems related to them. Hopefully we start to see some action. But we've also asked our members to reach out to their governors and encourage them to do so. And our members in those 43 states should have emails encouraging them to do so. And I highly recommend you reach out to your governors and let them know, because they need to hear from the experts, and the experts in these situations are always the safe drivers who are OOIDA members.
And by the way, it's a real opportunity, too, because you guys have a lot of members who actually fall under this category, but also our friends in the Punjabi Trucking Association. When he came on the show on a couple of Mondays ago, the first thing he said, "What is your biggest concern?" Dave asked him. You know what he said? He goes, "People need to learn to speak English." I mean, remember that a lot of people who came here, played by the rules, waited in line, got their green card, turned into citizens, have children driving trucks now, family traditions and all that stuff. They are equally committed to this game. And that's what's so encouraging about it. I mean, although there was a funny moment, somebody said, man, he speaks. Somebody actually told me privately he speaks really good English, and I said, "Well, he better." India is the largest English-speaking country in the whole world. But it was kind of a remarkable moment that he didn't even blink. It was the first thing he said. He said, "If you can't read the sign and you're undomiciled, we got a problem." And you guys are keeping an eye on it. Go ahead.
I don't want to wade too far into these waters, but we regularly interact with our members, and our members wouldn't be in business if they weren't driving at the safest level. So we treat them like the experts they are on safety. And, a lot of them come from abroad. They're not born here in the U.S. They've come to America as immigrants. They've started long, successful, and safe careers the right way in the U.S. And talking to a lot of them, English isn't their first language, whether it be Spanish. I mean, I've talked to Bosnians, I've talked to Ukrainians, obviously Punjabis, and I've been surprised by the fact they said, yeah, learning English and knowing English is an important part of promoting safety on our highways. And they're a lot more interested in ensuring every driver behind the wheel has taken the steps they have to learn the language and operate the safest levels than I anticipated, and I think than a lot of folks anticipated. So the folks out there who are saying, yeah, let's just get rid of the foreigners in general, I think are missing the bigger picture here, is that no, we're trying to get rid of the drivers, or I shouldn't even say get rid of the drivers. We're trying to prevent drivers who haven't been fully vetted and fully trained and capable of reading signs and communicating with law enforcement and first responders. We're not necessarily trying to get rid of them. We're trying to make sure that they aren't issued CDLs and they take the steps necessary to be a safe driver before they get behind the wheel. And I think oftentimes that's lost in this conversation, but it's an important note to make.
Yeah, it's not their first language, but it is the language they know very well on the first and last mile, and that's something important people need to remember. And so well said, Colin. Thank you so much. We're going to pivot here.
Well said. I didn't think it was.
No, you did great.
I felt like my grasp of the English language was failing me a little bit there. But,
no, you did fantastic, by the way. This is one of those areas where I actually think it's one of the trucking community's finest hours, because this could have easily spiraled into something xenophobic. And instead, and I'm talking to my listeners right now, I'm really proud, and not proud of them in that condescending way. I'm proud to know a lot of these men and women. They have handled themselves with grace and class, and made sure that people distinguish between, not sounding like me and not understanding are not the same thing, and they've done a magnificent job of really distinguishing the two. And I'm really, like I said, proud to know a lot of these men and women, fine Americans all, many of them first generation, many of them been here since they landed on Plymouth Rock. And by the way, all of those people who are part of this American dream, who are fighting for a piece of the action, might get a piece of the action in the highway bill, but you guys have an outline of what's coming next, correct?
Yeah, U.S. Department of Transportation asked for our priorities, and we handed them over on a silver platter. It didn't take much time to craft the 14-page letter we sent over there, because it's kind of a laundry list of things you've been hearing about for 5 years since the last highway bill was implemented. I think folks won't be surprised to know that top of our list is parking. We need safe parking. We need it across the country. And thankfully, I think a lot of what we're calling for is already on DOT's priority list for a highway bill. Not paid parking. Jeez, I can't believe I said that. Free parking, paid for by the government, paid for by truckers who are paying fees that go into the Highway Trust Fund to pay for our infrastructure. That's top of the list. Things like preventing speed limiters from being imposed by future administrations. I think everyone knows the Trump administration's on board with that. Restroom access, broker transparency, cracking down on freight fraud, data queue reform. I mean, the list goes on and on. It's all of the hits that we've been playing over the last few years. But I think what's different this year is that we have a Department of Transportation who has prioritized truckers' needs. And hopefully that allows us to make this highway bill, which will be drafted by Congress, not the U.S. DOT. But I think in having DOT work with a Republican majority in the House and the Senate, we have a real good opportunity to make this highway bill one of the most pro-trucker, if not the most pro-trucker in history. And that's our goal moving into the fall when this bill will start to take shape.
By the way, and you and I actually not only love policy, we love politics in regards to process. And I have to tell you, I've, as was the previous administration, I have had my criticisms of both them from a political and policy standpoint. I will tell you on this one, they have been not just every once in a while, good politics actually makes good policy as well. This is one of those moments. This is really smart stuff because it really locks in a constituent voter for the whole party. You can point to that. That was what the battle of immigration was, why people always wanted to reform it. was whoever got a chance to do that would actually be able to lay claim to those voters. This is a real attempt to kind of shore up some voting support here, along with doing right by these men and women. Fair?
Yeah, it's an argument we've been making for years. I mean, there's millions of professional truck drivers out there. Those are millions of voters. Show them some love, they'll return it. I mean, we've got districts in this country where there's 1,000 OOIDA members, and that can be a major voting block come election time in November. And I don't want to sound too transactional, but if you do represent 1,000 OOIDA members and countless more professional drivers, they are your constituency, and you do have to address their needs as a member of Congress or a senator. So I think we're finally starting to see a breakthrough. You know, we've always had champions on the Hill. We've had U.S. DOTs run with some of our priorities in the past, but I think we're seeing a much more holistic approach to that under this current Department of Transportation and under the current Republican leadership in Congress. And that's not to say Democrats aren't helping us on these issues too. I think we've done a really good job of promoting bipartisan policies. I mean, truck parking has broad bipartisan support where everyone stands to benefit from it, from the driving public, from truckers, and members of Congress who can very easily solve one of the biggest safety problems on our highways today and go home and take credit for it. So I think OOIDA has really done a good job of setting ourselves and our members up for success in this highway bill. But that said, I mean, we're always cautious. We're always nervous because we thought we were going to have a breakthrough in the last highway bill on our biggest issue of truck parking, and unfortunately we didn't get it. So we are aware and sober to the fact that just because we've done all we can to set up a very pro-trucker highway bill, it doesn't always work out that way, and the sausage making often leaves you kind of disappointed. But I really do think we are set up well to have a pro-trucker highway bill come out from Congress, whether it be first in the Senate or in the House. And having U.S. DOT right there with us on a lot of these issues, I think will be very influential as that bill's crafted.
Hey guys, in just a little while here, we're going to change over that image on the YouTube page because we're going to roll out the red carpet for Lindsay Lawler. But in the meantime, we're talking to our good friend Colin Long, who is the Director of Government Affairs for OOIDA. Colin, have I ever told you my circus theory of a political coalition? Ever told you that?
No, and maybe if you did, I need a reminder.
I think you'll like this.
But I don't think you did.
It's a three-part harmony. You need a roaring lion of a central issue, right at the center. You need a lion tamer who can actually control that big roaring issue. You need acrobats and gymnasts and jugglers who can kind of keep all the balls in the air, the money people who kind of make it all work. And then you need a clown car full of people who are absolutely zany and dedicated to the issue beyond belief. You put that coalition together and you can really make it work. And I feel like in regards to the highway bill, OOIDA's hit the sweet spot. You got a couple of roaring issues in the speed limiter and the truck parking stuff. You got all the folks who are working with you both in OOIDA, not just the people who you work with on staff, but a lot of the members too actually serve as boots on the ground in the state. And then you got all those maniacs who call and bug the hell out of you guys on a regular basis and complain about everything about OOIDA, but nonetheless pay their dues and stay in the game. And that three-ring circus, I think, has kind of got you guys to this point. That's my little thing for you today. I was thinking about that.
I
wanted to drop that on top of you. And we say again, the 1,000 voters in a district. What can folks do, by the way, while they're on the ground? Because we talked about this in regards to the English proficiency. I think part of the reason the ball has moved so much down the field is because cooler heads have prevailed, rather than it running into your office of your congressman and going, too many foreigners in this country. People have been walking in saying, dude, I like all these new young people coming from other places, especially the ones that speak English. There's been a real kind of cooler heads prevailed. So how can members and people who should be members, how can they approach their congressman about, rather than getting on board for every single thing and trying to, outshout everybody, what's the way to really do this?
I think there's steps, and the first step is to just introduce yourself as a trucker and someone who has expertise in the industry, because chances are your lawmakers and their staff are not familiar with our industry. I mean, they don't know how trucking works. They don't know the complexity and the diversity, and they probably don't even know a lot of the major issues. I mean, we certainly try to make sure that happens here on Capitol Hill, but it doesn't mean it's guaranteed. And I think introducing yourself as a reliable resource on trucking opens a lot of doors, and then you can get down to the nitty-gritty and prioritize your issues. Don't come at them with 6 things to talk about. Start with 1 or 2. Start with parking. Start with whatever issue is of greatest interest to you, and just really take the time to explain how it affects you, and that will resonate. I guarantee it resonates. And then when there's a second issue that comes up, either because someone has presented to them, some outsider has presented it to them, or you've got a second issue that comes up, you already have that relationship established, and they already trust you as a reliable resource on trucking issues. And it goes from there. And, we've seen a lot of success on Capitol Hill built on the backs of specific drivers in congressional districts who just reach out to their lawmakers and get the ball rolling, and that ball becomes a snowball, and sooner or later, we've bills introduced, and bills that have a great chance of becoming law in the highway bill, and it's all because one driver decided to take the bull by the horns and reach out to their lawmaker and develop a relationship, and that's frankly all it takes. I know you don't have a lot of time, and you trust us in Washington to be doing a lot of this work, but there's enough downtime, I think, in everyone's day for a 15-minute conversation with a congressional staffer to talk about trucking issues. And like I said, I mean, it pays dividends. You'll see the impact over time, and it really helps us in Washington keep us updated on these conversations you're having, so we can do the follow-up and really talk about details that truckers don't necessarily need to be talking about. That is why we get paid here in Washington. We come in and we do the more detailed work, and we speak the congressional language, and we don't need truckers doing that. We just need talking about the basics of trucking and introducing lawmakers to a lot of the policies that affect your lives.
What's really cool, by the way, I know you've had this happen, is I can't imagine this feeling. So let's just say that we have Joe from Lower Slobovia of Owida goes to a constituent services or goes to a town hall meeting, introduces himself to the congressman and to the staff. They just get to know him, and he becomes their trucking guy. Then one day you're in Congress, you're in the halls of Congress trying to get the word out, and you see the congressman, and he's like, wait a minute, Colin, you're the organization that Joe from Lower Slobovia is a member of. I mean, you've had those moments, haven't you, where you've had people like,
we've had,
all the time, right?
We've had those moments recently. I'm not going to say who, but we were sitting down with a member of Congress, and you could see the light go off. Oh, this is the organization who represents Joe back home, and that connection was made, and that eureka moment is important because they start to connect the dots, and they start to realize, oh yeah, Joe was talking to me about parking. Here's the organization who's leading that effort on Capitol Hill. What can I do to help? And pretty soon we have a new co-sponsor of the Truck Parking Safety Improvement Act, and that's how things happen. I mean, we're influential as a government affairs and advocacy team in Washington, but that pales in comparison to our members acting as constituents in a lot of these congressional districts and making the connection with their lawmakers. That's always going to be more powerful. I mean, don't get me wrong, we are certainly a necessary part of the equation, but a constituent reaching out to their lawmaker and making that connection is the most powerful way to start the ball rolling on real changes for truckers that benefit everybody in the industry, not just yourselves.
Thank you so much, Colin. Always enjoy the conversation. I look up and the clock has just evaporated, my brother. Get down to New Orleans soon. Please bring everybody you care about. We promise you it will be a le bon temps roulé sort of thing. And if you let me know when you're coming, I can make sure that Lindsay Lawler comes. You said Eureka, by the way. This is really cool. We actually, one of our guests in the second half of the show is the Eureka, folks. Wait, do I have Lindsay on? Can you hear Lindsay, Colin?
Lynn?
Hey, how's it going?
Yay.
I always want to talk to Colin. I'm just creeping in the background waiting for my in here. So here I am. Always love hearing your voice, Colin Long.
Thank you. That goes both ways.
Could you ask for anything more as you exit, as you shuffle off this radio coil? Colin Long is the Director of Government Affairs over to Ida and an original member of the reconstituted road gang, as are Trucker Bosun, Robert Henderson, 4-Odd, Beach Bum, and all the other folks. Colin, go have the best of weekends, okay, my friend?
Thank you. You do the same.
All right. Madison, with a T, hit that music right now. And LaRue is here already. She's here.
Hey, girl, hey. Don't look busy. Don't look busy. Look bored. Lindsay's coming.
She'll pick things up for us. Hey, you got to get up, Lindsay. You got to get up and do what?
Hey, you gotta get up and truck down. Gotta get up and truck down.com.
You know Castrol for passenger car oil and racing, but did you know that they're in the heavy-duty over-the-road market? Well, Castrol's CRB Multi 15W40 and Vecton Long Drain 10W30 are now available at TA Truck Service Centers nationwide. This is the partnership in preventive maintenance. TA Truck Service and Castrol, offering you premium products and performance at great price points every day. Castrol, performance for the long haul, guaranteed.
Did you know it's extremely easy to join the Wreaths Across America mission to remember our fallen heroes, while at the same time honoring those who are currently serving our country and their families? Plus, you're helping to teach our younger generation about the value of freedom. With just one $17 donation to Wreaths Across America, you're sponsoring a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. They've really become a symbol of America's respect for those who bravely served and are no longer with us. To sponsor your wreath, just visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
Okay, you've heard the horror stories of how folks have lost their life savings when the market tanks. Is there a way to invest and make money without risk? Believe it or not, yes. Since 1995, Americans who cannot afford to lose their investments have used fixed index annuities. You get guaranteed income and protection from market downturns. It's a win-win for you and your future. And to learn more, dial pound 250. Use the keyword Truckers Wealth to get in touch with them today.
Let me get this straightened up.
Speed it up! I want to go!
Road Gang Radio. We've talked about making a living. Now let's get a life. It's Jimmy Mack and Lindsay Lawler with the best stories, the ultimate road trip, the concert of a lifetime, and a home when you're not at home.
Yeah, we made it. Oh, well, we didn't. Really?
Too soon.
It's the studio.
The wheels have come off. But we're still rolling.
That's that gangster grass, yo. Gets us going.
That y'alternative.
Y'alternative, guys. Good morning, Jimmy Mack. Good morning, Madison with a T.
Good morning, Lindsay.
Good morning, Lindsay.
Good morning. By the way, this is like one of my favorite. This happens every 2 weeks where we get, we got the folks from Allen and they were terrific getting people ready for the storms. But we go from Dean Krogh to the two Canadians to Colin Long, and then you drop in. So basically, we had five founding members of the reconstituted road gang literally come on the show in rapid fire succession. That's my kind of show.
Yeah.
Lindsay. I love being here.
That's what you're working with?
That's what I'm working with. I got to tell you, man, if I have to, by the way, if you told me I have to go in front of a congressional committee and my prep team.
You have to go in front of a congressional committee.
Okay. And my prep team is you for style points, Colin Long for basic governmental information, Dean Krogh for rates, and the Canadians for foreign relationships and border issues.
You're like, let's go.
Bring it on, dude. I mean, literally, it's like Lex Luthor, bring it on. You know what I'm saying? Just bring the whole enchilada on. Welcome back to Road Gang Radio. It is my absolute pleasure to have my dear friend doing the co-pilot deal with me, Lindsay Lawler. Good morning, good morning, good morning.
I'm here. I'm the co-pilot. I'm here to make things weird. I'm here to looking over in the chat. That means it's time to turn the picture, by the way, over there. Everyone's been really busy, really chatty over there on the Chatty McChatster, which I love. Speaking of chatty, speaking of gossip, that's not what we're talking about. So I had an interesting thing happen from the bus stop
conversation. Bus stop conversations. That should be a
Bus
new
stop conversation. Matter of fact, I will just tell Claire, we can literally have her go, bus stop conversation, Jason.
Oh my God, that'd be really good, right? Yeah. We need those, and Lindsay's dumb. Well, no, I like you just doing that because they come up way too often. The finger trigger would be too busy. Anyway, so bus stop conversation. So yesterday, bus stop conversation.
Bus stop conversation, Jason.
I was talking with their. Here's what happened. So Mimi, my French bulldog, she is very submissive, and she will walk into a pack of dogs.
What's her safe word?
Nipples.
Oh, okay.
That's real, by the way.
They're coming for me, by the way.
Yeah, they're coming. Yeah. The nipple police are coming. Yeah. What does that even mean? Okay, so she will. I say nipples because she's got 10 very prominent nipples from having multiple litters. By the way, Freya calls them. My daughter calls them her nickels, which I also find funny. So maybe her safe word is nickels. Anyway, that's not the point of the story. What is the point of the story? I don't know. So Mimi walks into the middle of a pack of dogs, and she'll just lay down, just go right in the middle of like 5 huge dogs. She goes right in the middle and she lays down, belly up, legs up. And so one of the women at bus stop yesterday said to me, I was like, oh, there goes Mimi just laying down in the middle again. And one of the women goes, like mother, like daughter. To me. And I kind of giggled. I giggled. I didn't think anything of it. So then later that day, she texts me and she goes, I'm so sorry. I realize I don't know you well enough to insinuate you're the neighborhood floozy. She said that a different word that starts with a W. And I was like, honestly, I didn't think that. She's like, I promise I don't think that. I'm like, that's fine. I'm like, listen, I don't know if we have one, but in all fairness, I could see if you were going to have to pick one, it would probably be I would be the guess. I get it. It's fine. I'm not, by the way, so I can confidently say that. So we laughed. And then, so then this morning, her husband and I start talking and we decided, well, did you have a thought on that first?
I just wanted to say the next time she says anything like that, say, well, of course, you know what snack Mimi eats, huh? Nipples and bits. I'm going to get me some nipples and bits. I'm sorry. Go ahead. There you go.
Okay. You're not sorry. Sorry, not sorry. Nipples and bits is a t-shirt, a new t-shirt. And so this morning, though, we were like, well, we don't have a neighborhood floozy. And then we decided
floozy.
We decided we're going to create one, a fake one. We're like, we're going to create, I hope no one in my neighborhood's listening now because it'll spoil the whole deal. But we're like, we should start a Facebook page, make up a person. Maybe it's a couple, and he's the one, the man's the one hitting on all the neighborhood wives, and she's going out to all the. We're not sure yet, and we're just going to comment on and be like, oh my gosh, they live on the corner. We're never going to say what corner. People just be like, what corner? We don't answer that question. We just answer the other questions, like, oh yeah, I saw him walking up your street today. And we're like, what street? So we're creating the neighborhood floozy. Now listen, I am well aware this is not a good use of my time. I am well aware there are more important things to do. I am well aware this is not necessarily the feel-good neighborhood fall action you were looking for. However, I'm tired of real drama. I'm looking for some fake drama now. That's what's happening in my life. Go.
I got to tell you, Lindsay, I think it's a fantastic use of your time. It's the kind of stuff that actually gives people a lot of joy, particularly if it's not named at anybody. If you can bring some
not
joy.
Not named at anybody. It's not real. I'm not being like, hey, Missy up the street. No, not doing that.
And by the way, if you guys can stay within reason, and you have to stay within reason, because I will shut this down. I will turn this car around if you guys get too nasty with this. Here is the name I think you should start off with, and maybe we can get a better name going. She should be called Tiny Tina Cottonroch.
Let me just Google it and make sure she doesn't exist. Tiny Tina Cotton what?
Cottonroch.
That sounds like, okay, cotton, how do I even spell rot? ROTCH?
Yeah, Cottonroch.
Is that a word?
One word, Cottonroch.
Is
last name.
Cottonroch a word?
No, of course, but if you flip the C and the R, you'll find out what it is.
Oh, got it. Okay. Got it. There's Tiny Tina, but I don't see a Tiny Tina Cottonroch.
There you go. Tiny Tina Cottonroch.
I'm gonna now have a hard time not saying what it's flipped. Okay. All right, Tiny Tina Cottonroch. We'll just call her Tina Cottonroch.
Cottonroch.
Tina Cottonroch.
Tina Cottonroch. Oh my God, Tina By the way, on a much more uplifting note, your video that you made for your guest yesterday on We Should Write was great. Really classy.
Thanks.
Really classy. It's really a classy piece of work. How did you? So tell me, was that just superimposed for picture behind you?
No.
Well, how
No,
do you
I
do it?
pulled. So we have we have like a TV above the fireplace, and it's on a pulley thing, so it can come down. So I pulled it down, and then I pulled up Morgan Miles's YouTube channel. I found one of her videos, and then I paused it when it was a cool picture, blew it up, and then stood right in front of it. So it was like looked like it was superimposed behind me, but it was actually one of her videos on pause on the TV behind me. I was pretty proud of myself because I'm not like a social media master or a content creator by any means, but I was hoping Tara the turtle was proud of me in that moment because she's so good at all that, all of the digital, and I just send it to her, and then she puts like the "we should write" on it after, and she makes it look party. But she's so great at all that. Like my dream is to live in the same house with Tara, and then we just make videos all day. That's my dream. It'll probably be a nightmare for her, but that's my dream.
What I liked about it, by the way, is I liked the fact that it was not only goofy, but it was classy goofy. Just like we have 70s sleazy, we have classy goofy. Not classic goofy, which is a very different thing. That's a very Walt Disney thing. Classy goofy, where it's
#balance.
It's part of that 1930s, 1940s screwball comedy, that sort of 1950s sort of like the pillow set kind of stuff. Mr. Hobbs Takes a Vacation. That sort of wholesome with a couple of innuendos.
Yeah,
just a couple kind of going down. Good stuff.
Well, I also realized to make a video, hoping the guest will. Because she reposted it on her Insta story. It's got to really promote the guest, or it's got them be in it. Like another artist doesn't want my face necessarily on there, But with that, if it's their face, they might post it. But also, I'm always talking good.
If it looks like a totalitarian regime that's actually backed by Morgan Miles. I mean, it was like she was like Big Sister. I mean, it was like it's big, dude. It's like really cool. It's got a real Andy Warhol sort of 1960s vibe. By the way, Four Art got it right. He got it right. It's Mystique Cottonroch is her name.
Ooh, Mystique. Yeah, that's better. Well done, Mystique Cottonroch. Let me just make sure she doesn't exist. Mistique?
Yes.
Okay, she does not exist, guys, so that's good. Mystique, can I just tell you too? Speaking of Mystique, I went into a couple of weeks ago. I can't believe I didn't tell you this. Went into the grocery store, to the deli, to get some chicken or some turkey, and I said, "Can I?" In the deli, the butcher, and she was slicing it up, and she said, "What kind do you want?" And I pointed the one I want. And she goes, "You want the Mystique turkey?" And I was like, "What?"
Oh my God.
No, I kept pointing to it, and I was like, I whatever that one is. She goes, "Yeah, that's Mystique turkey." And later I was, oh my gosh, she's like, "Oh, it's mesquite." Mesquite turkey. She's like, "Yeah, that's what I said, Mystique turkey." And I was like, okay. Yeah, well, now I'm calling it Mystique turkey. Maybe her name is Mystique Turkey Roch.
Maybe so. I actually had a moment, by the way, where I went to a barbecue. Made me think of this. This guy kept on saying he was he kept saying, "I'm making that." He said, "I'm making my burgers on this mosquito grill." I'm like, "What?" And he kept on saying mosquito, and I realized it was mesquite.
Mosquito grill.
and the worst part about it is when somebody says something like that enough, you forget what the actual word is.
Yeah, I couldn't. When you were saying it, I'm like, "Wait, what is it?"
I mean, it's like mosquito. I'm like, "What? Mosquito what? Wait, you make it with mosquitoes? You make your burgers with mosquitoes? That's disgusting. What are you talking about?" I was like, "Gross." And it's like, "Oh, he's like the wood, baby, the wood." And I'm like, "Oh, okay. Well, first of all, you know what? You just kind of give up and go."
Did you correct him? Because you don't want people to look stupid, but you don't also don't want them to feel stupid.
I didn't.
And also, it's actually more joyful.
I'll tell you this. There have been a couple of people online where I've reached out to them in a direct message and been like, "Hey, you might want to change the word gamut to gambit. You might want to change the word gambit to gamut." I've done that every once in a while. Somebody's made a really good point, said something really smart, insightful, and it's like, hey, you might want to go into the editing function and change what you just said. Why? Because that word doesn't mean what you think it means.
Do that for me. I ask you that, which means I've been meaning to ask you. I say at the beginning of every We Should Write, and I always realize I bumble around because I don't know what word I'm actually looking for. I have everyone take a deep breath, and then we write on our gratitude. And then we write on the gratitude page, and then we write on the what's heavy on you page. But I always say take out your metaphorical journal. That's not what I mean. Or pretend journal. That's probably not what I mean. Or is it?
No, that's good.
Does metaphorical work?
I listened to the opening of those shows, and I would literally afterwards. I've given you notes about giving yourself more credit than you often do, about those kind of things where I think you don't celebrate yourself enough. But no, I've never been. No, I would have instantly been like, "Hey, dude, not making a big deal out of this. Can you kind of ixnay on the metaphorical a?"
So I could say, take out your metaphorical journal.
Yeah,
and that works.
It totally works. Take out your metaphorical journal. It's like it's not a real journal. Now, I mean, you could get really, we could get really picky about it, but the metaphorical journal could be, it just means opening your brain and taking a note. So that works. Your brain is a metaphorical journal. You're writing on the inside of your brain.
So I'm not an idiot.
No,
listen,
you're not.
Feel free to text me at any point and say ixnay on the day. Like that's fine at any point.
Yeah.
I'm here for it.
Yeah, you're not an idiot, but sometimes you play one on radio. I'm not an a-hole. Actually, I am, but I often play it on radio, so it's well.
Sometimes you play a nice guy on the radio.
No,
no, you're not an a-hole.
No, yeah, that's very nice of you to say. By the way, 4 agrees with us. I bet mosquito burgers suck. I would be in absolute agreement, except for the fact that I'm convinced that I've eaten a lot of mosquitoes over my life and haven't even been aware of it, Lindsay.
Also, the mosquito burgers suck. He's obviously making a play on the mosquitoes. So I bet you don't actually cook that burger because they want it bloody.
They want it
rare.
They want it rare.
This is a weird show. Okay, so I want to we'll pick up something we were talking about yesterday because 3 things made me think about this. Because we were talking about it started with Ruta Lee, our guest, the iconic actress who we had on the show last week, which, by the way, Jim, I might go have a cocktail with her when I come out to LA. Why wouldn't I do that?
Why wouldn't you?
I'm going to do that. I want to sit with a 90-year-old woman who has been in movies with Frank Sinatra, etc., and hear stories.
And,
but anyway,
and implied that she would have dated Rod Serling had he not been a chain smoker. I mean, that is so on the page. And by the way, I don't know if you ever noticed this. Have you ever seen? Go look up. I'm sorry to kind of take you off track. Look up Rod Serling sitting by his pool. Just go online and look up Rod Serling sitting by his pool. Lindsay, I kid you not, dude was ripped. And I found out that when he would write Twilight Zone episodes, he wouldn't type them. His secretaries would. He would dictate them from start to finish in his little recorders, and then drop the dictaphones off on the desk, and the secretaries would type up the script. Did you get a picture of him?
No, I got a bunch of pictures of him, but I haven't found the pool one you're referring to.
You always just gotta
I could see how he would be
he's ripped, dude.
A handsome fella.
Dude's ripped. Just couldn't stop smoking, and therefore Ruta Lee wouldn't have dated him. He'd have been a fabulous date for her, though. That'd have been really awesome.
Well, she seems like she's doing fine because we had a text exchange, and she said, she was so funny. She said, well, let me read you exactly what her text said. This is funny. So again, what did she say? Her Debbie, one of her best friends was Debbie Reynolds. I mean, come on. She texted and said, this is so great. Because she said at the end of our interview, if you come to LA, come meet me for a drink. And I texted her, I said, as you and I would do, we reach out to our guests afterward or message them. And I just thanked her for taking time to be on our show and said what honor it was. And she responded and said, well, darling girl, I can't remember if I actually answered your lovely message or not. So here I am. I hope you were in LA in early October because after that, I go to my casita in the sky. What does that mean? On about the 7th. But I would love to have you over for a glass or 5 of whatever you like. Please let me know and give my thanks and love to Jimmy. Signed, hugs, 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 kiss, 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 Ruta Toot Toot. Come on.
Come on, man.
Friend.
Come on.
How great is that?
By the way, you know what that is? That's a great example of super aging. That's super aging right there. That is it right there. By the way, really quickly, Debbie Reynolds is the mother of what famous actress?
Oh, same last name or no?
No.
That would give it away, I guess. I don't know.
But she was married to Eddie Fisher. That's your hint. That's who Debbie Reynolds was married to, Eddie Fisher, and they had a daughter.
Oh, Carrie.
Carrie Fisher,
no,
yeah.
Carrie Fisher.
Carrie Fisher. Have you seen the movie Postcards from the Edge with
Yeah.
That is Shirley MacLaine is essentially playing Debbie Reynolds, and Meryl Streep is essentially playing Carrie Fisher.
Oh, okay.
And,
I need to go watch that movie again. Such a great film.
And in a typical Carrie Fisher moment, when she ran into Mike Nichols, she said, "This is typical Hollywood. Only you would make a movie about me and cast Meryl Streep instead." No. And Postcards from the Edge, by the way, was a book written by Carrie Fisher. She was very much involved. She wrote the screenplay for it too. God rest her soul. She was a great friend to all.
I do remember that because they passed really close together, right? I mean, Carrie. Do I remember that correctly?
Yeah,
Debbie passed and Carrie was like right after.
Right after that too, and how they kind of It's the only good thing in any of those Star Wars remakes is Carrie Fisher. She does a really good job bringing levity and humor to it and not being a complete schmaltzy sort of fan service. Because she could, by the way, if you ever want to get a good laugh.
Levity, not brevity, by
Yeah,
the way. I used to confuse those.
Yeah. Yeah, but we got that straightened out. That's what we do around here. It's like, we celebrate all kinds here. And we celebrate
All kinds.
And both kinds. That's what we
Both.
do. Really quickly, by the way, we do have a little bit of time here. If anybody wants to dig in, it's 615-292-6366.
That's 615-292-NEMO.
We will take that phone call and let you jump in, but we do have a really fun lineup today, by the way, Lindsay. I was like so thrilled about the first half of the show. It blew by the way. It was like, it was gone, man. And now we got, speaking of super aging, David Kravitz is going to be joining us, and he's bringing Larry Wolf with him. Did you get a chance to dig into any of this stuff? Because it's really, it's really.
I love this stuff. This goes right into what we talk about, the idea of that, I think we are not done in this world. We're done. I don't want to say when we say we're done, because there's a bigger plan. There's I believe something bigger going on. But the idea of you can continue to evolve, you can continue to reinvent yourself, you continue to keep up with the what's happening and what you want to happen until your deathbed, I believe. And that's what these guys are talking about. It's age is but a state of mind. They go way deeper. They've created it as a whole movement, Jim, a whole news platform, a whole media platform to talk about super aging. You can get older, but you don't have to age, or vice versa. Older by number, not by the way you live it.
Well, and by the way, it's not just namby-pamby stuff. It's not just the power of positive thinking. There are 7 magnificent A's, and they'll dig into these as well. But I kind of wanted to let people know what they are. And this is so up your alley, Lindsay. I'm calling them the 7 magnificent A's: attitude, awareness, activity, accomplishment, autonomy. Boy, that one is crucial, and it's a great proof of why your parents are doing so well and why my parents are doing so well. That my sister and my brother-in-law, and to some degree me and my other brothers, have figured out a way to allow my parents to have a life of dignity and fun. Man, he's got some friends out there on Facebook. People are crazy about my dad, Lindsay. When they met him at the party, he was like overwhelmed by the number of people who knew who he was before they met him. And it's like the biggest post I've ever put up there. I put up a post of just a picture of him on his last day.
It reminds me of Winnie the Pooh.
I'm actually pausing not because I'm horrified, but because I really get it, by the way. The reason
I say it, did you see what I posted? The guy who is the Winnie the Pooh voice, the Today Show had a video of him holding his grandson and saying goodnight to him, rocking to sleep in Winnie the Pooh's voice.
Oh, my God.
And it was one of the most endearing things I've ever seen. And it made me think of your dad for some reason. I don't know why. Your dad doesn't talk like that. Your dad doesn't look like a pudgy bear. That's not what I'm saying. It's the kindness, it's the tenderness behind it, while also knowing that like he's really rooted in real wisdom.
Lindsay, that's very kind of you to say. And let me tell you something. What my dad has, is the same thing that his father had. Everyone always agreed that my dad's dad was one of the gentlest men of faith they ever met in their life. That rather than any sort of lecturing people on the faith that they should following the teachings of Christ, they both kind of lived they call it the evangelization by example. They lived holy lives and passed no judgment on anybody around them. And there's watching the members of the Louisiana Judiciary Committee speak about him on his last day there was a great reminder of what people think of him and all that kind of stuff. And okay, let me get these quick because I'm gonna start crying. I hate you. Attitude, awareness, activity, accomplishment, autonomy, attachment, and avoidance. And that last one is really important too, because you have to make not negative decisions, but you have to make positive decisions to avoid things that often create sedentary lifestyles. And the really cool thing that I know as I read this stuff that I know you love, and a lot of our friends out there looking at you, Junker, who are driving well into their 70s also know, is that it really is about being active. It really is about embracing the world. It's about getting outside. As my dad says, Dave Nemo says this all the time too, I would rather be sore from going to the gym than sore and not be able to get out of bed. And that's a big difference in that. as my dad has started to go to physical therapy, as he's begun to lose the weight. It's kind of strange, Lindsay, to have two aged parents who are actually physically younger today than they were immediately after COVID. And David Kravitz and Larry Wolf are going to be talking about that and a whole bunch more just coming up here in a moment. And by the way, Eureka, we've got it, Lindsay.
Eureka!
This is really cool. Mike Michaels, that in fact is his real name. You want to find out the secret of the Eureka Room? Well, then stick around till the end of the show and we might just reveal it, by the way. I'm really kind of stoked about this. This is kind of a really groovy thing. Did you get a chance?
I find it very odd because it's at his house, and I can't wait to figure out what would possess somebody to promote something at their house. I don't mean it bad. I'm genuinely like, that is a man that has faith in humanity, that has a lot of trust, that really is just trying to bring joy into the world, because most people would be like, I don't want random people at my house. Not this guy, not Mike. This is a guy that is rooted in all things Christmas, Halloween, fun, and curious. Like, this is a guy that wants to, his sole mission in life is to bring joy to the world. This guy is a saint.
EurekaRoom.com, by the way. Are you ready for the room? If you enjoy ridiculous activities, laughing, and meeting other fun people, then the Eureka Room is probably your kind of place. You know who would love the Eureka Room? As I began to kind of go through it, BB the King. BB the King, it's his kind of thing. He'd be like, let's just go and kind of check it out and make something happen there. It really is
roadside
cool.
attraction. That's what this show's all about. We make a living the first half. We make a life the second half. So these are the kind of things that, if you're passing through Austin, where this house is, stick around. When we talk to him at 10:30, we'll dive in more, or 10 o'clock rather.
I got to tell you, keep Austin weird, man. And every time I'm like, why did they come up with that? And then Claire books somebody from Austin with one of these kind of things, like, a Tower of Metal or Eureka Room. And I'm like, oh yeah, that's right. Austin is weird. Austin
is so weird.
It is such a weird place. There's a lot of cities.
Thankfully.
Yeah. Oh my God, because it's also got the state capitol there, and those people are weird in very different ways. Your buddy John Esparza was actually in the news the other day talking about the non-domiciled CDLs, and he acquitted himself rather well. John Esparza, by the way, if you guys don't know, is the head of the Texas Trucking Association, TXTA.
Good dude.
And, he actually was talking about the non-domiciled drivers, Lindsay, and it was funny because I don't know what it was. I sometimes feel like YouTube and the internet reads my mind. I was looking at the Road Gang Radio YouTube page today, and the story at the top, the first clickable thing there was John Esparza, was your interview with John Esparza when we talked to him. It's crazy. Nice. I just feel like I'm being driven in that direction. I feel like it just reads my mind. Is it you? Are you reading my mind right now?
I am. You don't want to know what it says, though. I can't say it on the air. Sorry.
Oh, come on.
No, you don't want
nipples and bits. Nipples and bits.
Nipples and bits.
A little bit of Mimi going on here, by the way.
Mystique crotch rocket. No, that's
not bad
either.
Was. That's not bad. Crotch rocket.
Mystique cotton rotch.
Cotton rotch. If you focus on the cotton, the rotch will follow.
Cotton rotch.
Just focus on that cotton. Make sure you get that cotton down. Everything will be just grand and dandy. Courtesy.
If you get a friend request from Mystique Cotton Rotch, anybody listening, truckers, lend me your ears. Don't accept it. She's the neighborhood floozy, or do. I don't know. Listen, I don't know where you are in your life. Do it. You do you. Mystique Cotton Rotch coming at you. I'm sure Dave Nemo is listening right now. Like, why do we?
What have I done with my life? What choices have I made to back these people, by the way? Forrod says, speaking of super agent, you hear about the 97-year-old woman in Branson, Missouri that led cops in a 27-mile slow speed chase on a riding mower? Is that really a thing?
Is that a joke?
I feel like that's a thing, dude. I feel like that's a thing. That could actually be that could be a rally. Okay, Mystique Cotton Rotch. Yes, RadioNemo, that is it. Mystique, but it's one word. Cotton Rotch is one word. If you break it up and you say Cotton Rotch, then it really begins to feel like that. Lindsay, the reason I asked about sleazy 70s sleazy is it's a t-shirt, dude. That's a t-shirt. I'm making you a t-shirt. 70s sleazy.
Yeah, I think on the pocket it just says keep it sleazy, and then the back it says 70s sleazy.
70s
or something like that.
70s sleazy, but in a good way. but in a good way. All right, we got to take
Keep it sleazy. 70s sleazy.
We got to take a break here. This is the most ridiculous opening we've ever had, and I am completely here for it. By the way, appreciate you. Cotton Roch, got it, noted. Hit the music, Madison. Yeah. I put this in here for you, Lindsay. Road Gang Radio.
Coming up next, we're talking about super aging. You want to live well? Super Aging News Network. The boys are going to tell us how you can live a better life longer.
Get $25 off on your next preventive maintenance service. Stop by TA Truck Service and save when you choose Castrol oil and a Fleet Guard oil filter. Now through September 30, 2025. Enjoy premium performance with trusted brands. Castrol, protection for the long haul guaranteed. Fleet Guard, run cleaner longer with filtration science. Our ASC certified technicians are ready to deliver expert preventive maintenance and more. TA Truck Service, Castrol, Fleet Guard, your partners in preventive maintenance.
The mission of Wreaths Across America is unwavering, remembering our fallen heroes, honoring those who are currently serving, along with their families, and most importantly, teaching the next generation about the value of freedom. And you can join our mission with a $17 donation that sponsors a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. Each wreath will be laid in honor of a veteran who gave the ultimate sacrifice for our nation. To sponsor your wreath, please visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
Okay, you've heard the horror stories of how folks have lost their life savings when the market tanks. Is there a way to invest and make money without risk? Believe it or not, yes. Since 1995, Americans who cannot afford to lose their investments have used fixed index annuities. You get guaranteed income and protection from market downturns. It's a win-win for you and your future. To learn more, dial pound 250. Use the keyword Truckers Wealth to get in touch with them today.
We're going where you want to go so you can be where you need to be. It's Road Gang Radio with Lindsay, Lawler, and Jimmy Mack on RadioNemo.com.
Oh yeah, we're breaking it down over here.
Come on, Leo. I'm getting low. Hang on, let me get back in my chair. I was getting low. Yeah, buddy. They're always everything's cracking over here. Everything's cracking because I'm aging, but I'm going to figure out how to super age and turn this ship around, Jimmy Mack.
That's right. There's Kraken and then there's Kravit. David Kravit,
there's
Kraken,
by the way. And then there's Crack-a-Lack.
Yeah, a Crack-a-Lack-a-ding-dong. By the way, David is the author of The New Old, which discussed how the baby boomers reinvented aging, Beyond Age Rage, which examines the so-called War of Generations, and with Larry Wolf, who I'll be introducing here in a moment, Super Aging, Getting Older Without Getting Old. He's also a co-founder of superagingnews.com. They, by the way, are tracking the super aging revolution. He appears frequently on shows just like this as a respected thought leader on the new trends and the newfangled developments driving the emergence of super aging. He's joined by Larry Wolf, who is his co-founder of superagingnews.com. They, by the way, if you don't know anything about them, you should, a rapidly growing digital information service delivering the latest news, ideas, and trends about living longer, living healthier, and living a more fulfilling life well into your 80s and 90s and beyond. We're looking at you, Zebulon 5. Larry's expertise, by the way, is in identifying important consumer trends and capitalizing on them. There's so much more we could talk about. He's advised many Fortune 500 companies, but it's our absolute pleasure to welcome Larry and David to the show. I want you guys to make a point of heading on over to superagingnews.com. And by the way, Lindsay, since we have a number of drivers who are regular listeners and callers who are well in their 70s, I feel like these guys fit right in. Good morning to you both.
Good morning. Thanks for having us.
So
Good
happy.
morning. Thank you so much for inviting us.
So happy to have you all. This is something I'll let you know. We talk a lot around here about the idea of reinvention and continuing to grow and evolve and be curious. And I think that there's a lot of that steeped in what you guys are talking about here. And there's so many ways, from obviously from new tech and AI to down to even taking a vacation to help you live longer. So many places we're going to go in this interview, but I do want to start here and get y'all's take. I'll defer to you two who would like to take this one. But I believe that we can continue to be curious and learn and reinvent ourselves all the way to our deathbed. And it's up to us what that age is a little bit, as I realize that's a tricky conversation. But can you just lead with sort of get our audience kind of the ground floor elevator pitch in this that will get people excited then to want to dig in, to want to continue to be curious?
Yeah. Well, I think you said the key phrase in there. You said it's up to us. And that speaks to having an attitude and having a positive attitude. And we identified 7 different components of super aging, but attitude is the sort of umbrella that, sits over everything. We have positive attitude. It used to be felt a positive attitude just a sort of generically good thing. Sure, let's have a positive attitude. But now they've done research and they've actually linked positivism or have positive attitude, optimism, even having a sense of gratitude. They've actually clinically linked this to living longer and being in better health. They've done research into people who are optimists and people who are not, and the optimists outlive the pessimists. And they've taken that right down to the cellular level of reducing stress and reducing inflammation. There's a biological reason that it's up to us. So you're on to, that's the key to the whole thing. If you believe you can do it and you're positive about it, you'll get the results.
Let me just add one thing. What's so important is even if you don't have a positive attitude now, excuse me, there are exercises, there are techniques, there are simple things you can do really to build a positive attitude. It's just simply a matter of recognizing that it's possible, that you can change, and there's a very simple methodology on how to do it. And that's really the key to our new book, the Super Aging Workbook. How can you change your attitude? Because once you have a positive attitude, really anything is possible. I mean, your quality of life will exponentially increase, I think.
David, I wanted...
I wanted a sore throat.
That's okay. That's okay, by the way. And that actually brings up my next question, because one of the things I thought was so interesting about the workbook, along with the fact that you guys consider LL Cool J as a great example of what it means to be old.
Yes.
He's the same age as me, by the way, Lindsay. So I take a little inspiration from Mama Said Knock You Out. You guys really talk about avoiding fitness mistakes. Lindsay and I, before you guys came on, were talking about my dad, who at 82, actually at 81, made a lifestyle change. He lost 60 pounds, and he did it on purpose. And it's been a night and day change. Your ideas I've seen in action. Talk to people, and we have a lot of older truck drivers out there who are very active. Talk about, though, avoiding the fitness mistakes, because often people will be enthusiastic and want to make a change, but they don't do it inside the limits of what they can and can't do. This isn't about trying to pretend you're 30 again. It's about having a vibrant lifestyle in your 70s, 80s, and 90s, correct?
It's a very important question, and the answer is that, again, research backed. You can do a lot with little. That it doesn't require, I have to change everything, join a gym, work out for 3 hours 3 times, or 2 hours 3 times a week. It doesn't require a wholesale and sometimes expensive and sometimes logistically inconvenient change. Little things. We've done pieces, and this is, again, all backed by research. Exercise snacks. Have you ever heard of an exercise snack? Think of
no.
Well, okay, less than a meal. It's a little quick snack. Well, you can do the same thing with exercise. 10 minutes, 2 10-minute sessions a day. 10 minutes right at home has produced dramatic increases in longevity. And the truth is, if you want to be ripped, okay, you got to go to the gym, you got to have a program. But if the goal is longevity, you can get away with a lot less as long as you do it regularly. And in both our book and in our workbook, and there's lots of other information that we get it from. What are these exercise snacks? It's just little things. They buy a set of bands and just do some lifts with flexible bands. You don't need to go crazy to get crazy good results.
Well, and let's talk.
Yeah, sorry. Go ahead.
You please.
No. Just really simple stuff like just remembering to keep moving. Just getting up from your computer, your couch. Every 30 minutes or something. Just walking around the room, or just going outside and taking a walk. Just very simple things that keep you moving will make a huge difference in your life. And again, add to that, as David said, I mean, very simple stretches, very simple flexibility exercises, and just the one caveat, if you're going to do anything drastic or make any serious changes, please talk to your doctor first. But other than that, keep moving.
But just let me just give two quick examples just to round it off. It used to be everybody was talking about 10,000 steps a day. You got to take 10,000 steps a day. They're buying all these fitness watches. They're keeping track. How many steps have I taken? Well, they did some research and they found that climbing 50 stairs, going up 50 stairs, or whether it's one flight or two flights, or even repeating up and down, gave you the same benefit as 10,000 steps in terms of promoting longevity, reducing inflammation, and so on. And then an even more dramatic one, they did a test of people that said, what if we reduce the time you are sitting, the number of minutes you're sitting? And this is very important, again, for, especially long-haul drivers. If we could reduce that by 30 minutes a day. So they took a research group and they took a controlled group, and they talked to the research group, intervened with them to reduce their sitting time by 30 minutes a day, by getting them to, as Larry said, get up, walk around, move around a little bit, just reduce 30 minutes a day of less sitting. That's it. And at the end of the research, they found that the people who reduced their sitting time had a drop of 2 percentage points, which is significant, in their blood pressure compared to the other group. And that wasn't even exercising. That was just getting up and not sitting. So move around is the message. It doesn't need to be, profound. It doesn't need to be complex, and it doesn't need to be expensive, but just do it every day.
Move around, get up, and truck down, Jimmy Macar. We're talking with David Kravitz and Larry Wolf. Super Aging is what we're talking about. You can head over to superagingnews.com. I want to talk here about purpose, specifically purpose over 65. I know the and then where it kind of lands around this tricky word called retirement. And I think people, there's two different schools of thoughts. People are, trying to retire earlier, make all this money and retire earlier so that they can then go out and quote unquote enjoy their life, or they retire later and then their purpose kind of becomes, well, I'm just to be here for my grandkids, which is a beautiful thing as well. But it's still, there's still got to be something in there that's your purpose. What are you living for? What lights you up? So can you guys talk about, maybe David, or start with you, but many people think of retirement as ending. Can you reframe? How do you reframe that as a beginning?
Well, the first thing we talk about, in fact, on our website, one of the sections of our website is called Work and Unretirement. And if you look at the definition of retirement, it means withdrawal. We're retiring from something, removing yourself from something. In terms of employment in the workforce, yes, maybe 65, maybe 70. That's happening later and later because of longevity. The good news is you're going to live longer. The bad news is you're going to live longer. Where's the money going to come from?
Right.
So a lot of people are staying in the workforce. But even if you retire from the workforce, there are numerous superagers that are of starting new careers, side hustles, extra income. But even if they're not retiring, even if they're not working, purpose, as you put it, there's something I want to do. And one of the most inspiring stories, I think, on our website was of a 101-year-old woman, I think in Maryland, who received a diploma from a community college in the same graduation ceremony as her great-granddaughter. And the interesting thing to me about this story and the inspiring thing is that she enrolled in the program at the age of 97. So imagine having the belief in yourself and the optimism, and again, the sense of purpose to commence a new educational course, 4-year diploma at the age of 97. And she
beautiful.
gets her diploma at 101. I mean, I think it's a very inspiring story.
Awesome. So great.
You reminded me, David, about the story we ran, I think, about the 104-year-old doctor who said, and I quote, "Retirement is the enemy of longevity." I've always remembered that story.
World's oldest practicing physician, still practicing at 101.
Woo!
101. Yeah.
He's not performing.
Right.
I think
He's checking glands and eyes probably, but still he's keeping his brain working.
He's showing up. And by the way, he's a doctor, so the advice he dispenses has to be right on. He's still got all the liabilities of that and everything. But he said retirement is the enemy. But there's so many activities you can do, new careers you can do. We talk about, you alluded in the introduction to travel, unfamiliar travel. Go somewhere you've never been. Try it a different way. Learn a new language. Learn a new musical instrument. There's been clinical research to show that if you take up a musical instrument, it will promote longevity. Why? Because, and especially wards off dementia. Why? Because the brain craves novelty, and you challenge the brain with something new, the brain keeps working, and it actually has been proven to reduce the risk of cognitive decline and dementia. So there's very, hardcore biological benefits to all of this. But it doesn't need to be employment, but that's why we prefer the word engagement. Am I engaged? Do I have something I'm doing? Do I have a project I'm working on? Do I have a goal?
A lot of great volunteer work that people can do. I mean, there's all sorts of very worthy organizations that need a lot of help in a lot of different areas. So a lot of very purposeful, useful opportunities, I think, no matter what your age.
One of the things I wanted to kind of let you guys know who are listening right now, I want you guys to go to superagingnews.com. You can find out more about what David and Larry's project overall is. Those magnificent seven A's, by the way, attitude, awareness, activity, accomplishment, autonomy, attachment, and avoidance. As I went through the book, I began to realize that there really is a trajectory here. You change your attitude, you become aware of the world around you. You then begin in your awareness to pick the thing that you want to do. That becomes your activity. It goes back to Lindsay's point of finding accomplishment, finding purpose, letting the purpose lead to accomplishment. That accomplishment lets the people who love you know that you are an autonomous individual and you can have independence while maintaining your attachments, and all the while checking in with yourself and your medical providers and the people that love you to avoid those behaviors and those situations that might make you age faster. There really is a beautiful trajectory here. And the reason I ask that is because I had a good friend, former NFL quarterback Terry Hanratty, who really kind of turned me on to why people should be constantly in contact with their doctors, not as hypochondriacs, but he was a big believer that so many people, if they would simply get their hearing checked, would have more vibrant lives. And the real trick here, so much of this is about not isolating yourself. It's about hanging out with people of all ages and being curious about the world, as Lindsay said. Is that fair?
Well, it's interesting. Hearing loss has been equated with increased risk of cognitive decline and dementia. So, absolutely right.
And
absolutely right.
And I wanted to kind of
Yeah,
ask,
your
how do
idea
you work with your doctors? And I can ask that to you, Larry. How do you make sure that you have a good relationship with your doctor to make sure that you're making the choices you need to make? This isn't about like, I'm never going to get old, I'm going to ignore my doctor. How do you interact with a doctor?
Well, for one thing, I have an annual checkup every year, and just seeing the doctor at least once a year, maybe twice a year if you have chronic conditions, going to the right specialists, and just the very simple routine of having a full blood test, of having your heart checked, all your vital signs. You just keep monitoring your health. Now, I'm very lucky in that I can afford to have a great concierge doctor whose cell I have, who I'm able to phone any time. But even without that, I think it's very important to build a relationship with a good GP. And as you age, simply see the GP regularly. I mean, to give you a great example, my GP said, Larry, you're over 80 and your blood looks great, but I think you should have a complete cardiac workup, which I don't think I had in 10 years. So they discovered, to my surprise, that I had asymptomatic atrial fibrillation. I had no idea I had it, and they have it under total control with a blood thinner, but had it not been discovered, it could have done really serious heart damage. So I think the key thing is, no matter what, seeing your health provider regularly.
Can I introduce a little controversy here?
Please.
Not contradict Larry, but add to it. The healthcare system is going through a phenomenal change right now, particularly at the primary care level. Clearly, you're not going to mess around with the surgeon and tell him what to do, but at the primary care level, we're seeing a decrease in the number of geriatricians just as the older population explodes, thanks to longevity. Nurse practitioners are increasingly taking that role. AI is increasingly becoming the diagnostician. So that's number one. Number two, we're seeing the consumerization of healthcare, especially among superagers who want a certain level of service and don't want to be passive recipients of whatever wisdom is given out, maybe under not necessarily consumer-friendly circumstances. So there's a move to take charge of it. We actually ran an article saying, is it time to fire your doctor? And it was all about the quality of it wasn't about medical advice. We are not giving out medical advice saying that, his diagnosis or her diagnosis is wrong. It's, why shouldn't you be treated a certain way? Why shouldn't the appointments be on time? Why shouldn't the shockingly low number of minutes they spend with a GP usually? And there's a big problem too with ageism in healthcare, where the doctors are saying, well, you're older, you're so old now, why should we even bother with that treatment? You're not going to be around long enough to benefit. And it's been estimated that ageism costs the U.S. healthcare system $300 billion a year of just lazy diagnosis or quick diagnosis. So, he's too old, who cares? That's in the system. Don't kid yourself. So we're a voice, we're an advocate of stand up for your own rights and needs, and don't be afraid to look for alternatives that can provide those needs. And again, I stress, we're not making a clinical point here. We're making a point about you are a consumer and you're entitled to a certain level of service.
I think you're making one important overriding point, and that is, I think, a good doctor will have a wellness orientation. In other words, the doctor will just not be treating the current symptom, but will be looking to what is the overall plan to keep you healthy and prevent adverse events from occurring.
this isn't necessarily helpful, but I'm wondering if anybody has heard the Louis C.K. bit where he talks about aging. I feel like I need to send this to you, David and Larry, where he's like, go to the doctor, I turned 40 and I said, Doc, my ankle's hurting. And he says, yeah, just take some Advil. And he's like, well, won't that just take 8 Advil a day? He's like, well, won't that hurt my innards? He's like, well, yeah, you just have to weigh out how much you want to feel good about your ankle. And he's like, well, what if I was an athlete? He's like, come on, you're not an athlete. Anyway, the bit is really great, but we have to weigh our priorities. But speaking of priorities, I mean, I really think, I firmly believe that aging is expansion. Now, I didn't think that when I was young. I think that now that I'm older and I can see that, and I know that the widening of wisdom and creativity is really, really impactful. But as it pertains to y'all's book here, 2 of the A's that stood out to me that are interesting balance, it's the attachment and autonomy. And I'm curious how we balance staying independent while staying deeply connected, because I think it's the connection piece that is the most powerful, because when we feel lonely and lost, why do we need to be here? So how do we balance the autonomy with the attachment piece there?
Well, if you have if you're lucky enough to... Go ahead, Larry, sorry. Go ahead.
No, I think they're connected. If you have strong attachments and great caring relationships, that actually enhances your autonomy. Like, I'm lucky enough to have been married to the same wonderful woman for almost 60 years, and having that kind of attachment and having incredible kids and grandkids and good friends, I think the stronger and more vibrant your attachments are, the easier it is to maintain your independence and autonomy. I think one really enhances and reinforces the other. I don't really see any conflict or exclusivity between autonomy and attachment. In fact, the more autonomous you are, the more you can do and appreciate other people, I think.
The challenge here, though, is what if you already don't have the benefit of a familial network and friends have passed away or whatever. And what's going on in the world, and we report on this all the time, is the internet and technology is stepping up to provide that attachment. And it's important that everybody at least be aware of what's available out there. Not that you necessarily need it, but what's going on with robotics, what's going on with AI, what's going on with virtual friends and virtual associates, where a person who is physically alone can go onto the internet and interact with an avatar as if they were a person, that they can take part in things. There are nursing homes across the world, pioneered largely in Japan, are working with robot companions. So particularly if they have people who have dementia, who have serious issues where they can't be independent, they still need that attachment because that attachment promotes longevity. And the technology is moving at a lightning pace now, and it's something we keep an eye on our website. We report on it quite frequently. But there are systems in place. There are new programs coming out where a person can connect virtually, so attachment becomes ever more feasible.
I wanted to add this, by the way. Speaking of community, I don't know if you guys are familiar with how our show runs, but we are not only on iHeartRadio, we're also on YouTube, Facebook, Odyssey, numerous platforms. There is a conversation that happens every morning on our chat room. Marshall Platter, who is a friend of the show, calls on a regular basis. He said, "Super aging, are you talking about me?" And he's kind of making the point that, one of the great things about the internet, along with some of the AI possibilities, is look, people can listen to podcasts now and get involved in online
something
chat
for
communities.
Everybody.
There's something for everybody. Lindsay hit the nail on the head. My father actually plays video games now with his grandson. And they play together, and it has changed the game. I just got off the phone with a military veteran who is literally, spending time on his Switch with his grandson, and they're playing Mario Kart. And this is like not an uncommon thing. There's all sorts of ways. We have a good friend of ours, Candy Bass. She's, 82 years old, still driving a truck.
And she still wears glitter. She's 82, driving a truck, and puts on glitter every morning, guys. Come on, that is the epitome of super aging. You need to interview her for the website.
She should create her own channel.
By the way, she actually has a TA Petro. She has a truck stop that is named after her, and now what she calls it is the candy store. So,
and the candy store, and her handle is the Glitter Granny. So these are the things we're talking about. You guys get it.
By the way, can you send us how to get a hold of her? We'll do a story about her.
Yes, I love that. I will do that today.
Her email or her, whatever it is.
Yep.
But my prime example of that is the 94-year-old. There's a 94-year-old grandmother who has 14 million followers on TikTok.
I love that. I love that.
Can she please just give me 1 million?
So it's happening.
Just want one of them.
Connection, no, but to get back to your original premise, connection, attachment is vital because, again, I go back to, I know I sound like a broken record. They've done research. Loneliness and isolation equals more stress equals more inflammation equals more chronic disease. It's all been traced through biologically. It's all the same thing. And you can fight it by reducing the stress equals less inflammation equals more longevity equals less risk of cognitive decline. And attachment is very possible now given the internet, way more than ever.
David and Larry, we're out of time, unfortunately, but this was wonderful information. Would love to have you back. Anything that keeps people inspired is very exciting for us. A good reminder, we're not done until we're done. So keep going, keep being curious.
That's it.
Head on over to Super.
So much. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you too. Super.
Inviting us. Been great talking with you.
You're welcome. Thank you, Larry. We are out. We got to take a quick break here. Lindsay, tell them where to go. You're actually going to read that website.
Please go to superagingnews.com. They're, of course, on Facebook, X, Instagram, everywhere. You can find anything you need over on superagingnews.com. You can also get the book and the workbook over on amazon.com or wherever you buy your books. Check it out. We need you all around for a long time. We can't do our job if you're not here. So come on, guys. Get curious. Stay young. Let's go. Me being young.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
The Joshua Chamberlain Society is unlike any other veterans organization. It's truly a family, and I know that firsthand from working with them myself. Their mission is to make wounded veterans and families of deceased veterans feel the support and appreciation of their community for life. Our veterans' injuries are permanent, and so is the JCS support. From monetary assistance like paying utility bills or college funds to helping our heroes find purpose, JCS is a family that surrounds and supports the heroes who have sacrificed so much. Learn more and make your donation at chamberlainsociety.org. That's chamberlainsociety.org.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jazrawi.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
Pro drivers, say hello to your perfect fuel stop, Racetrack. Perfect as in hello, everything you need on the go. Oh, hi there, dedicated truck lanes. What's up, hot and delicious grab-and-go food? And hello, cat scales, clean restrooms, and large, easy-to-maneuver lots. Racetrack has what you want so you can get in, get out, and get back on the road, turning miles into money. Next time you need to stop, say hello to the fuel stop built for pro drivers. Racetrack, whatever gets you going.
It's a trucking, transportation, and lifestyle show like none other.
Man, you call this a life?
Road Gang Radio is back for another half hour of the best transpo show in the known universe.
We come in peace. Well, actually, we're falling to pieces.
Whew. Get us out of orbit, Madison with a T.
There's just something so good about sci-fi and trucking.
Oh, yeah.
We're trucking in space.
Oh, yeah. Where we're going, we don't need roads. We don't need them, Lindsay. We don't need roads because you can be listening with your heart at iHeart. You can have the audacity to listen on Odyssey. You can yak it up like our friends are doing right now on YouTube. Make some FaceTime on Facebook. Live your life on Live 365 and be a free-floating radical at RadioNemo.com. Or maybe you can go back and listen to Lindsay Lawler's We Should Write. Right? You could do that afterwards on your favorite podcast platforms. Ponder the possibilities of Road Gang Radio. Good morning to you, Lindsay LaRue.
Good morning. Let's keep this show going with a little more joy. This is one of the things, Jim. This next guest actually flows great from our previous guest, talking about finding ways to super age, to stay fun, to stay involved, to stay joyous. And our next very joyous memory-making guest is Mike Michaels, the mastermind. I'm going to call him a mastermind because that is, in fact, what he is behind Austin's wonderfully weird, total mad scientist. He's the mastermind behind Austin's wonderfully weird Eureka Room. Eureka! If you've never heard of it, okay, so picture this. A cozy 100 square foot room. I'm getting a little claustrophobic, but I'm going to talk to him about that. Packed with light, sound, and the kind of absurd participatory activities that make you laugh, connect, and wonder what on earth just happened. It's part an art installation, part comedy, and part social experiment, and it's designed for one thing: sparking joy. Hell yeah. Mike is also the man behind HalloweenLocal.com and ChristmasLocal.com, which are two of the world's biggest holiday directories. This guy is just lives his life in fun and joy. So after more than 2 decades in publishing, he's now in the business of delightfully absurd experiences. Mike Michaels, welcome to the show. Let's talk Eureka, EurekaRoom.com. Good morning, friend.
Good morning. Thank you, Lindsay. That was great. Thank you for having me. I really appreciate it.
Thank you for being here. We all need more joy in our life, but I'm looking at me, so thank you for being here. Jim, this is our next adventure for sure.
Well, and like I said, there are so many entrance points, too. It feels like the Eureka Room, and I have this little metaphor I came up with after going through all this kind of content, that the Eureka Room is a place where you go, and then once you've kind of been there, you kind of walk out and then go to Halloween Local and go to Christmas Local and realize all the little pockets of wonder that are everywhere. It almost feels like it's a great reminder that there are pockets, not these wide open sort of open world video game adventures, but there are these little tiny pockets, almost like, Hobbiton, where you can go in these places and kind of restore your faith and joy and then go out and find it and be able to recognize it more when you get out there in the real world. Can you kind of talk about the origin of all of this, where the idea came from to create a pocket of joy?
Yeah, I'd be happy to. It's probably been going about 12 years or so. I had the idea, and I just wanted to create a unique experience. I grew up working at an amusement park. I love roadside attractions. I run this company that shows you where events happen, where I live in Austin. And like you mentioned, I have the other websites. And I just I really like experiences, and I wanted to create one of my own. And I like the kind of weirder surprise, secret kind of things. And so I decided to tinker with this, and a lot of false starts, a lot of failures, but a lot of testing. And I got it to where people have really started to like it. So, love it in a lot of cases.
Well, I'm gonna start with the obvious elephant in the room question, Mike, because this wonderful attraction is at your house, a different house now. And listen, that shows me that you have faith in humanity. But what if some sort of psychopath like myself wanted? No, I'm just kidding. But like that is what prompted you to be like, not only am I going to create this joy, promote it online, but it's going to be at my house. That takes a certain kind of comfort level, I would say. So walk me through that decision.
Courage.
Yeah, well,
yeah. I love it, but I'm curious about it.
That was a matter of.
Did we lose him?
Did we lose Mike?
It evolved in my. What's that?
Mike, are you there? He's still on the line.
Yeah.
I think he's probably.
I'm here.
There you are.
He hung up because he heard me say he realized I'm a psychopath. He's like, "We got to end this conversation now." Did you hear the question?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I did. Can you hear me now? Okay,
yes.
Yes. That's all right.
Yeah. Well, I have it in my house mainly because of financial.
Sure.
Like, I didn't know if it was going to be a business or not. It's kind of weird. And then it just kind of stuck there. And I did have to have people come through. Originally, I had them waiting. My living room was the waiting room. I did eventually put a door on the side of the house, so it's a little bit less weird for everybody. They don't have to come through my living room and see all my stuff. But yeah, it is. For some people, it adds a little, more specialness. For some, it kind of weirds them out. I haven't had any issues. I mean, it does actually, makes me, like you said, kind of restores my faith in humanity in some ways, because people come, there's no problems, and they hopefully does the same for them, because it's just a door on a house. It's nothing fancy right now. So.
Well, and I'm joking by saying, I really do believe that the restored faith in humanity. I think it's the same idea as like Airbnb. It's like when you put yourself out there with that trust, I think it sets people up for success, not the other way around. So I think what you're doing is so joyous that it's countering anything that could ever be negative. But but what would be, but on that note though, what is is there any weary traveler or family or somebody that stands out that was the most interesting guest you've had at the Eureka Room, aka your home?
Yeah, I had, so when people book it, they can book like a private group, or they can book just like a mixed group. So whoever else joins up. So a lot of times I have people who don't know each other. And so I had one time, it was just 4 people, which is kind of the minimum to make it fun. So I was kind of like, okay. And it was these 2 young women and then these 3 older women who were, I could tell were really already maybe a little bit more sophisticated. And it turns out that 2 of them didn't even speak English. They were from Brazil. And I was like, oh man, because you have to, there's instructions and things, in English. So I was like, I don't know how this is going to go. And man, they went in there, and I'm not in there with them, just for folks who haven't been there. And there's kind of instructions through the speakers and things. And they were just screaming and laughing the entire time. It was like, I came into the room and they had taken the props and had them on their head. It was just, you never know. It's just so great to see people. They didn't even speak English, and they were getting along. They were literally hugging each other, these strangers, afterward. Which this doesn't happen much, but that was really awesome. A special moment.
Jim, Joy knows no language. Jim, it knows all languages.
And there is a certain energy of sui generis to this. I mean, as if it just kind of sprung from your head. Like the goddess Athena from Zeus's forehead. It just kind of pops out. Was there any inspiration? Was there anything that you looked at and said, I really dug this, but it could be completely different, but was there an experience of joy that you had as a young man? Was there an experience of joy that you really recount? Because I can hear it in your voice. Your voice has got that infectious sort of bounce of joy in it, where you're like, man, I really loved that particular moment of this particular amusement park or this party I went to, where you said, I really want to capture that when I put this together. Or do you feel like it's all just kind of accumulated and then it all just kind of came out? Do you understand what I'm asking here?
Yeah. Well, I think the amusement park at the time didn't seem formative, but I mean, it was a crazy place. Those places are run by 15-year-olds, and
terrifying.
And it was just really interesting to kind of be behind the scenes and do these things. And so that was definitely a big one. And I love people's passion projects, like people who doing. There's this guy in town. There's this cathedral of junk. It's this giant, monstrous thing.
Friend of the show.
We've had him on our show.
Friend of the show.
Oh, have you? Oh, yeah, Vince, yeah. And it's just, it's really, there's no reason people need to do this, but when they do it, it's really cool. And so I think that's kind of one of the things that kept me going. It's like I want to do something interesting that people are gonna like and connect with, and just a little. Diversion from their everyday normal.
Well, and it's, adults forget how to play, and also tech also gets in the way. And here at the Eureka Room, you've got no phones, no tech. It's like literally stripped away so you can be there for the joy. But, so with all that being said, even though this is based on joy and absurdity, do you see a bigger purpose? I know the answer is yes, but do you see a bigger purpose, like teaching people to connect, or just giving them a break from normal life? Is that really what's going on behind the scenes here, and some of your kind of bigger vision or hope for it?
Yeah, I really enjoy that. I think a lot of people don't have that opportunity. They have this thing they call the loneliness epidemic. A lot of people, you can do everything at home now. So it's really, I really enjoy, connecting people. People can see, strangers aren't always dangers, and that's really rewarding. And I think that a lot of that is just this sense of bringing people together and connecting. I mean, it's nothing big. I mentioned those people who are hugging. It's really light interaction. There's some high-fiving. There's some shouting. But that's enough to really get people, feeling something special and feeling connected and a little bit more lighthearted.
By the way, Mike, I'm going to ask Lindsay a question by way of kind of getting to you with a question. I don't know, he talked about the loneliness epidemic just now. Are you attuned to that, Lindsay? I mean, I feel that. I don't feel the loneliness myself. I have friends and I have family that love me. But when you walk around and, you kind of move in society, I mean, you got a kid, so you're everywhere. Do you feel that? Do you see people like at sports fields or, playgrounds and all that? And do you see that going around you, that loneliness?
Yeah, particularly when Mike, I like to ask questions. I like to dive deep. I'm very driven by connection. And I realized it last night with a woman, a mom that I was sitting with as we both dropped our kids off to theater, and we got into a really deep conversation. And she told me some very, very deep things. This is a woman that I've met twice. And in that moment, I realized, wow, this is somebody who doesn't have someone to talk to, including her own perhaps husband or family. And so, I was thinking about it a lot last night, just like people want to be heard, want to be seen, but also feel like they can't take up space, or they don't want to get in the way, or why would anyone care about what I have to say? So I think that I think especially if you're brought together by something joyous, then you can get deep quickly. Like case in point, last night we were brought together by both of our daughters on stage at a theater performance. That's very joyous. So we had that quick connection, which could be the Eureka Room. You're brought together with something in joy, and then who knows what can come from it? Who knows what conversation could have? Who knows what somebody was needing? Maybe you were needing them, they were needing you. Who knows? I mean, that's very deep for a 100-square-foot room with lights and hugging and high five. But I do think one can lead to the other.
Yeah, absolutely. I've had people leave and who didn't know each other when they came in, and they went out and got a drink, and it's really my bigger vision.
We made it through the Eureka Room. We made it. Let's go have a drink. We lived to tell.
I know. People do ask me a lot if they're going to get murdered, but no one has been murdered, just for the record.
Great.
But I mean, it's at the beginning because it's kept a secret. It's kind of, obviously in my house. But I mean, people will go, connect, and that's just great. I would love to have a bigger place where, there was a bar or coffee shop attached where people could hang out. There's really not a lot of places for them to go unless they, try a little bit harder, but it'd be nice if it was just right here and they could just do it. But I don't want them to do it in my living room, so they have to.
Not ready for a liquor license.
Well, and you, by the way, you picked up on a lot of the reason why I asked Lindsay the question was I figured you'd pick up on that. And I was kind of curious because, Lindsay asked the question about, people that really kind of that you remembered. Have you seen that transformation? Meaning people walk in and there's a sense of loneliness, and there are people out there, a lot of people like shut down in their loneliness, but there are people out there who actually are making an effort, who say, look, I know I'm lonely. I need to get out there and kind of do my thing. And I was kind of wondering, along with hearing people who don't speak the native language burst into laughter in the room, which must be an incredible joy. Have you seen people walk in lonely? I mean, genuinely, where you could feel their loneliness and had them walk out and be like, I'm a little less lonely now than I was before, and I'm ready to kind of go out there and maybe make some friends. I mean, you've alluded to it, but you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I can't say, what's in their head exactly, but I've definitely had people come in and they look kind of down and out or bored or don't want to be there, something along those lines, and totally seen them transform. I mean, to make it clear, it doesn't work for everybody, but man, a lot of people, like that. There was a guy, he's a bouncer down on 6th Street, which is like party area in Austin here, and he I think his friend dragged him there, and he was a big guy, tattoos and stuff, and I'm like, oh, this guy's not gonna like it. Too goofy probably, but oh my God, when he came out, he was like, it was like this light had just gone on, and he just wouldn't stop talking about it and talking to me, and he was just so excited, and that's just great. And I feel like, I don't know if he was lonely, but I do think that a lot of people do feel more connected, and I think that's where a lot of the joy comes from.
Well, I'm realizing now we haven't really explained exactly what happens in the room, and I don't know how much you want to say versus how much you want people just to come there and witness. But before you do that, I want to bring up, because when I watched the YouTube video on it, it made me think of, do you know the episode, if anybody watches The Office, the American one, where they create the disco room? I think they call it Club Disco down in like it's like a room behind the urinals or something, but they put a disco ball in there, they bring a boombox in, and they come in and just start dancing in this tiny room on lunch breaks or whatever. And even just watching that episode brings me joy, and that's what the Eureka Room makes me think of. So give us as much as you want to say, because you want to leave some element of surprise so people will come, but give us the overview that you can of when you walk in, what's actually going to happen in this room, this mysterious room.
Yeah, it's hard to advertise a place that's supposed to be a secret, but I don't mind.
Yeah.
It won't change anything. You show up. First of all, it lasts about an hour. The room's about 100 square feet, and it's kind of a white box you walk into, which is inside my house, and it's on the sides of the walls. There's this white plexiglass. There's about 40,000 LEDs behind them, and in the front there's a projection screen, and it comes from the rear projection screen. So I can make it completely dark in there. So there's a lot of moments of darkness, and then there's a lot of like build up to some really absurd moments. There's a program that's somewhat, it starts out like meditation and then turns into this crazy high-fiving thing. There's some other things with weird instructions, and you shout things. There's a lot of, when something happens, you shout a thing. And then at the end, I bring in this table where there's some props and you kind of play a game. But that also is kind of like, there's a lot of irony and kind of tongue-in-cheek stuff that I try to put in there. And I'm not in there, like I said. It's just like whoever's in there has to interact or not with each other. But it's kind of like being in an elevator where, like, after a while, you almost feel like you have to interact, otherwise it gets more awkward. So it works.
By the way, it reminds me in a different way. There's a restaurant here, guys, that is called the Mosquito Supper Club, and you pay in advance, and it's family-style dining, which means you can make a reservation for up to 3 people. After that, they tell you that's it, you're done, and then they sit you at this big table, and essentially you have to kind of go around the table and introduce yourself. And when they bring the food out, they bring it out family-style. Except for the occasional muffin or salad, everything they bring out, Lindsay, is like in big bowls. And it's like you have to figure out ways to kind of navigate with people to serve yourself stuff. And by the end of it, people who were strangers are now friends. And by the way, I was curious in regards to, do you find that you're growing in popularity? Do you feel like there's something out there right now where people are dying for experiences rather than things?
I think there is a lot of people out there looking for experiences. I think if some magical money showed up, I could make something even bigger that would be even more popular. So I think, there are people actively looking to get out from their phones and go do things in reality. And so I think there'll be more of this. I think just again with the loneliness epidemic, or just people wanting to connect, there'll be more businesses and experiences for people to do that, because it'll have to be done more intentionally than just by happenstance of how it used to happen more often.
Yeah. Well, I love magical money. I hope somebody gives you some magical money, by the way. Somebody listening, please give Mike Michaels some magical money. So this can grow and expand and evolve and maybe get another place, have a coffee shop and a bar attached. I mean, with that being said, do you see a future where there's a Eureka Room in other cities? Is it something that you would like to keep Austin based? Because this is, it's kind of the same ideas like the escape rooms situation. Although people get scared of the escape room, because it's scary. And if they're like, I'm not smart enough, or what if I never get out? That kind of thing. This is not that.
It's a mini meow wolf. It's a mini meow wolf.
Dude, and for someone like me who's got claustrophobia, I'm like, heck no. But Eureka Room, I'm like, oh, that's joy in one room. Okay, I can get on board. I know the door. I know Mike. I'll be in Mike's living room if you need me. But is this something that is that any sort of vision, or was your intention just to start it and let it be what it will be?
Well, right now it's on semi hiatus. Like, I'm working towards the next thing, but I would like it to be a bigger thing, and probably just one location in Austin or wherever it lands. If someone else wants to partner with me, I would be happy to bring it somewhere else. And I have talked to other bigger places about bringing it in. So it may not be something that I develop fully on my own, which I'm be happy with. I just want to get it out there and help it grow, because I've really enjoyed it, and other people who have visited have really enjoyed it.
I want to talk about the other two things that have kind of lurking in the background, and they're just a click away. HalloweenLocal.com, of course, is so near and dear to my heart I can't even see straight. And ChristmasLocal.com. Can you talk about the inspiration to actually put these together? Because I have to tell you, as somebody who every October
is obsessed with Halloween,
I curate the hell out of this show. We go from horror podcasters, horror novelists. We have at least 3 of the biggest haunted houses in the United States. Their proprietors come on the show. We love all this stuff. What was the kind of inspiration? Was it just a matter of there's a thing that I want to have that nobody else has made, so I guess I got to make it? Is it as simple as that? What is the driving force to do this?
Yeah, well, it evolved from my other company, which is a wall calendar that shows you when events happen in Austin. And I had just a little website that kind of had events around Christmas time for Austin. And that one got kind of popular. I mean, for as big as it could be. And I just started realizing there wasn't really a big site for, Christmas events. And then I did a Halloween one. And this year I just launched a Halloween one. It's got a map. You can search all over the country for haunted houses, fall festivals, things like that. And yeah, I didn't feel like there was anything out there that really met what I wanted out of a site like that. And hopefully it helps people find, more fun things to do around Halloween and Christmas.
It's cool. I mean, I'm on it right now. I'm put Franklin, Tennessee, and where I live, and I'm seeing, like you said, it shows you some like walking ghost tours of downtown Franklin, the Pumpkin Fall Fest. It's got family stuff. It's got scarier stuff. I'd be remiss if I didn't ask you, you being the Halloween and Christmas and joyful expert here. Is there a haunted house anywhere in the country that stands out to you that at the top of your head to be like, this is the scariest?
Oh gosh, I don't know. I exactly. I hate to say pick one, but I'll pick the local big one, the House of Torment. They're part of a bigger network now called the 13th Floor, and they have just really awesome ones. There's one on a boat out in LA, like an old cruise ship, I think, or something, and they just have which I'd really love to go check out. So. I'll say House of Torment.
House of Torment sounds family friendly. And the boat, that's the Queen Mary. Is that isn't it the Queen Mary that does that?
Yeah, yep, that's it, yeah.
Yeah, I've done that when I used to live there, which it's actually just haunted in general. And then whether you believe in that or not, and then you throw in making it an actual place to go is pretty cool. Well, Jim, it sounds like Mike would be the kind of guy to have around in October and December and always.
I'll tell you this. I'm looking at the New Orleans one right now, and some of them I'm like, okay, I can kind of see that. But other ones I'm like, that's it. There's the truth right there. There's some stuff here that
something for everyone.
By the way, Mike, Lindsay's up in Tennessee. I'm down here in the city of New Orleans, and so I have a certain ability to relate to what you got going on here. But a lot of really fun stuff, guys. Just type in your city. Type in your city, type in your local community. It's over 1,000 possibilities. There's a lot of stuff out there to do. He gives you a top 10. There's a lot of other stuff out there. We're out of time, Mike. We loved having you on. We can't wait to get back up to Austin at some point. We will be making our reservation. We will find you.
Yeah, please do. Hit me up. Let's come in. I will find a time for you. So, yeah, and anyone else who wants to come who's listening, please, come visit.
We will. Eureka.
EurekaRoom.com.
Well, thank you both for having me. I really appreciate it.
Oh, you got it, brother. You got it, by the way. Can't wait, by the way. With guys out there looking out for the seasons, I think we're going to be okay.
Hey, Mike, I don't want to freak you out, but I'm in your bushes right now. Can I come in your house? For $29, I can.
It's a Eureka.
Eureka.
We'll be right back on the other side of this. Phone lines will be open at 615-292-6366.
That's 615-292-NEMO. Give us a call, y'all.
Get $25 off on your next preventive maintenance service. Stop by TA Truck Service and save when you choose Castrol oil and a Fleet Guard oil filter. Now through September 30, 2025. Enjoy premium performance with trusted brands. Castrol, protection for the long haul guaranteed. Fleet Guard, run cleaner longer with filtration science. Our ASC certified technicians are ready to deliver expert preventive maintenance and more. TA Truck Service, Castrol, Fleet Guard, your partners in preventive maintenance.
There are precious few nonprofits in the trucking industry, and even fewer that make a tangible difference in the lives of professional drivers. So thank goodness for the St. Christopher Fund. Since 2008, over 4,000 over-the-road semi-truck drivers have turned to the St. Christopher Truckers Fund when a medical issue took them out of work. The SCF steps in and pays necessary household expenses such as mortgage, rent, utilities, insurance, and vehicle payments. The SCF also provides free health and wellness programs for drivers. So find out how the SCF can help you, or help the SCF yourself. They'll turn your dollars and cents into that tangible difference for the professional drivers who need it most. Support our highway heroes with a donation at truckersfund.org.
You know Sap Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires, so hold on to that fifth wheel, because when you buy 4 Salem S624 EFTs, the perfect line haul trailer tire, mounted at Sap Brothers, your price is an amazing $199.99, originally priced at $299.99, and prices are good through June 30, 2025 while supplies last. Save on 4 or more at Sap Brothers, and nobody's going to beat that price. Salem Tires, advanced compound technology for maximum mileage and rolling resistance without compromise. When you think tires, think Sap Brothers.
If someone tells you they need to get a life, tell them to join us here at Road Gang Radio with Lindsay Lawler and Jimmy Mack. Hit those turbos, Madison with a T.
No, I'm hitting them. We're going at light speed.
Welcome back, by the way, to Road Gang Radio, keeping it sleazy over here in the Big Easy, and they're keeping it easy over there in Music Sleazy, where Lindsay Lawler resides. By the way, if you're giving your heart to iHeart, we welcome you. If you're making FaceTime on Facebook, congratulations. If you have the audacity to listen on Odyssey, we're with you. By the way, if you're live and digging a jive on 365, we think you're pretty darn groovy. And by the way, you can check out everything, including Lindsay's wonderful episode of We Should Write, right, from yesterday, will be up in a little bit. We're going to be launching that on the platforms, on the podcast, as well as everything else over on Spotify and Pandora, and actually on an app that I don't know how the hell we got there, but we got there, Lindsay. Good morning to you.
And good morning to you, friend.
I'm in a good mood because I got no sleep last night, so I'm kind of punch drunk right now.
That's not good. That's a problem.
I'm going to get some sleep later on today. I'm actually not going to go to bed immediately afterwards. That would be a terrible mistake. I did not try to go to bed. I went to bed, and literally an hour and 15 minutes later, I woke up and I felt rested. And I also felt dread at the same time. Have you ever had that happen? Where you
Every single night of my life. Every night of my life.
I mean, I wouldn't mind if I woke up and was tired because then I could go back to bed. You know, I woke up and I felt like awake. I'm like, oh my God, I can go do some stuff, but I don't want to be awake. And sometimes I get like 3.5 or 4 hours of sleep, and I say to myself, okay, you know what? I can live with that. We'll get through the day. It'll be fine. But
not enough.
But when you get an hour and 15 minutes, that's just not good.
That's definitely not enough. But it's nice when you wake. I woke up at 5 this morning without even an alarm and was wide awake in a good way. I'm not looking at my phone right before bed. I'm trying to not zone out and just watch mindless stuff until midnight and then go to bed. Like I want to get up and be more proactive in the morning and get stuff done, especially before my daughter gets up and it turns to chaos. So yeah, but there's so many, back to the super aging thing, so many little shifts make really big differences. Like not checking your phone first thing in the morning or first thing before you go to bed. It really does, because I feel when I check it, like I take that back. I did look at it this morning and then quickly put it down because I immediately, the minute I looked at it, I immediately felt my brain hurting because it is not how you're supposed to start your day or end your day.
It's really overwhelming. I've been reading before bed and it's really, really helped me. It's the blue light. It's science. The blue light from your phone affects your brain. It stops the production of melatonin. That's exactly what happens.
Yeah. And reading's great before bed. First of all, it just makes me tired. But second of all, it's putting, especially, maybe don't read a slasher book right before bed unless you want to, let's choose your own adventure in your dreamland, I guess. But it's curating how you start and end your day will change your life.
That's a good word. That's a good word. We'll get to the phone lines here in a second. If you guys are queuing up, we're thrilled to have you at 615-292-6366.
That's 615-292-NEMO.
I do want to talk about something that I heard the other day, a couple of weeks ago. I might have mentioned it on the show, but I don't think I did. I have a friend of mine that works over at Trader Joe's, and I didn't become...
That's a good friend to have.
And didn't become my friend because they worked at Trader Joe's. They actually were a friend of mine, and then one day I ran into her, and it was great to see her. She loves working there, so it wasn't like, oh, you're working at Trader Joe's. It was like, oh, you work at Trader Joe's? Really excited.
It's one of the happiest places on earth.
I have a couple of friends who actually work there, longtime friends. First time callers, longtime friends. But she told me something that was really great. She made me feel good. She said, well, you look terrific. She said, how old are you? And I told her how old I was. And she said, well, really take care of yourself for the next decade. She said, men in particular go through this period from about 55 to 65. And she said, it's the real turning point for most men. And she said, most people come out the other side and they look considerably older. They look like the 10 years have done, something to them. They wear down, they give up, they stop working out, they make bad choices. That's not fair. They make just kind of normal choices of kind of winding it down. She said, but there's a group of guys, she said, they get through that 10-year crucible and they come out on the other side, and if they just simply look like a little bit slightly more wrinkled, chiseled version of themselves, that how aging will often thin you a little bit if you take care of yourself. She said, you get to the other side of 65 and you look more or less like you looked at 55. She said, you're going to live a long time. And I thought that's kind of just, that's a lovely thing to say, but is that true? And I got to tell you, looking at the Super Aging book and having done some research, watching my father look younger before my eyes over the last 2 years, there really is something. There's a point where, and by the way, you're considerably younger than that. You're not close to that crucible yet.
Considerably younger. Yeah. Let me just stress that.
But it's really important, I think, what you're doing right now, though. And Dean Krogh talks about this all the time. There's a reason why he looks so good for his age. He is an absolute obsessive when it comes to the kingdom of sleep. And that is, as I get older, it's like I had a conversation last night with a friend after I woke up, Lindsay, and I never should have done it. And it really went sideways really quickly. They actually sent me an apology text very early this morning. I'm like, it's fine, dude. It's like Francis of Assisi had it right. In the middle of the night, there is nothing that can be resolved that the morning doesn't suddenly make you clear on. And it's just like the dark thoughts that drift in if you're not used to being a night owl are really insidious. And the only time.
Well, and you also there's this person I listen to, a woman named Esther Hicks, but she goes by the moniker Abraham Hicks. Anyway, it's out there, but I love it. But one of her things that she says is like, if you're so caught up in it's like take a nap. If something's making you crazy, making you mad, I know it's very hard to fall asleep when your mind is racing, but her whole thing is go to bed, take a nap, go to sleep, get off of it. You got to get off the thing you're obsessing about, which is very hard to do. I understand. But you got to get off of it or else you'll snowball. You got to go to bed, wake up, start anew, take a nap, start anew, whatever. To close your eyes for 10 minutes. I don't know, whatever you got to do. Listen to something, listen to a song, but you got to get your mind off of whatever it is. Same thing, like you just said, if you're having a conversation or like a disagreement, an argument, whatever it may be, you got to get off of it. It's just not, you got to get off of it and truck down is what you got to do.
Yeah. By the way, well said. Even the truck down part, by the way, they serve 50 states and 8 provinces. You guys know the drill. Go to truckdown.com. And I want to distinguish something here because you made a really good point. If you are having a circular conversation with yourself, go to bed. If you are eating simply to stay awake, go to bed. If you really don't like the show and Netflix asks you if you're still watching, go to bed. If a friend is over that you haven't seen in a long time, it's okay once in a while not to get the perfect night's sleep because you're spending time with somebody you love. If you're staying awake, fighting through the book, and eventually pass out with the book on your chest, you're probably okay.
Great. That's great.
That's great stuff. And want to make sure people are clear about that because I often think that, there are ways of not getting sleep that are much better than ways of, not getting sleep. And you know exactly what I'm talking about. It's that circular stuff, Lindsay. You hit the nail on the head.
I like the friend piece, though. You said have someone over. Do the joyous thing. If it's going to bring you joy, you can stay up a little later. Like tonight, Cowboys, Eagles, baby. People are coming over for pizza and salad and an outdoor fire and football. My friend Kevin Post, who's my Cowboy friend, my friend Amanda and her boyfriend, our buddy Todd in town. We're doing football, baby. Go Cowboys. I also, Jimmy, last night, go Cowboys. I'm sorry. It doesn't even feel right saying it because
I'm rooting for you,
so
Lindsay.
bad.
I'm rooting for you, Lindsay. I really hope that they defy the odds makers. I really hope they put. Like I said, I've gotten to the point where it's no longer fun to root against them. It's just such a sad situation. So go Cowboys.
Well, you want to? I did my. I'm in a fantasy football league that we had our draft last night. You want to know the name of my league? Jerry Jones Sucks. That's the name of my team. That is. That's what it's called. I was like, that was Seamus is like, is that really what you're going with? I said, that's what I'm going with. Yep. That's it.
Great conversation starter. Might make some friends. Nobody's going to be like, no, he doesn't. He's a pretty righteous guy. What are you talking about? That person is not showing up. That person is not going to be there, Lindsay. I can promise you that. We do have a phone call. And maybe they'll talk about how much Jerry Jones sucks. Who is it?
Pack Rat.
Jerry
perfect.
Jones sucks. Yeah.
Did you hear the name of my fantasy league, Pack Rat?
I like it.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Well, I had a football-related question, college football. So Bill Belichick's college debut didn't go so well.
No, it did not. And by the way, I don't know if you know this, but that's the worst loss Bill Belichick's had since his girlfriend was born, which was I think about 10 years ago. Sorry about that. That's what Virginia Tech was saying. That's the kind of shots they were taking. Shotsky. Yeah, it was a bad scene. They looked great on the first drive. They looked great on their first defensive series, and then the wheels just came absolutely off, and they weren't still rolling. It was bad. It was embarrassing, and it's going to be interesting to see if, in fact, he makes the look. It happens though. People come in and they get their clocks clean. Nick Saban went 5-6 his first year at Alabama, although he never lost a game like that, Lindsay. By the way, did you see Gina Harrison's fantasy team, Lindsay?
Her fantasy, let's see, Bloodbath and Beyond. She says go Cowboys, though. Thanks, girl. Bloodbath and Beyond.
Bloodbath and Beyond. Are you
That's a good conversation, what your fantasy football league name is.
Pack Rat? We're asking you, do you play
Yeah,
fantasy football?
No, I should though. But I'll have to come up with a more creative name there. I'll work on that.
Yeah,
I mean, Pack Rat's pretty good. That's the thing with the truck driver, and all your everyone's got a handle, so that's that kind of that works. Do you have? I'll be watching. Speaking of college football, this Saturday I went to Oklahoma, so Boomer Sooner. We have Michigan versus Oklahoma. That'll be a game. Michigan is ranked. I think they're 15. We're ranked 18, which, as we all know, doesn't really matter. But the betting, it's Oklahoma 6. The under. Wait, let's see. Let me see what it is. Oklahoma -6. The over under is plus 46.5.
Wow.
Yeah, the big team, the everybody agrees that I'm glad to say this because Foam Master Dre isn't around because I really don't care about LSU football other than my brothers went there and they root for it. The big team everybody is really kind of looking at right now is LSU. That's the one, Lindsay, that everybody is kind of being like, oh no, they can play. They always could play offense, Lindsay. And now they can play defense, and it has set up a chill in a lot of people's minds because Dabo Swinney got handed his hat over in the other Death Valley. I don't know if you know that, Lindsay, but Clemson calls their stadium Death Valley, and it really makes LSU fans angry because it ain't Death Valley. It just that ain't the truth of it. That ain't the truth. Have you ever been to LSU Stadium, Lindsay? Like I said, I know you've been to a couple of away games for things, but have you ever been to LSU?
I have not, but I'm planning on going this year since I've got now my friends' 3 children are all there and one child will be performing. So I'm gonna try to get up there this year. We'll see. I mean, I say a lot of things every year, but it's on my to do.
The only team that LSU hasn't booed so loud that has made the stadium shake when they took the field against LSU was Army. They actually came to a standing ovation. It was really weird to watch a visiting team take the field and watch all of Tiger Stadium come to its feet and give them a standing ovation. And then LSU went out 145-7. So that's how life goes sometimes. That's sometimes the reality of what kind of goes down there. Pack Rat, what are you watching this weekend? Are you watching the game tonight? Because Lindsay's watching it.
Baby.
I will be listening to it. I'll be listening on satellite. And this weekend, hopefully watching some CFL football. And some NFL.
Yeah, buddy. Do you get it, Packer? Are you like me when we just like even just the idea of football and the sights and sounds, whether you're watching the game or not, it just there's like there's a certain coziness around it. Same as fall, football, and fire. I just fall, football, and fire. That the combination of those 3 just puts me in a way better place than most things. Is that the same for you?
Kind of an ambiance, I guess.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah, I look forward because it's the fall, and I kind of look forward to the fall.
Me too, buddy. Me too. Jim, what's your favorite season? Well, and New Orleans is tough to have a favorite season, probably, or not tough, but you probably like it when it's not blazing hot. But what's the best kind of coziest vibe or feeling to you in New Orleans? Is it Mardi Gras or is it more holidays?
No, Mardi Gras. Mardi Gras is a crapshoot because you could literally have a Mardi Gras where it is 78 degrees and humid because Mardi Gras moves with Easter Sunday, which means Mardi Gras is always 46 days before Easter Sunday because it's Fat Tuesday, and then that gives way to Ash Wednesday, and then Lent begins. So wherever Easter falls, so you could have literally a freezing cold Mardi Gras, or you could have a really, really warm and rainy Mardi Gras. It varies. The sweet spot in New Orleans in regards to where you want to be is the week of Jazz Fest, the 2 weeks, the 3 weeks, the month leading up to Jazz Fest. Although it sometimes gets a little hot towards the end of the month, it really is beautiful. But the sweet spot, Lindsay, is the week before Halloween all the way to New Year's Eve because you get some genuine fall days. It never gets really hot ever, and it's really beautiful. It is tourist season unleashed. It can get cold in New Orleans because of the river. You get these cold fronts will come down. I remember at one point it being 19 degrees in New Orleans, while on either side of New Orleans it was much warmer. That's a rare thing, but it does happen. And as you saw last year, including pictures of the Degas house with the fountain frozen, they got a record snow last year to the point where, as my dad called me and said, I said, how bad is it? Because we lived in Virginia for a while when he was in the Army. He said, it's Virginia snow. And I said, what do you mean? He goes, it's the day after and it's still here. It stayed on the ground. But that's a very rare occurrence. If I was going to tell you to come to New Orleans, like if I was working on something right now, tell you to come down and get a couple of work fun days in, I would probably tell you to come from the middle of October onward is like the real sweet spot. Your birthday, by the way, is like perfect time to come to New Orleans. Seriously, I'm not just being because it's your birthday. It's like the best time to come to New Orleans.
Which is December 4th, by the way.
Yeah, by the way. Sagittarian.
The week after yours.
Sagittarian, by the way. Yeah. But yeah, it's perfect. Like I said, I've always had great weather on my birthday down here in New Orleans. It's perfect. Pack Rat, go have a good day. And I allow you to listen on satellite to football. That's the best place to listen to it. So you are given permission to do that.
Appreciate that.
You are not violating you're not violating the reconstituted road gang code. You can do that as well.
Okay. Got it. Okay, guys. Hey, Mac, Miss Lindsay, all the best.
Thanks, friend. You too.
Thank you, sir. Lindsay, should I do this thing where I tell people what's coming up after this show?
Well, please, because I was just about to ask you, as we do every Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday here on Road Gang Radio, the good and the great OOIDA shows up, and Ashley and Scott really dive in with Trucking with OOIDA. It's been such a great show, such a great addition over here. Keeps us real professional, keeps us in the news. What are they talking about today, Jim?
Well, first of all, as you know, I said at the beginning of the show that this show, Road Gang Radio, is the greatest trucking transpo show in the entire known universe as far as live shows go. The greatest pre-produced transpo show in the known universe is Trucking with OOIDA. Let's be clear from the start. There is a truck parking shortage, but there's a new quote-unquote study out there, and boy, we dug into this yesterday. Not only does that fly in the face of extensive research, it runs counter to the everyday experiences of truck drivers. Andrew King of the OOIDA Foundation returns to debunk the claims and lay out the real facts. Plus, Artie Crawford of the National Motor Freight Traffic Association, we know those guys, sounds the alarm about cybersecurity threats from China that may be targeting equipment in your truck. It's another perspective from our friends at NMFTA. Ben is a regular contributor on Nemo Nation, but their pal and friend of this show as well, too, Artie Crawford, will be with Scott and Ashley when Trucking with OOIDA begins at 11 o'clock on the nose in the Central Time. Yeah.
Yeah, buddy. Hey, I saw this thing I wanted to bring up because I love this. This actually goes back to our guest Mike Michaels and the connection of the Eureka Room. But there's this woman named Julissa Gomez. She's 27 years old, Jim, and she befriended her 75-year-old neighbor. He lived alone. It started with she went over one day, saw him out in his yard, and went over and told him a joke. It was a joke she saw in the news. She picked up his newspaper. There was a joke on it. She read it to him, and they had this interaction when she moved back in years ago. And that started with that little newspaper joke. It evolved into this very spontaneous relationship where they now go on ice cream runs. She invites him to family gatherings and vice versa, and a viral TikTok fame, actually. And so the man, he's now 85 years old. This relationship has been going on for 10 years. His name is Delmar Harder, which is just so cute. Delmar is 85 years old, and he's inspired others to look after their elderly neighbors. And she, Julissa, she is actually working on a children's book about their bond, about the bond of looking after your elderly neighbors. I think this is so wonderful, and especially because it wasn't like she's like, I'm going to befriend him, I'm going to help him. It wasn't. It just happened so organically, and there was the intention behind it was just to connect to her neighbor, not even knowing he needed it or she needed it, by the way. So a 27-year-old and a 75-year-old, or now 37-year-old and 85-year-old, have that connection. I just think it's such a beautiful thing, and especially the idea of a children's book evolving around it. It made me think of my parents, who are in their 70s, but my dad is actually 80. He'll be 81 in a couple weeks. But I love the idea because they have kids that live all around them. They're in this neighborhood where there's people from their 20s to 90s, but there's kids that run up and down their street, that look in their windows, that my dad goes out and talks to. It's a little bit of, you kids get off my lawn, but it's part of his character. But I know it's also playing into keeping them young, just not living, not just talking to people their age. Like my mom, Jim, has friends my age. She my age. She has friends in her 40s, 50s, 60s, and that they really go out. They do stuff. And she's like, it's kind of weird because I'm hanging out with people that you would be hanging out with. She's like, do you want to come over? I'm like, I will, but I actually Love that for you. So anyway, I love the idea that it's a children's book reminding kids that from an early age to befriend people of every age, especially older than you, because there's wisdom there and it's a mutually beneficial relationship.
All right, tell me the names once again, please.
Julissa Gomez, Julissa, and then the older gentleman, his name is Delmar Harder, Delmar Harder.
Yeah,
Harter.
By the way, I don't know if you know this, but and I'm really glad things worked out for Julissa Gomez and Delmar Harder, because you know who tried to come between them, right?
Who?
Mystique Cottonroch.
Oh, God, that woman.
I mean,
if she friends you on Facebook, guys, walk away. Walk away.
Friend her, but walk away.
Friend her, but don't friend her too hard. You know what I mean?
Yeah, because Delmar, she tried to get her hooks into Delmar. Thank God Julissa was there, by the way, because she would have literally milked Delmar blind. She would. She's just thieving. Mystique Cottonroch is not somebody you want to spend any time with. She's developing a really terrible reputation around the neighborhood. Lindsay's tracking her, though, keeping up with what's going on there. You're on it, by the way. You're on
Neighborhood floozy. Everyone's got to have one. As long as it's not you, you're doing okay.
That's exactly it. You know what I'm saying? What is it? If you walk into the room and you don't know who the sucker is, guess what?
It's you.
If you notice that you're not at the table, you're going to realize that you're on the menu, and that's just kind of it. And we all got to watch out, because Cottonroch is out there, and she ain't looking out for anybody but herself. Really quickly, by the way, let me kind of do this, and then we'll be able to wrap this up with some more fun stuff. We're going to have Miles back tomorrow morning after Pastor John. Our friends from the American Truck Historical Society are going to be on the scene. We're going to be able to get a chance to talk to George and Shelby Kirkham, father-daughter duo, keeping international history alive. We'll be talking with them for a little bit. We're going to have an in-studio guest at 8:30, Lindsay. Patrick McManus, Aerospace and Defense Assistant Program Manager at Next Stop Vets, is going to be joining us for about a half an hour. And then one of our favorite people in the world, Lindsay, is going to join us at 9 in the center, 10 in the east. Scott Pryor's coming back. We like some Scott Pryor.
One of your favorite do I know this person?
No, you don't know this person.
You just said one of our favorite people in the world. I'm like, I don't know. I know who he is from.
I'm referring to myself in the royal we. My apologies for that. Okay. By the way, he's going to be here to talk about his graduation, August 20th from the Marine Corps boot camp. It's a very special date for him. Sometimes you have to just drop everything, hit the road, and never look back. That's the spirit behind his new single, AWOL. Loud, wild, and unapologetically free. And this is not the Scott I was thinking of.
You're thinking of after Scott, we'll have, of course, Breaker Back Talk with our own Tara the Turtle. After that, an in-studio guest is Ryan Pote, who's coming back. He has been here before. He's a wonderful author. He's got a new book called, what's the new book called?
Blood and Treasure.
Blood and Treasure. And we're going to be giving away 4 downloads of the book, 4 codes. We will do that on the show tomorrow. It's going to require audience participation. If you want the free download, we'll give away 2 for people commenting online. Actually, Jem, maybe it'd be cool if we give away 1 on YouTube, 1 on Facebook, 1 to a caller, and 2 to callers or whatever. We'll figure it out. But you got to be active tomorrow in whatever platform, however you listen. Just make sure you comment, and we'll make sure we give those 4 books away. But Ryan coming in, and there's codes embedded in the novel to unlock secret passages on his website for extra reader tie-in content, etc., which is really cool. It kind of feels like you're on an adventure while you're reading the book, but you're also on an adventure like looking for secret clues, which is really very cool.
I am going to send you, by the way, did Claire send you the video of what she found from you would have remembered this. I'm going to send you a video at some point about how the book is kind of magical. That if you use your phone to take a photo of the book, what happens when you do? It's really, really cool. There's some really cool stuff embedded in there, and maybe we'll make it a quiz. Maybe we'll have like a question. If you get the answer right, you get the book. I don't know. We'll think about it. We'll talk. We have time. We have time to think about it. It's so weird to be off the other platform and be able to give stuff away. That's really cool. We can actually give stuff away again. T-shirts,
We're like a real radio show.
We're like a real radio show, not having our corporate overlords looking over our shoulder saying, no, you can't have any fun, but please keep promoting us.
You're like a real boy, Jimmy Mac.
I know. I can fly. Oh, I got no strings. I was being Peter Pan, and you're talking about Pinocchio. That's why my nose is growing rapidly in this conversation. So I just want to kind of make one more comment about super aging and get your thoughts on it. Are you looking forward to getting old? Because I actually wasn't for a while, and now I feel like if I follow some steps that I want to take, I'm kind of excited about the prospects of what's next. I wasn't a couple of weeks ago, but I think there's some ways forward that are going to make me feel good about getting old. Are you looking forward to aging? I'm asking a woman that. So.
I don't mind it. I mean, looking forward to aging isn't probably how I would put it, but I don't mind my age as a number. I'm 46 right now. I don't mind saying that. I don't, especially, I mean, you know, you have to unlock from, especially in the entertainment world, that used to be such a no-no, but I don't care. I realize now all that matters is if I'm happy, period. So I don't mind it. I'm looking forward to wearing caftans and being like this like weird, eccentric, wildly, just this eccentric older woman who wears caftans and has a lot of hammocks on her property. That's what I'm looking forward to.
When I saw that video of you yesterday for We Should Write, I just kept thinking to myself, I said, Lindsay could become one of those people like a strange version of that Lady Gaga thing where every time you show up someplace, you look completely different. Because it was such a different look for you, and it was such a cool look for you. It really was a cool look for you. I'm not telling you should paint your face white and like not look at anybody.
I might.
Although, by the way, if you did that, I would be behind it. I would like completely support it. I wouldn't be like, "What are you doing, weirdo?" I'd be like, "What are you doing, weirdo?"
Yeah, because it's like I don't want to have a style. I just want to have style. So it's like every day's different.
You know I love that idea. By the way, that takes a little bit of pre-trip planning as well, too. You got to lay that stuff out in the closet. There's no black T-shirts and jeans going on here. You got to get some stuff going on. You got to make some plans. Dean Croak, by the way, was terrific. He says that, if you pre-trip enough, you never have to pre-trip ever again because you're always pre-tripping. We've been tripping on this show, by the way. This has been Road Gang Radio. It is technically produced by Madison with a T. Its executive producers are Lindsay Lawler and Jimmy Mack. And it can be all found at RadioNemo.com. We can't thank you enough for taking the ride with us, for making the comments you do. A lot of active participation this morning on the chat thread. Keep on encouraging people to come on over. Keep on encouraging people to subscribe. The next big push starts sooner rather than later. Madison, are you ready to start that music? Because you can do it. Yeah. You got it, Lindsay. Take it.
Boom. Gina Harrison, yes, there will be bubbles. There will not be blood, but there will be bubbles on my property. We love bubbles. Thanks for listening, everybody. Have the best day. Just get home safe. That's all it's about. # Road Gang Radio, RGR. Have you joined yet? If you're here, you have.
Okay, you've heard the horror stories of how folks have lost their life savings when the market tanks. Is there a way to invest and make money without risk? Believe it or not, yes. Since 1995, Americans who cannot afford to lose their investments have used fixed index annuities. You get guaranteed income and protection from market downturns. It's a win-win for you and your future. And to learn more, dial pound 250. Use the keyword Truckers Wealth to get in touch with them today.
Did you know it's extremely easy to join the Wreaths Across America mission to remember our fallen heroes, while at the same time honoring those who are currently serving our country and their families? Plus, you're helping to teach our younger generation about the value of freedom. With just one $17 donation to Wreaths Across America, you're sponsoring a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. They've really become a symbol of America's respect for those who bravely served and are no longer with us. To sponsor your wreath, just visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
You know Sap Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires, so hold on to that fifth wheel, because when you buy 4 Salem S624 EFTs, the perfect line haul trailer tire, mounted at Sap Brothers, your price is an amazing $199.99, originally priced at $299.99, and prices are good through June 30, 2025 while supplies last. Save on 4 or more at Sap Brothers, and nobody's going to beat that price. Salem Tires, advanced compound technology for maximum mileage and rolling resistance without compromise. When you think tires, think Sap Brothers.
Thanks to all the hardworking drivers across the U.S. from the Allen Lund Company.
Despite what you may have read recently, there is in fact a truck parking shortage, debunking a new report that says otherwise.
Plus, a new warning about the threat of cyber attacks from China on equipment that might be in your cab right now. How to stay safe. Welcome to Trucking with OIDA. I'm Scott Thompson.
And I'm Ashley Blackford.
Ashley, good to see you.
Nice to see you. How's it going?
Doing fine. Do you know in 1998 which company was founded on this day? Too much time. Google. Google was founded in 1998. Yeah, can you imagine a life without Google?
No. My goodness,
yeah,
no.
Right? It's
No.
hard to even remember what life was like before the internet and all this, but here we are.
Well, I mean, I would have only been 8, so I really don't remember life before.
Way to rub that in. Yeah, and if we didn't have the internet, one of the topics we're going to talk about today may not have spread as quickly as it has. This is a new report that you may have seen out there about the truck parking shortage. This report is saying there is not a truck parking shortage. I think we are all very aware that there is, in fact, a truck parking shortage. Andrew King of the OID Foundation saw this report, jumped out of his seat through the ceiling, and landed eventually. He will land in our studio here to talk about this report and exactly why it is such a bad conclusion that they came to. So looking forward to that conversation. Also going to speak with Artie Crawford of the National Motor Freight Traffic Association. He's a director of cybersecurity there. They've got a new report out recently that talked about the threat of China essentially targeting equipment that, again, you may find in your truck. So
Just scary to think about.
it is very scary to think about, but sadly something we do need to think about here, in the years to come and what that may mean for everybody out there. In the meantime, should we hit some news real quick, Ashley?
Let's do it.
Let's do it. Let's start here with the FMCSA's Under 21 Pilot Program, officially called the Safe Driver Apprenticeship Pilot Program. It is coming to an end. The agency posted recently. Yeah, there you go. Exactly. Because participation in this program has not been robust, shall we say. It's coming to an end on November 7th. Again, I think it's safe to say that participation and the point of this program has not lived up to expectations that were out there. Participation so far, 3 years in, as of June 30th, 211 motor carriers had applied to participate. As of June 30th, 62 carriers were approved to participate, and we've had just 80 drivers, 80 apprenticeship drivers participating as of June 30th. Keep in mind that when this program was conceived back in, 2022 is when it started, they were set up to accommodate 1,000 carriers, 3,000 enrolled apprentices. So again, underwhelming numbers when you consider the targets there, all coming to an end on November 7th. We'll see what they do with those numbers, let's see what they do with the data, and we'll go from there.
Yeah. I believe we've mentioned this before, but one thing OOIDA is very good at is a comment period. You can rest assured they will always submit a comment. The most recent one was for the next highway bill. USDOT asked for public input, and of course, OOIDA delivered. Association President Todd Spencer applauded the department's actions to improve working conditions for truck drivers, but he added that truckers now need lawmakers to embrace the new approach taken by the White House. He said, he believes this can be done with bipartisan manner and to promote highway safety, improve driver recruitment and retention, and increase the supply chain efficiency. 14-page letter that OOIDA submitted there addressing
pages.
All the things they support and the things that they don't. Mark Schremer at Landline Magazine wrote a very detailed article. If you're curious about that, you can check that out at landline.media. You can also submit comments, and the link to do that is on there as well.
This will be a big talking point over the coming months as legislators try to figure out how to reconcile all these things. So we'll keep an eye on that.
For sure.
Also keeping an eye again on that truck parking study, and I'll use air quotes there, courtesy of the Truck Parking Club. Andrew King of the OID Foundation is going to be up right after the short commercial break to talk about that and debunk it all. And welcome back. It's time we address a report that when I saw this initial reporting on it, Ashley, I had quite literally a visceral reaction. I remember thinking, what? It comes from the Truck Parking Club. It makes a quite frankly, wild assertion about the truck parking crisis, and we're going to talk about it more than a few times, I'm sure, here on the show over the coming days and weeks. Our first crack at it here comes with the help of Andrew King, friend of the show, friend of ours, director of the OIDA Foundation. Andrew, always good to see you.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
We could start anywhere, at any number of places with this report here. I want to start, however, with talking about who or what the Truck Parking Club is. I think most people know about the company, Andrew, but it is important, I think, in the context of this conversation, when we're talking about what this report says, consider the source. And that's important when you're doing research and reports, correct?
Yeah, in general, that is always key is, where are they coming from and where are they going? So what might be their goal in something like this? And usually, depending on who's funding research, that really says a lot about what the conclusions are going to be. I wish it wasn't that way, but it's kind of the world that we live in. I mean, just take, for example, any sort of, marketing campaign where one will say, I think of caffeine. You'll have one research that says caffeine's bad, and then you have another research that says caffeine's good. Well, which one is it?
As I drink my coffee?
As you drink your coffee. Well, and a lot of that depends on, who funded that, right? And I'm using that as a very practical example of why it's important to understand who the Truck Parking Club is, what their business model is, what their end goal might be. Obviously, they are an entity that provides pay parking. That connects maybe spaces that wouldn't be accessible, that truckers wouldn't know of, but at a price, right? And so that's good to keep in mind as you're, kind of laying that foundation and all the things that we discuss, because that really permeates, the objective of the study, I think.
Yeah, important to keep that in mind. Now, what the Truck Parking Club is claiming here in this report, among many things, is that there is no truck parking shortage. And we'll talk about how they came to that conclusion. But first, I want to start with kind of a basic question. Is there a truck parking shortage?
Yes.
Yes, there is. Yeah.
I mean, that has been validated by lots of research. There is a claim in the report that states that and actually they say it twice, that there is there's a scarce of data, scarce of evidence on the truck parking problem, whether it be traffic data and parking demand or just flows and things of that nature. They say there's not really much out there. Well, that is absolutely not true. There is dozens and dozens, if not hundreds of studies on truck parking. Federal Highway literally has a clearinghouse of truck parking studies, tons and tons of truck parking studies. I mean, there's not a scarcity of data or information regarding this. And they all come to the same conclusion. There is a shortage of parking, and it is a crisis, and it is a safety issue. I mean, the whole foundational conclusion of Jason's law was that there is a parking crisis in every state, and it is a critical safety issue. So to say that there is no shortage, one, flies in the face of research, and it also flies in the face of truck drivers' experience.
Yeah.
Because a lot of these studies include surveys of real truck drivers. Jason's law had 8,000 drivers take part of that survey. That is an insane amount for any type of survey or any type of research. That is a statistically very large sample. And they all, 75% of those said that they regularly have problems finding truck parking. So to say that hey guys, there's no truck parking shortage.
Yeah.
It's like, well, that's news to me, especially to drivers on the road who are literally experiencing that all the time.
Yeah.
You, Andrew, and we've talked to you so many times about various reports that the foundation, your foundation has put out, other reports that other people have put out. I can only imagine, again, I quite literally, when I saw this report and I saw the conclusion that they came to, that they're again claiming there is no truck parking shortage, I had a visceral reaction. I literally thought, like what? Like
how did you get there?
Yeah,
sort of thing.
And that's well, I guess we'll get there too.
Yeah.
My question to you, I think, I'm curious if the fly on the wall in your office when you saw the report, did you jump out of your? I mean, how did you react?
Yeah. I mean, I was pretty angry.
Yeah.
I mean, I would have the same kind of reaction, very, very frustrated, kind of, shaking my head. I'm sure Charles who's our research analyst, who's right next to me, probably heard me go, "What in the world? How did they come up with that?" And then we would talk about it a little bit. So
Yeah. So let's talk about it, because we know what their conclusion is, and I think we can gather what their goal is in coming to that conclusion. Again, considering the source.
Correct.
But talk about the path that leads us to that destination. And I know I'm looking at you right now. You've got 4 full pages of notes in front of you.
Yeah.
You have been looking at this study, and you have been looking at the ways in which it does not compute. And you kind of talked about it a little bit earlier.
Yeah.
But talk about the path that they take, the winding path or
Yeah,
whatever they
give
take.
kind of like a summary of how they got to.
How did they get to this point to say that there is no truck parking
Right.
shortage? Yeah.
Well, and the best that I can figure, because it doesn't exactly make sense, but they come up with a number for how many trucks there might be. And then from how many trucks there might be, they try to figure out how many active truck drivers are on the road at any given time. And then how many, not parking spots, but parking slots, and we'll get to that maybe later, which is kind of confusing, that they might need. So if there's so many active drivers, and we're assuming that every driver needs to take at least 3 stops per day, then we're going to multiply that by 3 and then come up with a number. And then we're going to add to that number without explaining how we got there. We're going to magnify that number some more, just to kind of get a picture of how much demand there might be. And then, so now we have demand, we have a baseline. So now how much supply is there? So that's the next part of the study. And that is really focusing on, what they call traditional and non-traditional sources. So traditional is like truck stops and public rest areas, those 2. So the other 4 are things that they said have never before been considered. And that is things like diners and shippers, restaurants. I mean, I guess that's kind of diners. They had something else. There was 4 other ones.
Sure.
And they were kind of, they're a little head scratching. And then they tried to figure out how many places that those might provide. So they tried to figure out the number of entities there were for each of those 4 throughout the country. And then how much of those, like how many parking spots they might have available in each one, which percentage would actually be available, and then they just like multiply it across.
Yeah.
And so they come up with this like 23 some odd million.
I'm not a mathematician, but something's not.
The math ain't math.
The math ain't math.
No, it's
mathing, but maybe the logic isn't
correct. I mean,
logicking.
Yes.
I don't know.
So the way we kind of summarize it very well, I feel like in our research, and we're going to come out with a kind of paper kind of summarizing some of the things that we have found to be wrong, is that if you think of it like a river, there's these upstream numbers, and they all impact the downstream conclusion. So if you put in some funny, just throwing in some stuff, numbers upstream, then you can make it say anything you want downstream. And that's kind of what we're seeing. That's where it really just doesn't make sense for many, many reasons.
Right. So you mentioned something there, and I think we should explore it a little bit, because we always talk in truck parking spots.
Yeah.
You mentioned truck parking slots.
Yes, a never before seen statistic.
Yes.
Slots.
Talk about that, because it factors into what we're talking about.
Oh, absolutely.
Right.
Because it magnifies the level of supply by a ton, as well as their supposed demand. So their idea of a slot is, take, for example, you had a truck, at a truck stop, you have one parking place, but that parking place isn't going to be occupied by one driver for the whole day.
Sure.
So it can be used multiple times.
Right.
So you could have, 2 10-hour breaks. You could have 32 like shorter breaks. There's different slots available. Does that make sense? That's kind of how they view it. So that really amplifies the number of both demand and supply available. But the funny thing is, they by their own admission, they admit that truck parking is really about 10-hour rest breaks. And so for 10-hour rest breaks, there's a much smaller number of available spaces for them to use. That most of these millions and millions and millions of possible slots that are available right now, we just need to connect truckers to them, are actually slots where you wouldn't be able to do a 10-hour rest break.
Right.
And that's if these slots even exist, because they're all theoretical. They're not real.
Yeah.
In a sense. It's like EPA, for example, in their greenhouse gas phase 3 rule, they make up vehicles that don't exist to figure out what they might need to make them and how much it might cost.
Right.
But the vehicles don't exist. There's no vehicle.
Yeah.
Whatsoever.
You just dreamed it up.
You just made it up.
Yeah.
And that's kind of what they did here. These parking spots may or may not exist. They just made them up and said, here, there's a lot of supply.
Yeah. Wow. The issue I have with these things too, we're talking about you've dreamed this up. You talked about earlier. The reality is, you talk to any truck driver out there.
Yes, exactly.
There's a truck parking shortage.
Yeah.
I don't
No,
I guess
they
I
don't know.
understand.
They don't know what they're talking about. They don't know.
Yeah, exactly.
They don't know.
Yeah. And that's the assertion that we're hearing here.
Yeah.
Right?
Correct.
And again, I think we have to consider the source of this and what they're trying to do. And
correct.
I don't want to jump to any conclusions about what they're trying to do. But again, considering they are a paid truck parking company.
Correct.
Right?
Yes.
Yeah.
And they would say, no, that wasn't our intention. But it's kind of hard to not jump to that, considering how the report is done and what it ends up, kind of some of the conclusions that it comes to, or kind of lead you to think, yeah, maybe that's what was going on.
So we have talked time and time again about the myth of and I always use air quotes, the myth of a driver shortage.
Yes.
This seems to have that kind of stink, I guess, written, all over it as well. We've spoken about the dangers of perpetuating the driver shortage myth. I'm curious if we could apply that to this scenario.
Mm-hmm.
I've always said that the driver shortage myth, it's kind of a semantics debate. If you start talking about retention problems and turnover, if you look at it that way, you could say, yeah, there is kind of a shortage because we keep churning people in and out, right?
Sure.
That's the actual issue here.
Right.
What is the danger here, I guess, in perpetuating or starting a myth, I guess, about there being being no truck parking shortage?
Well, the biggest one that comes to mind is that it could ruin efforts to increase, dedicated funding, or even increase. I actually have a dedicated fund for truck parking investment, which is currently a bill that the Truck Parking Improvement Safety Act, right?
Yep.
Which is to dedicate like $750 million for truck parking. Well, that's a lot of money. Mm-hmm. And if there's no need, because now there is actually no parking shortage, well, then we don't need that fund.
Mm-hmm.
And instead, that money could be spent elsewhere, not in the public sector, but in maybe private sector. So to me, that is the most glaring and biggest danger behind this, is that real needs. There is a true need for truck parking, actual spaces being built. And this could potentially damage that or ruin some of the steps, the progress that has been made in that area.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's to me number one.
Right. The shipper aspect of this too. And
true, that's a good point.
Talk about this, right? Because they had mentioned that
yes, you could be monetizing. Shippers and receivers could potentially monetize their parking. And by that, I mean, if you were to come and deliver a load, maybe they charge you now to even just wait at their facility.
Yeah.
Because most shippers...
Truckers they don't have enough to pay for. Why not?
Exactly, just add a little bit more. Shippers already don't typically allow people to stay on their property. Some do, most don't. And so to add to that even just coming onto the property to wait, now you add more costs to them. So it's not just you're paying for detention, but now you're paying to park for detention, which is ridiculous. And as we've talked about many times, unfortunately, the lay of the land right now for freight rates is very low, and costs are incredibly high, and they keep going up. In fact, diesel costs are continuing to rise, unfortunately, and so that it all creates the situation, the perfect storm to put people out of business. So that's true. That's another good point. I'm glad that you mentioned that, as far as like the dangers of saying that there is no parking crisis, and that you could potentially use your available space to monetize things even more. That could be another added danger to the industry.
Yeah.
One thing I've noticed, over the past couple of days of talking about this, my social media is just inundated with truck parking club advertisements. They have, a lot of truck drivers saying how amazing they are and how helpful they are. From your perspective, with the paid parking model, what have you heard from truck drivers and how they feel about that?
I'm pretty upset. I mean, in general, and we actually did a survey not that long ago on truck parking, and specifically paid truck parking. A lot of people, one, don't use it.
Yeah.
I mean, the fact that they need, just the idea, the principle behind it is kind of insulting and infuriating to them. And so that sometimes that truck parking goes strictly, it goes unused. And for those who even are company drivers, if they do have to use it, they are not always reimbursed. In fact, a lot of them, over half of them, are not reimbursed for using paid truck parking spaces. So, I think in general, from our surveys of our membership, people are generally against paid parking. But at the same time, there are instances where it is necessary. It can be used. It's kind of like we talk about brokers or load boards or factoring. It would be best that you didn't have to use it. But sometimes, to be honest, you kind of do. And so they meet that need. And they're not the only ones who provide that kind of service. But yeah, they meet that need. But I think overall, I would say most truckers are not in favor of paying for parking. Like Scott mentioned already, they have so much to pay for in their operating costs, all these different taxes, and these, another thing that was mentioned before is that some of these spaces that people might charge for, they were already built, and some of them were already built using taxpayer dollars, right? And so now they're getting, it's almost like a toll, like a double taxation, which is ridiculous. So yeah, they can be useful. People still use them, but I think in general, they'd rather not if they didn't have to.
And to that point, though, too, I mean, there is a world in which, paid parking is a part of the solution here, because at the end of the day here, we're trying to figure out a way to solve this crisis. That's what the Truck Parking Safety Improvement Act is about, contributing to solving the crisis.
Right. It's not the sole answer.
These are all just, avenues to take to work towards solving the crisis. There is a place for paid parking, as you kind of pointed to there, and the private market, the free market, will kind of dictate how that plays out. But again, with this report, when you paint it as, we have the solution right here, it's give us more money.
That's basically what it's stating, is that you don't need government funding. That's not the solution you want. The solution already exists. And it's kind of classic storytelling or marketing where you paint a bad guy, and then you paint what the solution is. And so the bad guy obviously is that there's a perceived truck parking shortage, but there really isn't one. And the solution is...
Well, I was just going to say, it's not even that we're having a solution, because that implies that we have a problem. But they're saying there isn't a problem. There is no truck parking shortage.
This is the funny thing about it. And this is also what's also frustrating, is at one side, they're saying there is a problem, and then on another, they're saying there isn't. And they kind of go back and forth between the two, which makes it very confusing. It's kind of a head scratcher in general when you read through it, because they're contradicting themselves at times.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's kind of a conundrum.
It is a conundrum. Yes, it is for sure. Andrew, one of many. Yes, under a bigger conundrum, that is the truck parking shortage, which does exist. Andrew, I know this has been something that you have been pouring over for the past week or two, and we appreciate you coming in. Any final thoughts here, I guess, for folks out there in the context of everything we're talking about? And again, this is a lot to absorb because we're talking about a report that you kind of said there is talking out of both sides of its mouth. It's asserting something that we know not to be true. Again, a lot to absorb here, but just maybe some final thoughts as we close this
Well,
up.
from the foundation perspective, from a research side of things, this is kind of a how do I say this? It's kind of a good example of how not to do research. I'll just say it that way. There's a big problem in research and scientific papers in general with being able to reproduce the results. There is no way anyone would be able to reproduce this.
Also, with research, right? When you come to a thing, you don't come in already knowing what you want the conclusion to be.
Yes. You usually have a hypothesis or a null hypothesis of some sort before you even begin. And that leads to some more validity in your findings. This is obviously, they don't come out and say it, but it seems to be implied that they already have their objective, right? And that's another thing. Usually research will say what their objectives are out in the beginning. Like, this is what we're studying. This is why we're studying. This is what we think we'll find. This is the data. This is our interpretation of the data, right? That's how it flows. This does not flow that way.
Well, there you go. There is no truck park, or wait. There is. Now I'm confused.
Now Scott's confused.
There is not. Anyway.
You've had the Kool-Aid.
Yes. No. I've had too much coffee, maybe.
Well,
yes.
I can smell the caffeine. So.
Yes, there is a truck parking shortage. Again, we'll be talking more about this report, I know, in the coming days and weeks. Yeah. Andrew King, OID Foundation, we appreciate your help understanding all of this, as always, and we'll talk to you again soon.
Yes. Thank you for having me.
And with that, we'll take a break. Trucking with OIDA is back right after this.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
The Joshua Chamberlain Society is unlike any other veterans organization. It's truly a family, and I know that firsthand from working with them myself. Their mission is to make wounded veterans and families of deceased veterans feel the support and appreciation of their community for life. Our veterans' injuries are permanent, and so is the JCS support. From monetary assistance like paying utility bills or college funds to helping our heroes find purpose, JCS is a family that surrounds and supports the heroes who have sacrificed so much. Learn more and make your donation at chamberlainsociety.org. That's chamberlainsociety.org.
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASE certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
There are precious few nonprofits in the trucking industry, and even fewer that make a tangible difference in the lives of professional drivers. So thank goodness for the St. Christopher Fund. Since 2008, over 4,000 over-the-road semi-truck drivers have turned to the St. Christopher Truckers Fund when a medical issue took them out of work. The SCF steps in and pays necessary household expenses such as mortgage, rent, utilities, insurance, and vehicle payments. The SCF also provides free health and wellness programs for drivers. So find out how the SCF can help you, or help the SCF yourself. They'll turn your dollars and cents into that tangible difference for the professional drivers who need it most. Support our highway heroes with a donation at truckersfund.org.
St. Christopher Truckers Fund provides free health and wellness programs for drivers to help prevent some common medical conditions seen in the industry. These programs include diabetes prevention, Rigs Without Cigs, a tobacco and nicotine cessation program, Healthy Habits for the Long Haul, a 12-week total body wellness program, a vaccine voucher program that includes free flu, shingles, COVID, and pneumonia vaccines, and GPS, Get Preventative Screenings. That includes free at-home cancer screening tests. These programs are available to Class A over-the-road semi-truck drivers. For more information or to register for a program, visit the St. Christopher Fund website at truckersfund.org.
And welcome back to the show. New warning signs are emerging about the ways in which the technology inside commercial trucks poses a security threat. The National Motor Freight Traffic Association has been great on this topic, not just in sounding the alarm bell, but also providing information and advice as well. And we're about to get both and more from our next guest here. Artie Crawford is the association's Director of Cybersecurity, and he joins us on the line now from Florida, I believe. Artie, how we doing?
We're doing great. Thank you all very much for having me on today.
Yes, thanks for talking with us, because this is an important issue, perhaps one that maybe not enough people are talking about or focusing on. And I know we're going to talk about a few things that you are concerned about, and the association there as well. So let's get to unpacking here, Artie. All of this kind of centers, and this is probably a good starting point, centers around this white paper that you recently put out. Its focus is on something called the Made in China 2025 plan. I'm wondering if we can start there, because it is kind of the centerpiece of what we're talking about today, right? And I think maybe more importantly, the focus of what China is trying to do, and I guess is currently doing as well, right?
Yeah, that's correct. And it was an interesting doing the research for this paper, right? As you look at the salt typhoons and the volt typhoons and the aquatic pandas and the et cetera typhoons that are out there, right? Which each one of those just means a different bad guy group, for lack of better terms, right? We call them ATPs, advanced persistent threats, but they're actually like type style of attacks, like type style of tools that each group uses. When you kind of peel back that onion a little bit further, right, you find that each one of these attack groups is actually associated with the People's Republic of China. So that got us digging a little deeper, right, into, okay, why, how? And we've seen the FBI alerts come out. We've seen the CISA alerts come out. And as you start to dig a little deeper into this and start to understand the background, that this is part of a long-term plan that the Chinese government has to be embedded in our infrastructure, whether that's critical infrastructure, manufacturing, or the telecom industry, just to ensure that when the time is right, that they can do what they want to unabated.
I just had a kind of a chill kind of go through when you said when the time is right, or I guess when that decision is made. That sounds like an ominous sounding kind of thing, right?
It is, but I don't mean it to be as ominous as it sounds.
Right.
But if you think about the ability to disrupt the supply chain when you choose as an adversary, right, that gives you a lot of flexibility on whether that's the movement of equipment or whether that's the movement of toilet paper, for that matter, right? So if I can disrupt your supply chain whenever I want to do that, then I can create confusion in a situation that may not be confusing.
Yeah, no, that makes perfect sense. Yeah.
Now, this is a way China is, getting a foothold on the technology front globally, and they've been successful. Do you know how prevalent Chinese manufactured products are in commercial trucks these days, and more specifically with regard to technology products inside trucks?
So there's a lot of research out there, and I'm truly one of those guys that say, liars use statistics, and statistics always lie, right? But I will say that it is a high percentage of most of the electronics that are manufactured or that are not produced, that are sold in the United States have some chip component that ties back to China. Now, whether that whether that chip component is bad or good, that's for the FBI and all of those elite teams out there to decide whether those chip manufacturers in China have really broken the rules on what those chips are supposed to do. But if I can take just a second, right, this type of stuff goes back to, about the 2000 double-aught time frame when the Chinese were embedding chips in laptops, right, that were phoning home. And then you fast forward to probably 7 or 8 years ago when they started bringing the gantry cranes into the United States at a cheaper price. And all of these things keep coming back to the fact that, wait a minute, just because it's cheaper doesn't necessarily mean it's better. And just because it's cheaper doesn't necessarily mean it's safer either. So we've really got to start looking at it. And I think the whole purpose behind the paper and the research that we did in order to put forth the paper was to take this look at supply chain in a true holistic fashion, right? But to bring awareness to the industry that, hey, look, we really need to look beyond the retail shelves of, your Best Buys or your Amazons of the world and truly look behind the curtain and see where it's made, how it's made, and what chipsets are in it.
You bring up a good point there, Artie, because we know for the most part, as a general statement, I guess, that Chinese products, at least typically, are cheaper, which is one big reason that they are appealing. And you're kind of talking about that there, especially for owner-operators and carriers that are working on thin margins, right? Every penny saved is a penny earned for them. When you look at the cab of a truck, if you're looking at a truck, I guess in its entirety, which products are we talking about here? I mean, is it ELDs? Is it dash cameras? You're talking about essentially anything with a chip in it, right? Because that chip gives them a doorway into that technology, should they choose, or however you put it, when they decide to make that decision to unleash whatever they want to unleash. Is that right?
Yes, I don't want to be fear-mongering, and not all companies are products of bad Chinese hardware, right?
Sure.
So I want to make that pretty clear right up front, and please don't keep moving me down that path.
Sure. Yeah, I understand, yeah.
But there are some products, and the answer to the question is actually yes, right? It ranges from dash cams to ELDs to it could even be, in certain cases, cell phones or cell phone carriers. Your Wi-Fi or your router that you have if you have a Wi-Fi router in the cab of your truck, it could be that. Or, you've decided that you want to use a small switch so you can plug several devices in that are not Wi-Fi. That Soho router, could be a product of that. FBI has released detailed information on the TP-Link, home switches, right? Yeah. So I really only want to bring out to light the ones that have actually been called out in public and bring awareness to the ones that may eventually be called out in public, later on.
Yeah. And the concern with that, again, because this technology is everywhere, that if China were to decide, or entities within China, I guess we should say, were to decide to interfere in the supply chain, would it be relatively easy knowing what we know now? Would there be enough safeguards in place to maybe have some disruptions here or there, but widespread disruptions would not be as likely? I guess I'm asking, what does that interference look like if and when that were to happen, maybe on an individual scale and maybe on a bigger scale as well? I know it may be hard to answer, but what is your sense of what we know about it?
So I think the FBI and CISA, and then our Five Eye components, right? The Brits, the Aussies, the Kiwis, and the Canucks, right? I think they've done a really good job of trying to articulate the depth that they've been embedded in our communication systems, right? The depth that they've been embedded in our critical infrastructure, whether that's manufacturing, gas, electric, and water, or so on and so forth, or transportation in specific, right? What we haven't seen, and this is a good thing, right? What we haven't seen is the testing of any of these type of, attacks in the wild, which is great, right? That means that we may have some of the safeguards in place that that are stopping these attacks when they try to test them, or if they're, pre-positioning certain things. And when they do test them, like with the big telecom with Salt Typhoon, right? We saw that during that instantiation, the FBI was very clear on calling them out that they were in our major telecom providers. So I think we have some assurances in place, and it could be hit or miss. And I'd like to hope for the best on that we have some of the very best and brightest minds that are wrapping their heads around this problem and trying to understand the depth of the infiltration. It's one of those things that we don't truly understand as Americans, what a 100-year war is actually, is actually made up of, and it's made up of this patience and this willingness to find the right time and the right place to execute, what they want to execute. So I think that those are very salient points that need to be made, that all hope is not lost, right?
Sure.
We are collectively increasing our cyber maturity across the board, especially in the transportation industry. And the more awareness and community talking about it, or community outreach that we can do in the community, it is really going to help us bringing the awareness to the problem, and making sure that, okay, I'm going to take some level of cyber maturity in my day-to-day life.
Good advice. I can't help but think that I know myself, and I'm sure people listening are wondering, what would China have to gain from doing these things that you're talking about?
So I'm no poli-sci major, but I think that it becomes pretty apparent pretty quickly, right? And I'll use the 7th Fleet for the Navy. There's a reason why an aircraft carrier is as big as it is and has as many ships as it does, that surround it, right? That's to show dominance and force and strength, a projection of strength, right? Way far away from Washington, D.C. So when you look at that, being able to execute an attack on our soil shows this dominance of force that may not be perceived as is possibly a weaker nation. But again, I'm not a poli-sci major, and I've really not tried to go down that path where we're trying to figure out what was the purpose. The biggest purpose will be to have disruptions and understand the supply chain and the transportation lanes of how things would move, how goods and services would move across the country in a time when they would, if in fact something were to happen, how those goods and services move across the country so that they can help or they can hinder that movement.
And that's something they could already be doing right now, right? With the technology that's out there in terms of what's in trucks and, how it's being used within the supply chain. They might already have a decent idea of that. Is that accurate maybe?
So I think it's been readily reported on that, between one of the trying to be banned social media websites that a lot of the younger generation uses without saying the name out loud. I'm hoping we understand who we're talking about.
We do,
right?
yes. Yep.
That capturing that set of demographics and the mathematics that go behind capturing that demographics, you can try to understand what goods and services would be moved based on the age groups and the demographics that would be pulled off of that app. Then you add in things like, SOHO routers, small office, home office type of routers, possibly even TVs that are manufactured there that we plug into the internet or hook up to our Wi-Fi and capture our passwords. So we could try to collectively build a demographic of not only age, but income brackets, and just this interesting part. Like we talk in on the coast of Florida that we're God's waiting room, right? It's not hard to see that the number of people using that app are far fewer than the number of people using that app in, let's say, New York City, right? Because we're just not app friendly in that age group. So you could start to understand those demographics. And I think that understanding those sets of demographics allows a deeper insight into the collective culture of a nation. So there's a lot of purpose for it. and some of it might not be readily understood.
Sure. Yeah, that makes sense. Now that we've scared the daylights out of everybody, let's talk a little bit.
Let's hope not.
Let's hope not.
not.
But I mean, yeah, and we're joking,
Yeah.
but I think it's important that we talk about this because I don't think a lot of people think about this aspect necessarily.
No.
I know there are plenty of truck drivers who are reticent and do not want technology like this in their vehicle for different reasons. And I think this is one of them, for fear of, whatever door they may be opening for cybersecurity threats. But, as we look at the big problem, it feels in a lot of ways like the horse is kind of already out of the barn here. But we've got Congress. They have been talking about this in different forms, in different ways. They're paying attention to it. I think they understand the potential for something bad here. To my knowledge, they haven't really made a lot of progress on, figuring out what the solution is or the safeguards that are in place there. What are you seeing from, I guess, policymakers, lawmakers, people that have a means of kind of stopping some of this stuff? What do you see them doing right now that you like, that you don't like? What would you like to see them do?
Oh, so I think that we're actually moving in a steady progression forward, which is absolutely great news, right? First, getting a bunch of people that all disagree to actually agree about something up there in that crazy little area of the country, inside the National Capital Region, sometimes is interesting, right?
Yeah.
But they're all agreed on the fact that this is a problem. Some are a little more to the right than that, and some are a little bit more to the left of how big the problem is. But it actually doesn't matter because they're all on the same sheet of music and say this is a problem. That being the case, right, the FTC and the FCC are both seriously looking at the processes to bring imported technology into the United States, how that technology is vetted, how it's tested, who's involved in the testing, how is that testing being done against a standard that makes sense. So all of these type of different little things, there is a lot of legislation that is coming through right now that is going to start to enhance and give the FTC and the FCC a little more power, so to say, a little more teeth in the tiger.
Yeah.
That will stop some of this, may have the propensity to stop some of this stuff from coming into the States and affecting our technology stacks.
Well, and a big part of this too, and we've heard this conversation in recent months as well, is that there are so many products that are now produced overseas that are imported over here. And in this case, we're talking things like chips, right? And I know you've spoken, I think maybe it was in a webinar recently, you spoke about the importance of bringing chip manufacturing back to the U.S. so we're not leaving that door open for foreign entities to get their hands on whatever they want to. That's a key component of this, don't you think?
I absolutely agree. And I don't think there's a way you can convince me that bringing chip manufacturing back to the U.S. is not one of the strongest policies that we could make. Now, unfortunately, convince all my kids to give up their Apple phone because the chips weren't made here in the United States.
Good luck. Yeah, good luck with that one.
I'm not certain that's going to happen.
Yeah.
Right, exactly. But I do think that it actually strengthens our technology stack by bringing that chip manufacturing back to the United States.
Yeah.
And I'm curious, anytime we talk about cybersecurity and this kind of stuff, it feels overwhelming and it feels like, what can I do? I'm curious your advice, to the average truck driver. What can they do to keep themselves safe?
So with a shameless plug, right, I'm going to say go out to the NMFTA/cybersecurity website, right? It's nmfta.org/cybersecurity. And we have just a multitude of different references that from the independent operator to the small fleet to a mid-sized fleet to how does cyber-enabled cargo theft affect your fleet and your bottom line. We have a framework out there that talks about how you can reduce your exposure to cyber-enabled cargo theft. And then we also, later this month, will have a vendor checklist out there that allows somebody to take a look at it. And when they start working with a broker or they start working with another carrier, they can look at it and go, hey, I can ask you these questions and I can understand your level of either cybersecurity influence, maturity, or whether you care or not. And if you don't care, maybe I don't want to work with you as a broker, you know?
Yeah.
So we have a lot of resources out there. And one of the things, Scott, I think is, and Ashley, is I really want to bring up, right, is we actually partnered with OOIDA that in the month of September, starting on the 10th, right, and then 3 consecutive Wednesdays after that, we are doing a 3-part webinar series for training for the small fleet and independent operator. And they can go out and register on the site. And it's going to kind of take and walk them through the step-by-step basics of, I'm not going to secure everything, but I'm going to be more secure at the end of this series than what you were to start with. And we're not going to charge you a lot of money, and it's not going to cost you a lot of money to go and do that.
And I think that's great because, like you said, Ashley, it's so confusing, it's
It
complicated,
feels overwhelming.
and you've got products out there that say they're made in the USA, but really
They have components from
everything inside of it's made elsewhere. White labeling, I know, is an issue as well, right? With multiple ELDs, for example, being essentially the same device with just a different brand on it. It's confusing out there, and I know again, it's good that someone like yourself is on the side of kind of educating people, and I guess that's what it comes down to, right? Is just kind of knowing what you're comfortable with as an individual, knowing what you can afford based on your operations, and kind of making the best decisions there.
You know, I like to think of it as when we go to the casino, we have an idea how much money we're willing to lose, right? Our appetite for risk, right? Now, I'm one of these guys, if I lose $5, I'm really sad.
Yep.
Right.
Same. Yep.
But we got other guys that go to the casino and, you know, they drop, you know, $100K and it's like, that's no big deal.
That's Ashley. That's Ashley.
I wish.
That's Ashley.
Yep. It's Ashley. Huge.
But it's understanding, if you don't understand what your risk is, at least when you walk up to a craps table or a blackjack table, you understand what your risk is, right?
Yeah.
In this cybersecurity world, you're not really understanding your risk. So once you can understand your risk, you can set that appetite, you know, and then you can decide, okay, I'm going to do these 4 or 5 things because the rest of it I'm okay with, right? Or the rest of it I'll figure out how to mitigate a different way. And we like to tell people all the time, it's, you know, it's like eating an elephant, right? Unfortunately, you got to eat the whole thing. But it looks so overwhelming that you're like, okay, how do I just realize I got to take one bite at a time? And that's truly what we have to do in this cybersecurity domain is we got to take one bite at a time. And as we do that, we realize that we become a harder target and the bad guys will actually look for the lesser target. And then, you know, in that old adage of I don't have to run faster than the bear. I just have to run faster than the slowest guy.
Yeah.
I just have to be more secure than somebody else.
Yeah. Yeah. Great advice all around. Obviously, we'll have more information on those webinars here on the show. Artie, give us one more time. Give us the website and just a quick place where people can go.
It's nmfta.org /cybersecurity, or just run around on the page for a few minutes until you find the tab that says cybersecurity, right? You'll find a whole plethora of resources in there that will, you know, that start with the owner operator and kind of build out on how to eat that elephant, so to say. And then it deals with things like, you know, cyber-enabled cargo theft and how to talk to a vendor. And honestly, truly, send an email to the cyber team at NMFTA, and they will take the time to answer it. And it's cyber@nmfta.org. Right. And you can send an email and we will help you out. We'll set you on the right path. And trust me, we won't even make fun of you because there's not a story we haven't heard from where a person is and where they're trying to get to.
Yeah.
So give us a call. We'll help you however we can.
Yeah, definitely no dumb questions when it comes to all this because it is complicated and confusing. Artie, we really appreciate your time.
Yes.
Ashley and I are going to go ahead to the casino now, and she's going to drop $100K at
I wish
the
I
craps
could.
table.
I would
Nice.
taking it to the casino, but yeah, I wish I had it.
There you go. Artie, thanks again, and we'll talk to you again soon. Really do appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you all very much for having me, and you have a great day.
At Truck Stop, we built a better load board for carriers like you. Sign up today and access over 600,000 loads on the most trusted online load board. Learn why the best in the business rely on Truck Stop to make more money and start driving your profit today.
Dispatch, I picked up that load of steel, so I'm ready to roll.
Sounds good. Remember, we're getting paid by weight, so make sure to use a cat scale.
I wouldn't weigh anywhere else.
Forget misaccuracy when you truck on a cat scale.
House products provide your diesel with total performance and protection. Use Diesel Defender for a full system cleaning. Start treatment early with Diesel Treat to prevent gelling all season and protect yourself from winter emergencies with Diesel Lifeline. Stay moving with House.
Penske is the trusted source for quality used trucks. Whether you search our website, call our sales staff, or bid at our online auction, you are sure to find the right used truck for your business. Visit PenskeUsedTrucks.com to view our inventory and learn more.
Are you tired of the IRS following you around like a dark cloud? Call 888-557-4020 and get your life back.
And our thanks again to Artie Crawford of NMFTA. Looking forward to that seminar next week. You mentioned where to find it. Thank you. That's one of those acronyms that I cannot.
It's long.
NMFTA. It does not roll off the tongue.
It doesn't.
But they are doing great work.
They are doing excellent work. Yes.
Yeah. What do we got coming up tomorrow, Ashley?
The guys from Road Law.
Road Law.
James Manella and Jeff McConnell. Great guys to talk to. They've been in the biz for many years.
Yeah, a while. They've seen it all.
They have seen it all.
Heard it all.
Yeah.
Done it all.
Talked to them for years, and we were like, you know what? We need to get them on the horn.
Let's get into their backstory, find out what makes them tick.
Yeah.
Yeah. We'll look forward to that. How they get into this crazy world that we're talking about here.
Yeah.
There you go. That's coming up tomorrow. That's all for today.
That's all for today.
Ashley, thank you.
Appreciate you listening.
And thanks to everybody out there. Today's episode of Trucking with OOIDA was brought to you by a dedicated team of people that includes Jim Fetzer, Keegan White, Tennille Flick, and Kim Boren.
Got thoughts? We'd love to hear them. Call us at 1-800-324-6856 and leave us a message. Or you can send us an email to podcast@ooida.com and we might include it on the show.
Okay, you've heard the horror stories of how folks have lost their life savings when the market tanks. Is there a way to invest and make money without risk? Believe it or not, yes. Since 1995, Americans who cannot afford to lose their investments have used fixed index annuities. You get guaranteed income and protection from market downturns. It's a win-win for you and your future. To learn more, dial pound 250. Use the keyword Truckers Wealth to get in touch with them today.
Did you know it's extremely easy to join the Wreaths Across America mission to remember our fallen heroes, while at the same time honoring those who are currently serving our country and their families? Plus, you're helping to teach our younger generation about the value of freedom. With just one $17 donation to Wreaths Across America, you're sponsoring a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. They've really become a symbol of America's respect for those who bravely served and are no longer with us. To sponsor your wreath, just visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
Get $25 off on your next preventive maintenance service. Stop by TA Truck Service and save when you choose Castrol oil and a Fleet Guard oil filter. Now through September 30, 2025. Enjoy premium performance with trusted brands. Castrol, protection for the long haul guaranteed. Fleet Guard, run cleaner longer with filtration science. Our ASC certified technicians are ready to deliver expert preventive maintenance and more. TA Truck Service, Castrol, Fleet Guard, your partners in preventive maintenance.
The mission of Wreaths Across America is unwavering, remembering our fallen heroes, honoring those who are currently serving, along with their families, and most importantly, teaching the next generation about the value of freedom. And you can join our mission with a $17 donation that sponsors a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. Each wreath will be laid in honor of a veteran who gave the ultimate sacrifice for our nation. To sponsor your wreath, please visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.